Chapter 1. Listening to the teacher's voice on the stage, Qin Feng still hasn't recovered. After a daze, he quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket. At this time, the time displayed on the phone is April 25, 2123. When Qin Feng saw this date, he was suddenly struck by lightning, and he was instantly stunned. At this moment, he only felt as if he was in a dream. It's today that online game that changes the fate of all mankind will come to Earth. By then, all human forces will be shuffled, the strong in the game will become the figure who dominates everything, and the rich and powerful chaebol in reality will enter the game one after another to fight for the chance to become a god. 5 years after the game is launched, the game world will merge with reality, and the monsters in the game will appear in Earth. At that time, once the human player dies, it will truly fall. Qin Feng murmured a few words slowly. At this time, he already knew clearly that he was reborn, and he was back before the game descended on Earth. In Qin Feng's mind, he only remembered that he defeated the heroes in the final battle of the Twilight of the Gods, beheading the 3 supreme gods of the United States, the Eastern Kingdom, and the Goryeo Kingdom. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he was hit hard by his own sneak attack. Although he still exhausted all his power to kill the betrayer, he also suffered indelible damage, and was finally besieged by the gods of the kingdoms, and finally drank hatred on the battlefield of the gods. But he didn't expect that after his fall, he could be reborn and return to the moment when the game just started. This is simplest opportunity God gave him. At this moment, just when Qin Feng thought of this, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for their successful rebirth and the activation of the 10,000 times reward system. System? Qin Feng was slightly lost. You know, he has also read many novels. All the protagonists will get the system as cheats at the beginning. But what is this 10,000 times reward system? At this time, just after Qin Feng thought of this, a series of prompts suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Hint: you are about to enter the game, please pay attention to the players. The Age of the Gods online game is being bound. The estimated number of people logged on to the game, 10.594 billion. The game beta has officially started. At the next moment, Qin Feng only saw golden rays flashing in front of him, and those familiar classmates turned into golden rays and disappeared in place. At this time, Qin Feng also directly covered with a golden light. He stretched out his hand, only to see his body gradually turning into a stream of data, slowly dissipating. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and then began to wait. The process of digitizing was very fast. In just half a minute, the scene before Qin Feng suddenly changed. At this time, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Dear warrior, welcome to the continent of the gods. Chapter 2. At this time, he only saw that he was in a temple. At this time, after Qin Feng appeared here, a huge 6-winged holy angel instantly appeared in front of Qin Feng. In the next moment, I saw the answering angel slowly speaking to Qin Feng, please name your character. Seeing this, Qin Feng said directly. Shura. The voice fell to the ground, and the 6-winged holy angel in front of him slowly said, the naming is successful, please choose your profession. Hearing this system prompt, rows of career options suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Assassin, warrior, mage, priest, archer. Seeing the profession in front of him, Qin Feng directly chose the mage. In the previous life, Qin Feng was appointed as a master by the profession. In this life he naturally chose this profession. After Qin Feng chose a career, a golden light instantly fell on Qin Feng. Afterwards, a system prompt sounded again. Ding dong! You have selected the profession mage, the effect of 10,000 times reward is triggered, and you have successfully obtained SSS Hidden Mage Profession Optional Scroll, only, *1. Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng is obviously a little confused. Just choose a role, give me an SSS level mage career optional scroll? And is it the only scroll? Is it possible this is the function of the Wangxian reward system activated after Qin Feng's rebirth? Thinking of this, Qin Feng only felt that it was a bit too buggy. You know, the SSS profession is the highest level. In the previous life, Qin Feng had good luck. He passed the trial of the gods and obtained an S-level Fire Spirit Warlock career transfer scroll. In this life, how easy is it to get an SSS level transfer scroll? Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly took out the transfer scroll. SSS level Hidden Mage career optional scroll, only. Level. Effect: after use, you can choose an SSS level Hidden Mage profession to transfer. Restrictions: can only be used after level 10. Introduction: the legendary scroll seems to have the breath of the god of creation. Seeing the random talent scroll in front of him, Qin Feng felt that he was making a lot of money. Although it can only be used at level 10, it is also very good to keep it temporarily. After level 10, you can directly use the transfer scroll to transfer jobs in seconds, which is invincible. At this time, when Qin Feng thought of this, the six-winged holy angel standing in front of Qin Feng slowly said, "If the career choice is successful, do you start to draw talent?" Draw, Qin Feng said without hesitation. When the voice fell to the ground, a huge golden roulette instantly appeared in front of Qin Feng. In the next moment, several golden talents suddenly appeared on the golden roulette. Low-level spell affinity, level D. Intermediate spell mastery, level C. Low-level diplomacy, level D. Advanced movement speed. Increase, grade B. At this time, as Qin Feng swept through these talents, this huge wheel began to spin slowly. At the moment it turned, golden runes flowed on it, looking radiant and extremely dazzling. And then, just a few seconds later, the golden roulette stopped. The pointer on the roulette also stopped on a talent option. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player, you have obtained the talent low-level spell casting speed. Amplification, D grade, effect, casting speed is permanently increased by 5%, Ding dong! You triggered the 10,000 times reward effect, and you successfully obtained the SSS level rare and unique talent instant cast, unique, effect. When the spell skill is released, the skill CD defaults to 0 and the casting time defaults to 0. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng was stunned. This is invincible, okay? What is the most important thing for a mage? Of course it is the casting speed. If the CD of all spells of a mage is 0, then as long as he has enough mana, he is equivalent to a mobile fort, and one person is equivalent to a legion. In the later stage of the game, even if you have obtained the godhead and become a god, there is a certain cooldown time for casting, which is basically impossible to be 0. And now after Qin Feng has obtained this only SSS level talent, he is basically invincible. Not only that, but after Qin Feng learned the forbidden spell in the late game, it was truly terrifying. Forbidden curse in seconds, who can stand it? Chapter 3. The talent has been drawn successfully, do you enter the game? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng calmed down his excitement and directly chose to be born. Just after Qin Feng chose to be born, the six-winged holy angel in front of him waved slowly, and a white light instantly wrapped Qin Feng and disappeared. A white light flashed, and Qin Feng smoothly appeared in the novice village. At this moment, the novice village is already full of people. I'm so hate the hell is going on? I was just working, so why did I suddenly enter this game? Stop talking, I'm dumbfounded. Is this the legendary alien invasion? We all crossed into the game world together. It's very possible. By the way, why can't I find the offline function? You can go offline. As long as you say offline, you can enter the countdown state. I tried it just now, and you can return to the real world. Stop talking, let's explore the world first, maybe we can know why we came here. Seeing these players' comments, Qin Feng shook his head. The next moment, he directly clicked on his personal panel. Shura? Level 1. HP, 100/100. Mana, 50/50. Physical/magic attack power, 10 to 12. Defense 9. Strength 4. Intelligence, 9. Physique 5. Agility, 5. Lucky value 0. Critical strike rate, 5%, Mage's initial critical strike value. Potential point 0. Talent, instant casting, only. Skills, exploration, basic skills. Inventory, novice gift pack, black iron. Seeing his initial attributes, Qin Feng felt it was okay. The intelligence was 9 points, which was close to the full value of 10 points, which was pretty good. After reading his initial attributes, Qin Feng looked directly at the novice spree in his inventory. Generally speaking, every player who enters the game will be given a black iron level novice gift package. In the spree, there will usually be a book of occupational initial skills, plus a black iron level weapon and equipment and a silver coin. It's just Qin Feng now has a 10,000-fold reward system. After opening this big gift package, I don't know what I can get. Thinking of this, he directly clicked to open the spree. In the next moment, golden rays of light flashed in an instant. Ding dong, you opened the rookie gift pack, black iron, and triggered the 10,000 times reward effect. You successfully obtained the Thunderfall skill book, rare, and Rowling's staff, legend, gold coins *100. After a series of system prompts sounded, Qin Feng suddenly laughed. This was a legendary level equipment just after the server was opened, which was simply a dream start. You know, in the continent of the gods, legendary equipment is extremely rare. The level of equipment is divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, legend, epic, and artifact. Being able to obtain a legendary item directly makes Qin Feng invincible in the early stage. The Thunderfall skill book is also extremely rare. In the previous life, this skill book is usually only dropped on the level 30 legendary boss monster. It is one of the more powerful group attack skills. The ability to acquire this skill in the early stage of the game is simply an invincible takeoff. In addition to this equipment and skill book, the 100 gold coins are not bad. You know, 100 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins can be exchanged for a gold coin. In the early stage of the game, a gold coin can be called a local tyrant, such as Qin Feng holding 100 gold coins at the beginning of the game. It is like a giant rich and powerful. Chapter 4. Rowling's Staff, Legend. Level 1. Rank, Legend. Attack Power, 172 to 210. Equipment Additional Attributes. 1 Intelligence plus 20. 2 Release Spell Speed plus 10%. 3 When attacking, there is a 5% chance to recover 5% of magic power. Durability, 100/100. Introduction, the staff of the Grand Magister Rowling when he was young. After reading the equipment's attributes, Qin Feng did not hesitate and put on the equipment directly. After wearing this equipment, Qin Feng's damage directly increased by more than 200 points. The average player's current base damage is only 10 points, and Qin Feng has basically taken off with the addition of 200 points of base damage from Rowling's staff. But this is not enough. At this moment, he directly took out his skill book of Thunderfall and instantly clicked to learn. In an instant, the skill book in front of him instantly turned into a golden light and fell on Qin Feng. Hint: you have learned the skill LV1 Thunderfall. Seeing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly clicked on the skill panel and looked at it. LV1 Thunderfall? Level 1. Effect: after the skill is released, a lightning formation can be formed within a designated 5x5 range. All enemies in the formation will suffer 50% basic damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooling time, 60 seconds, talent reduction is 0. Mana consumption, 10 points. Proficiency, 0/100. Introduction, a must-have skill for Thunder Masters. When attacking dark monsters, there will be additional damage bonuses. Seeing this thunder falling technique, Qin Feng suddenly smiled. This skill is simply a monster spawning magical skill. Once released, 150% of the full value of the basic damage can directly make Qin Feng a few level second monsters. At this moment, when he thought of this, he turned off the skill introduction panel and quickly ran towards the distant grocery store. After a minute, Qin Feng went to the grocery store smoothly. Later, he quickly bought a set of 999 gold level MP recovery potions. Reminder: you spent 9.99 gold coins to buy 999 MP recovery potions. Reminder: purchased items do not trigger the 10,000 times bonus effect. After buying the medicine, Qin Feng walked directly into the village. He remembered that there seemed to be a hidden mission in Novice Village. And the reward for that hidden mission is a God-level Mage skill book Flash. The Flash skill is an extremely critical skill for Mage players, and generally speaking, if you want to acquire this skill, you can only learn from the professional instructor after the 3rd level of the 30th professional level. Qin Feng obviously didn't want to wait that long. So this task is Qin Feng's goal. Thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly came to a thatched hut in the village. At this time, a man was wearing armor and complained, "These dead skeletons of the dog days, I will kill you all one day." Hearing the man's voice, Qin Feng walked over quickly and asked the man, "This warrior, may I ask, is there anything I can help?" When the man in armor heard what Qin Feng said, he frowned and waved his hand and said, "You little furry boy, how can you help? Go and play." When the voice fell to the ground, Qin Feng raised his hand and threw a thunder falling technique to the side. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying thunders instantly fell on the ground, scorching a piece of ground not far away. When the man in armor saw this scene, he immediately drew his sword and stared at Qin Feng. "Your Excellency, what does this mean?" "I just want to do you a favor." Qin Feng said with a smile, "This spell should be enough to prove my strength." Hearing this, the man stared at Qin Feng for a moment in thought. Then, he sighed and said, "I do need someone to help me with one thing. If your Excellency can do it for me, then I am willing to give you this skill book." After speaking, he directly placed a golden skill book on the table in front of him. At this time, a system prompt sounded suddenly. "Ding dong, do you accept the mission from LV10 Novice Village Guard Chief? Hint: this mission is extremely risky, please pay attention to players." After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng chose to take it without hesitation. After Qin Feng took it, the head of the guard in front of him said directly to Qin Feng, "We found a small gold mine not far from the village, but shortly after we discovered the gold mine, a group of undead occupied the gold mine, and turned a dozen of our miners and soldiers into undead. If your Excellency can clean up the undead lingering in the gold mine outside the village, I will be very grateful to you." Hearing the words of the chief security officer, Qin Feng nodded and said, "Leave this to me. Your Excellency, please be careful, among that group of undead it seems that there is a necromancer commander." The guard commanded Qin Feng again. Qin Feng nodded, and soon left the captain's house. After leaving the house of the chief guard, Qin Feng directly clicked on the task panel and looked at it. Cleaning and suppressing the undead cave? Task level, A level. Quest content: there is a gold mine in Novice Village, 118, 251, but this gold mine has been occupied by the undead. Players are requested to eliminate all the undead in this place as soon as possible. Mission rewards: 1 Flash skill book, 2 100 gold coins, 3 40% of gold mine dividends. Mission limit: none. Task reminder: please be careful of the necromancer hidden in it. Author's words Readers with flowers and evaluation votes are very large. If you like the book, you can vote for it. In addition, develop a plus and change rule. 2,000 flowers plus 1 more. 2,000 flowers plus 1 more. 2,000 flowers plus 1 more. 300 evaluation votes plus 1 more. 300 evaluation votes plus 1 more. 300 evaluation votes plus 1 more. If someone gives a reward, add 1 more. If someone gives a reward, add 1 more. If someone gives a reward, add 1 more. Chapter 5. Afterwards he quickly closed the task panel and opened the map. First, mark the coordinates of the undead cave. After doing this, Qin Feng quickly ran out of the village. After a while, Qin Feng's figure appeared at the entrance of Xinqiao village. At this time, there are a large number of players outside the village slaughtering pheasants frantically. These pheasants are the lowest level black iron monsters, and can only get a small amount of experience after killing them. Even if you are lucky, you can only get 1 copper coin and some black iron tools. Qin Feng's damage output now basically eliminates the need to kill monsters here. Thinking of this, he directly lifted his staff and quickly passed through the crowd and ran towards the distant jungle. After walking all the way for a few minutes, there were no players around Qin Feng. And when it entered a jungle, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding dong, you have entered dark forest, please be careful of players. Hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng picked up the staff and continued to walk forward. But before he had walked far, a black shadow rushed out from the side quickly. In an instant, Qin Feng directly raised his hand and released a thunder falling technique in front of him. Boom! -251. A crimson number floated from the black figure, and in an instant, a scorched corpse fell in front of Qin Feng. Ding dong, you killed LV5 Coyote and gained 100, plus 40 leapfrog kill experience bonus, points. Ding dong, you killed the monsters and triggered the 10,000 times reward, and you got 1,400,000 experience bonus points. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is LV2. You have gained 5 free attribute points and plus 1 potential point. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is LV3. You have gained 5 free attribute points and plus 1 potential point. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is LV4. You have gained 5 free attribute points and plus 1 potential point. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is LV6. You have 5 free attribute points and plus 1 potential point. After killing a 5th level coyotes, Qin Feng's level directly increased to 6. It can be said this wave of upgrades is just like flying on a plane, which is ridiculously fast. At this time, Qin Feng did not hesitate, and directly added all the free attribute points he obtained to his intelligence. As a mage, intelligence attribute is the attribute with the highest profit. So Qin Feng naturally chooses to be full of intelligence. After Qin Feng finished adding points, his basic attack power increased by 60 points again, reaching a peak basic magic damage of 300 plus. After doing this, Qin Feng did not use his potential points to increase his skill intensity. Potential points are extremely precious in the game. Generally speaking, the potential point can strengthen any skill and improve the skill level. But in addition to gaining potential points by leveling up, you must complete some high-level tasks to gain potential points. If the potential points are used indiscriminately in the early stage, after the later stage of the game, you will find that some powerful forbidden spells do not have enough potential points to strengthen. At that time, it was embarrassing. Therefore, Qin Feng plans to collect a wave of potential points first, and then use the potential points to strengthen after learning some key core skills. Thinking of this, he directly looked at the coyote corpse in front of him. After killing the monster, it is natural to touch the corpse. At this time, Qin Feng walked directly to the corpse and quickly reached out and picked up all the items exploded by the wolf. Ding dong, you picked up silver coin *1, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins can only be said to be pretty good. Thinking of this, Qin Feng continued to pick up the staff and walked towards the inside of the jungle. And soon, he met a group of coyotes. At this time, one after another coyotes walked out of the dense forest around Qin Feng and surrounded Qin Feng in the center. After the pack of wild wolves surrounded Qin Feng, a huge wild wolf walked out of the pack. Seeing this wild wolf, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. If he guessed correctly, he has encountered a wild boss. Thinking of this, he directly cast an exploration technique at the huge wild wolf in front of him. After Qin Feng used the probe, the attribute panel of the wolf boss suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Demonized Wild Wolf King, Field Boss. Level, 7. Class, Gold. HP, 10,000/10,000. Attack Power, 241 to 301. Defense, 100. Skills, Sprint-Rough Skin and Thick Flesh Wind Blade Technique. Introduction. The Wild Wolf King, who is infected by the aura of darkness, possesses extremely powerful strength. After seeing the attributes of this Wild Wolf King, Qin Feng suddenly smiled. The gold-level wild boss can also be regarded as an overlord-level existence in the novice village. Generally speaking, if you want to kill this kind of boss, you must wait for most players to reach level 7 or 8, and there are several powerful tanks in the front row, before they have a chance to kill this monster. But for Qin Feng, it is obviously not a problem. Just when he thought of this, the demonized Wild Wolf King in the distance directly roared, and the coyotes under his command quickly rushed towards Qin Feng. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng directly raised his staff, and instantly lost 3 shots of thunder falling, covering all these coyote wolves in the range of the spell release. Boom! 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 -314. -332. -323. Chapter 6. In almost an instant, the few wild wolves in front of him were immediately killed in seconds. Ding dong, you killed LV5 coyote and gained 100 experience points. Ding dong, you killed the monsters, triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 1 million points of experience bonus. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is LV7. You have gained 5 free attribute points and +1 potential point. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is LV10. You have gained 5 free attribute points and +1 potential point. Hint, your level has reached the upper limit, please change your job as soon as possible. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng looked directly at the demonized Wolf King not far away. At this time, the demonized Wild Wolf King saw that his subordinates had been slain, and only felt that a burst of anger emerged from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, he roared and swung a claw directly at the Qin Feng void. After he swung a claw, a huge wind blade struck Qin Feng directly. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng moved slightly to the side, and instantly chopped off the opponent's wind blade technique. Miss. After a miss symbol floated above his head to avoid damage, Qin Feng directly lifted the staff in his hand. In an instant, the 10 thunder falling techniques were instantly released by Qin Feng. At this time, the demonized Wild Wolf King, who was at the center of the thunder falling technique, was instantly struck by 10 falling lightnings. Boom! 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 -372. -351. -363. A series of damage numbers floated from the head of the demonized Wild Wolf King. In just a short moment, the blood volume of this demonized Wild Wolf King dropped sharply by 1/3. At this time, Qin Feng directly started taking drugs while backing away. Hint, you used MP recovery potion to recover 100 MP per second for 10 seconds. Just after Qin Feng heard this system prompt, the demonized Wolf King rushed towards Qin Feng directly. In just a moment, he rushed to Qin Feng within 10 steps. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng instantly threw 10 thunder falling spells directly in front of him, and then, at the moment of his death, he turned to one side to hide. Miss. The sign of avoiding injury floated above Qin Feng's head. After that, the 10 thunder falling techniques instantly slammed on the head of the demonized wild wolf king, instantly burning its fur in black. And its blood volume, also quickly and sharply reduced by 1/3 under these 10 thunderstorms. At this time, Qin Feng saw that the demonized wild wolf king's blood volume was only the last point, and directly began to throw thunder spells at the wild wolf king in front of him. After thundering the surrounding area, the demonized wild wolf king in front of him saw that the situation was not right, and he roared and wanted to escape. But at this time, almost all its surroundings were covered by thunder falling techniques, and there was no way to go back. Next, one after another thunder fell, and its final blood volume also directly bottomed out. But after his blood volume bottomed out, he saw an unwilling roar, and instantly fell to the ground, splashing dust on the ground. After killing the demonized wild wolf king, a group of golden light groups suddenly burst out of the demonized wild wolf king's body. At the same time, the world announcements immediately resounded throughout the continent of the gods. World announcement: Player Sura successfully killed demonized wild wolf king, field boss, as the first player to kill a gold level boss, a special reward of +1 for potential points. World announcement: Player Sura successfully killed demonized wild wolf king, field boss, as the first player to kill a gold level boss, a special reward of +1 for potential points. World announcement: Player Sura successfully killed demonized wild wolf king, field boss, as the first player to kill a gold level boss, a special reward of +1 for potential points. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and gained 10,000 potential points. After hearing these several world announcements, the players of the entire Gods continent were boiling. At this time, many players started to talk on the world channel. Who is this Shura boss? Is it so awesome? How long has it been since the game started to kill the golden boss? A little invincible. If I were not in a team now, I would basically not even be able to beat the ordinary black iron level monsters. How could this person be so strong that he could actually kill the gold level boss? And it is still a level 7 boss. This game is getting more and more interesting. I think this big Shura guy should have drawn a very good talent, otherwise it is impossible to leapfrog to kill monsters. You upstairs are too young, right? How talented you are to kill monsters with so many levels at this time. Poisonous, right? At this time, when many players were talking about it, Qin Feng didn't care about it. Because he was shocked by the 10,000 potential points that he had been rewarded. You know, the difficulty of obtaining potential points, he has experienced in his previous life. Even when he achieved the position of the gods, he didn't fill up all his skill levels. And now he easily got 10,000 potential points rewards, which is too invincible, right? At this time, Qin Feng opened his personal panel and quickly saw the value of his potential points. Potential point, 10,010. 10,000 potential points are enough for Qin Feng. After thinking of this, Qin Feng directly clicked on his skill panel. Now the first thing he has to do is to strengthen his LV1 Thunder Falling Art to the full level. Chapter 7. At this time, just after Qin Feng clicked on the skill panel, he directly began to use the potential points to strengthen his lightning falling technique. Ding dong, does it consume 1 potential point to strengthen the skill LV1 Thunderfall? Yes. Qin Feng agreed without hesitation. At the next moment, a golden light flashed, and Qin Feng's thunder dropping skill suddenly increased to LV2. Reminder: your skill LV1 Thunderfall level has been increased, and the current level is LV2. The current skill effect is, after the skill is released, a lightning falling formation can be formed within a designated 5x5 range. All enemies in the formation will suffer an attack of 50%, plus 5%, of base damage per second for 3 seconds. 1 level increase, the output increased by 5% per second, and the total increase in output peak value is 15%, which is not bad. At this time, after Qin Feng casually scanned the skill amplification effect, he continued to strengthen his skills. Hint: your skill LV2 Thunderfall level has been improved, and the current level is LV3. Hint: your skill LV3 Thunderfall level has been improved, and the current level is LV4. Reminder: your skill LV9 Thunderfall level has been increased, and the current level is LV10. The current skill effect is, after the skill is released, a lightning formation can be formed within a specified 10x10 range, and all enemies in the formation can be formed will suffer an attack of 50%, plus 100%, base damage per second for 3, plus 7 seconds. Hint: your skill level has been upgraded to the full level, and you cannot continue to improve it. After Qin Feng upgraded the Thunderfall technique to LV10, the Thunderfall technique could no longer be upgraded. At this time, the range of the basic skills of Thunderfall has also increased from the original 5x5 range to 10x10. As for the damage, it has also increased from 50% to 150%. In addition, the skill duration has also been increased from 3 seconds to 10 seconds. At this point, after upgrading the effect of this skill, Qin Feng directly closed the skill panel. Afterwards, he quickly walked to the body of the demonized Wild Wolf King and picked up all the items exploded from it. Ding dong, you picked up demonized wolf armor, gold grade, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward. And you got netherworld robe. Ding dong, you picked up demonized wolf boots, gold level, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got god walking boots. Ding dong, you picked up gold coins *2, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 20,000 gold coins. After hearing these system prompts, Qin Feng suddenly smiled. This time, it was a profit. Killing a gold level boss, Qin Feng revealed 2 epic level equipment. You know, epic level equipment is extremely rare. Generally speaking, if you want to obtain an epic level equipment, unless you ask some top NPC forging master to build it for you, if you want to obtain epic level weapons and equipment, just it has a certain chance to get it through some high level copies. In short, Qin Feng is simply a wave of fat this time. At this time, Qin Feng directly opened inventory and clicked on the attribute panels of the 2 pieces of equipment to see. Incapable robe. Level 7. Rank Epic. Defense 372-410. Equipment additional attributes. 1 Constitution plus 20. 2 Dodge rate plus 10%. 3 When being attacked, an additional 5% of damage taken will be reduced. 4 When being attacked, there is a 1% chance of recovering 3% of the blood. 5 When being attacked, there is a 5% chance of forming a shield, and the shield's HP is 500, cooling down for 1 minute. Durability, 500/500. Introduction, robe containing the power of the void. God walking boots. Level 7. Rank Epic. Defense 152-170. Equipment additional attributes. 1 Constitution plus 5. 2 Agility plus 15. 2 Movement speed plus 10%. 3 When leaving the combat state, the movement speed is extra plus 10%. Durability, 100/100. Introduction, 1 step, 2 steps, my skate shoes. After reading the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, Qin Feng didn't hesitate to wear both pieces of equipment on his body. In just an instant, Qin Feng's defense power increased by nearly 600 points. It can be said that his current defensive power is simply a batch of flesh. Coupled with the physique attribute bonus of the 2 pieces of equipment, Qin Feng's blood volume has also been partially increased, which can be said to be a lot of gain. In addition, a 10% dodge rate bonus, a 5% damage reduction, and a passive effect that has a 1% chance of recovering 3% of blood when being attacked, and an automatically generated shield effect. Adding these things together, Qin Feng only needs brainless stance output. He doesn't even need the ability to move and dodge. In addition, the 20% increase in peak movement speed of the shoe is still critical. Before there was a mount, the increase in movement speed was a great help to hurry, at least it could save Qin Feng a lot of time. At this time, after Qin Feng watched the equipment bonus effects in front of him, he walked directly aside and picked up all the copper coins dropped by other coyote wolves. Ding dong, you picked up silver coins *2, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 200 gold coins. Ding dong, you picked up silver coin *1, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 100 gold coins. Ding dong, you picked up silver coin *1, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 100 gold coins. Chapter 8. At this time, after picking up thousands of gold coins, Qin Feng opened his inventory and took out the SSS rank Hidden Mage Profession optional scroll, only, that he had obtained at the beginning of the game. Now Qin Feng's level has reached level 10. If you want to continue to improve your level, you must use the job transfer scroll in front of you to transfer jobs. At this time, after Qin Feng took out the scroll, he chose to use it directly. But when Qin Feng clicked to use the scroll, a prompt popped up. Reminder: this scroll is not available on the current map. Please pay attention to players. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Qin Feng frowned. The map of Novice Village can't use this job transfer scroll? Is it possible that is there a limit? Thinking of this, Qin Feng shook his head and put his transfer scroll into inventory. It doesn't matter if you can't change your job right now. Anyway, after he finishes the mission of the Undead Cave, he can leave the Novice Village and go to the main city directly. It's not too late to use the job transfer scroll at that time. After thinking of this, Qin Feng directly put the scroll back into inventory. Afterwards, he quickly ran towards the Undead Cave in the distance. Then, Qin Feng slaughtered all the way, and soon arrived at the Cave of the Undead. Shoes Hasha. The boots of the god walk stepped on the withered grass in the jungle, making a sound. At this time, Qin Feng's figure also slowly appeared in front of the cave. Hint: you have discovered Dead Cave, a special reward of 100 reputation points. Ding dong, you have triggered the 10,000 times reward effect and gained 100W reputation. After hearing these two system prompts, Qin Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that discovering a new map area would actually earn 1 million reputation points. You know, reputation value is a very important thing. In the middle and late stages of the game, many missions require reputation points to receive. With a high prestige value, not only does the NPC have a high degree of favorability for you, but it may even trigger some hidden tasks. In short, the reputation value of Qin Feng is definitely not too much. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of this, he shook his head and threw his thoughts aside. Next, Qin Feng picked up the staff and quickly looked towards the Undead Cave. In the Cave of the Undead, at this time, there were faint black figures lingering in it. Seeing those black figures, Qin Feng directly cast a probing technique in the past. In an instant, the monster's attribute panel appeared in front of Qin Feng. Undead Skeleton Archer. Level: 10. Class: Silver. HP: 1500/1500. Attack Power: 199 to 211. Defense 100. Skills: 3 consecutive shots. Accurate shooting, passive. Introduction: they used to be the elite archers of the human empire, but for some reason they were eroded by the power of the undead and became the minions under the hands of the undead. Seeing the panel of the undead skeleton archer in front of him, Qin Feng felt that this undead skeleton cave should be easy to clean. Ordinary silver level monsters are still very easy to kill with only 1500 HP. According to his current damage, basically the damage of a thunder falling spell is fully hit, and this kind of skeleton soldier can easily clean up. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly threw a thunder-dropping technique at the skeleton soldier in front of him. In an instant, several thunder-dropping techniques instantly smashed the skull soldiers in the cave on top of their heads. Qin Feng's thunder-falling technique seemed to have stabbed a hornet's nest. Inside the dark cave, faint blue fireworks rose. Several skeleton archers directly raised their bows and pointed them at Qin Feng. Shoo, hoo. Dense arrows shot towards Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng did not dodge, and continued to throw a few thunder-falling spells. In an instant, those arrows fell on Qin Feng's robes of nothingness one by one, making dull noises. After these arrows hit Qin Feng's head just popped up one miss symbol. Miss. Miss. -1. Miss. Basically no undead skeleton archer can break through Qin Feng's defense. At this time, Qin Feng headed toward the group of undead skeleton archers like this. When Qin Feng walked to the group of undead skeleton archers, the lightning technique in front of him instantly killed the group of undead skeleton archers. At the same time, a series of system prompts sounded in Qin Feng's ear. Hint: you killed undead skeleton archer. Since your level has reached the upper limit and you have not made a career change, you cannot continue to gain experience points for the time being. Please make the change as soon as possible. After hearing several similar system prompts, Qin Feng walked directly to the skeleton of the skeleton archer and picked up all the things that it had exploded. At this time, a series of system prompts bounced out again. Ding dong, you picked up silver coins *2, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 200 gold coins. Ding dong, you picked up silver coin *1, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 100 gold coins. Ding dong, you picked up the dust chest, silver, successfully triggered the 10,000 times reward, and you obtained the forgotten ancient treasure chest. Chapter 9. The Forgotten Ancient Treasure Chest. Qin Feng was a little surprised. You know, this is a real good thing. In previous lives, many players would spend money to acquire this ancient treasure chest. Because of this kind of treasure chest, a variety of precious items can be opened. Reinforcement scrolls, equipment gems, rare skill books, pet eggs, even fashions, and even the best equipment can be opened. Playing this kind of treasure chest is just luck, and no one knows what will be offered. Thinking of this, he directly chose to open the treasure chest. At the next moment, the forgotten treasure chest in front of Qin Feng was opened directly. Ding dong, you opened the forgotten ancient treasure chest and obtained a rare item star emblem, epic. After Qin Feng saw what was opened, he only felt that he was lucky. Items such as badges that contain magic and do not occupy the main equipment slot are extremely difficult to obtain. Especially the badge type equipment above the epic level. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of this, he directly clicked on the equipment attribute panel of the star badge and looked at it. Star badge, epic. Level, 10. Rank, epic. Badge bonus. 1 strength plus 10. 2 intelligence plus 10. 3 constitution plus 10. 4 agility plus 10. 5 After being hit by the control skill, you will get a purification effect, cooling time 10 minutes. Durability, 1000/1000. Introduction, Star Badges, top-notch auxiliary equipment cast by top magic masters using the power of the starry sky. Extremely valuable. At this moment, after Qin Feng saw the effect of this badge, he only felt that he had made a lot of money. The badge and the 4-dimensional attributes each have 10 points, which is a very strong increase in the early game. And the most important thing is which purification effect. As a magician, what I fear most is control skills. To cancel the control effect, you need purification, or a bonus such as rigidity, invincibility, and high resilience. With the purification skills of this badge, Qin Feng is basically not afraid of being accused to death. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately equipped this badge with it. After being equipped with the badge, Qin Feng's attributes have been directly improved by a wave. In addition, Qin Feng also has a purification symbol on the status bar. Once it is controlled, it will trigger the purification effect. At this time, after Qin Feng put on the equipment, he looked directly at the undead cave in front of him. The entrance to the undead cave in front of him has been emptied, leaving only a pile of broken bones. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and directly carried the staff and walked towards the inside of the cave. But just after Qin Feng's figure disappeared in place, many players' figures also appeared here. "This is the cave of the undead," one of the men in armor and holding a long sword asked slowly. "The coordinates of the task prompt are here. It should be right. Let's quickly hunt 10 undead skeletons and go back to hand in the task." Another woman responded casually. Hearing this, the man nodded, and soon said to several players around, "Come with me." At this time, after hearing the man's words, several people followed his steps and walked towards the inside of the cave. But when a few people walked into the cave, they saw the skeletons lying on the ground. "This is what's the situation?" the woman asked, looking at a large pile of scorched corpses on the ground in a daze. "Someone is a step ahead of us." The man looked into the depths of the cave like a torch. At this time, in the depths of the cave, loud noises came from far away. This movement, like thunder, shocked the hearts of several people on this trip. At this time, the man didn't shrink back, but said to everyone, "Let's go in and take a look." "Good." Everyone agreed, and then quickly followed the man's pace. The other end. Qin Feng slaughtered wildly all the way, strolling leisurely in the cave of the undead. Almost every time he encounters a group of undead skeletons, Qin Feng throws several thunder-falling spells. Under the bombardment of the full-level thunder-falling technique, these undead skeleton archers fell apart in an instant, exploding a lot of silver coins waiting for Qin Feng to pick up. And Qin Feng walked toward the depths of the undead cave while picking up things. Only 10 minutes later, Qin Feng came to the deepest part of the cave. At this time, after Qin Feng walked here, he only saw dead bones all over the floor and densely packed undead skeleton soldiers. These undead skeletons include warriors, mages, and archers, which are exactly equivalent to an entire army. But Qin Feng's gaze did not pay attention to these huge army of undead skeletons. Because at this time, a warrior in armor was sitting on a pile of dead bones and fell asleep. Next to him, a huge nightmare was spraying his nose, and in this warrior, Qin Feng vaguely felt the cold breath of death was like blowing on his face. LV-10 Death Knight, heavily wounded. After seeing the monster's name, Qin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes. As the top race in the entire continent of the gods, the undead race is extremely powerful. And their most powerful cutting-edge arms are undoubtedly the Death Knight Legion. But according to Qin Feng's understanding, Death Knights are generally gold-level monsters above level 60, and shouldn't appear in Novice Village at all. Could it be possible that this Death Knight was left in Novice Village because he was hit hard? Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not hesitate to cast an exploration technique in the past. The next moment, the Death Knight's information suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. LV-10 Death Knight, heavily wounded, boss. Level, 10. Class, Gold. HP, 30,000/500000. Attack power, 1231 to 1342. Defense, 500. Skills, Death Stomp. Advanced Swordsmanship. Control the Undead. Death Grip. Introduction: the Death Knight exiled by the Undead Monarch seems to hide a huge secret. Chapter 10. After seeing the Death Knight message in front of him, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Hint: you found an unusual place on the Death Knight that appeared in the Novice Village. Please kill the Death Knight to find the purpose of coming to the Novice Village. Ding dong, you have won the lineup task Kill the Death Knight, S rank. After Qin Feng heard these two system prompts, the Death Knight in front of him slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he raised his head and stared straight at Qin Feng. Where did the ants dare to disturb my sleep? The Death Knight shouted in a dull voice. After the voice fell to the ground, he held the giant sword directly to strangle the reins of the nightmare. Puff chuff. After the nightmare's nose sprayed with icy frost, he quickly stood up and assumed a fighting posture. Although the Death Knight suffered heavy losses, he still turned on his horse like a rush of water, and ordered the undead knights around him, "Come here, kill this invader." Its dull, iron-like sound reverberated in the cave, making waves of echoes. In the next moment, the surrounding undead skeleton legion soldiers rioted one after another, rushing in the direction where Qin Feng was. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng did not attack the undead skeleton in front of him, but directly directed at the Death Knight in the distance and began to throw thunder magic. Although there are many skeleton soldiers in front of them, they can't break the defense at all by fighting Qin Feng. It's up to the sky, and 1 out of 10 skeleton soldiers can deal 1 point of damage. But now, Qin Feng can completely block the pawn, jamming the Death Knight behind the boss, so that he can't rush into Qin Feng's side. In this way, the Death Knight is equivalent to a target, let Qin Feng hit it casually. The most important thing is that after the Death Knight was hit hard, his blood volume dropped from a maximum of 50W to 3W. This is simply giving away heads, okay? The blood volume of 30,000 was finished in 1 minute. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly began to throw 10 lightning strikes at the Death Knight in front of him. After the thunderbolt was thrown out by Qin Feng, countless terrifying thunderbolts fell, and instantly smashed all monsters within the scope of the spell. Boom! 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 -592. -512. -1089, critical strike. A series of terrifying thunders fell one after another, instantly illuminating the entire cave like daylight. At this time, the Death Knight's blood volume began to fall crazily. After seeing this, Qin Feng directly picked up a bottle of gold-grade MP recovery potion and drank it. Hint: you used MP recovery potion to recover 100 MP per second for 10 seconds. After seeing this system prompt, Qin Feng continued to throw thunder magic at the Death Knight in front of him. And the Death Knight, who was constantly bombarded by thunder and lightning, roared, "Damn ants, I will tear you to pieces." With a roar, he strangled the reins and kept using the charge to rush towards Qin Feng's direction. But in front of him, densely packed undead skeletons blocked his direction, and his charge could not squeeze the other undead skeletons away. However, after Qin Feng's Thunderfall technique killed the undead skeleton beside the Death Knight, it was still a lot closer to Qin Feng. But it's useless. Everything it does is just futile in Qin Feng's eyes. At this time, 1 minute after the bombardment of the Thunderfall, the Death Knight's final HP was emptied directly. Hint: you killed Death Knight, boss. Since your level has reached the upper limit and you have not made a career change, you cannot continue to gain experience points for the time being. Please make the player change as soon as possible. Hint: you have completed the task Kill the Death Knight's level, and you have been rewarded with 5 gold coins and 1000 experience points. Ding dong, you have triggered the 10,000 times reward, and you have received 50,000 gold coins. Because the experience has reached the upper limit, you cannot continue to obtain it, you can only get gold coins. After hearing a few of the same system prompts, Qin Feng felt that the harvest was not bad. Killing a Death Knight and picking up 50,000 gold coins for nothing was a breeze. Thinking of this, Qin Feng continued to throw skills to clean up the undead skeletons around. Without the threat of the Death Knight, the surrounding undead skeletons were basically no threat. Qin Feng directly sent them away with a dozen thunder-falling techniques. Several figures slowly appeared behind Qin Feng. These people are the same group of people who appeared in front of the cave before. At this time, when they saw Qin Feng, the silver coins and a lot of equipment all over the floor, they were all stunned. "Oh my god, so many things! How many monsters have you killed? This has exploded too many things, right? Look, there is a player there. Yes, it's Shura. He won the first kill of the gold boss. At this time, the leading man raised his head and stared at Qin Feng, telling him intuitively that Qin Feng in front of him is very strong. Not only in terms of game technology, but also be looking at the things on the ground in front of you, you can see that there was a massacre here. In this massacre, Shura is definitely the real master. Just when he thought of this, Qin Feng in the distance also found this group of people. He didn't rush to pick up things, but looked at the IDs of these people one after another. Luo Shen? Emperor? I am Chongshan Zhao Zilong. I am Zhao Zilong's father. At this time, when Qin Feng saw the ID of the emperor, his intention to kill suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. In the previous life in the Battle of the Gods, it was the emperor in front of him who attacked Qin Feng and caused Qin Feng's fall. At that time, the emperor was already one of the three major gods in China, second only to Qin Feng. If there were no imperial betrayal and sneak attacks, I am afraid that Qin Feng at that time would have already overpowered the crowd and became the most powerful person in the continent of the gods. He originally thought that they wouldn't meet so early, but he didn't expect to actually bump into it a few days before the game. Chapter 11. At this moment, Qin Feng glanced at the levels of these people and found that the levels of these people were all at level 2. In other words, they are not Qin Feng's opponents at all. But Qin Feng would not underestimate the enemy. He knew that the talent of the emperor in front of him was an S-level talent. If it weren't for his tyrannical talent, he wouldn't be able to bring his team here. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly took out a bottle of MP recovery potion from his inventory and drank it. While drinking, Qin Feng picked up things on the ground. But at this moment, the emperor in the distance walked over to Qin Feng directly, and said as he walked, "Your Excellency has exploded so many things, I can use Huaxia coins to buy, I don't know your intention to die." In an instant like lightning and flint, the figure of the emperor appeared in front of Qin Feng across a long distance. When he appeared in front of Qin Feng and stabbed a sword suddenly, Qin Feng just hid sideways. Miss. After being immune to the emperor's attack for an instant, the emperor suddenly showed a surprised expression. He did not expect that this sneak attack would be avoided by Qin Feng. You must know that magicians have extremely obvious weaknesses, that is, they are afraid of controlling skills. In his team, in addition to one of his fighters, there are also several high-explosive assassins. If he can control Qin Feng first, he is obviously bound to die. But he obviously didn't expect that Qin Feng would dodge him with mental arithmetic and unintentional. Thinking of this, he only felt bad for a while. Sure enough, after the emperor's sneak attack failed, Qin Feng directly placed a thunder-dropping technique under his feet. Boom! -612. A falling thunder blasted directly on the emperor's body. In an instant, the emperor was killed directly. And his stunned expression remained on his face forever. Hint: you have been attacked by Emperor Squad. Hint: you killed Emperor in a counterattack, the enemy's level is forced to -1, and 50% of the items and gold coins on your body are exploded. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward, and all the gold coins on the player Emperor will drop 100%. After hearing these system prompts, the emperor in front of Qin Feng suddenly burst out a pile of objects and a lot of copper coins. But these things really looked down upon Qin Feng. At this moment, he directly looked at Luoshan in the distance. It has to be said that Luoshan's appearance is extremely beautiful, and his figure is even more exquisite and slender, which is unforgettable when you see it. Seeing the person in front of him, Qin Feng frowned slightly. Luoshan, this name has been long since Qin Feng. In the early stage of the game, Luoshan dominated the rankings for a long time, but it was a pity in the middle of the game. He suddenly disappeared for some reason. There was no sign after that. After flashing these images in Qin Feng's mind, Qin Feng directly lifted up and looked at Luoshan and others in the distance. At this time, Luoshan said directly to Qin Feng, I have no intentions, I just teamed up with the person just now. But at the moment when her voice fell to the ground, Qin Feng directly raised his hand and thundered. Boom! 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 -592. -562. -552. A thunder-dropping technique directly sent all the remaining people back to the spring water. These people all forced to drop one level, and exploded all the things in the inventory. It can be said that they returned to the pre-liberation overnight. At this time, after solving this group of people, Qin Feng directly began to pick up things. The other end. Novice Village Resurrection Point. I was killed. Luoshan muttered in a daze. At this time, Luoshan couldn't believe it. You know, she said that she had nothing to do with the emperor, but was killed by Qin Feng. Is this person blind? You kill even a beautiful woman like me? At this time, Luoshan only felt resentment in his heart, and he wished to draw a circle to curse Qin Feng for being a bachelor forever. And beside Luoshan, the group of people who had just been resurrected were a little dazed. They were basically sent back to the spring by a thunder before they could react. What shocked them the most was that Qin Feng could kill them at the same time with a single shot. Such a player is just like opening and hanging, a bit abnormal. What is this, Shura? Open it, right? Don't think about it, it's definitely impossible to open the hook. You know that we all came here together. I'm sure that the other party's initial talent is absolutely strong. But this is too awesome, no wonder our previous undead skeletons have been solved, they should basically be killed by him. Hey, it would be fine if the emperor didn't provoke him. It's all right now. I won't talk about it after falling one level, and all the things on his mother's body have exploded. Forget it, if we continue to level up, we can still fight back. At this time, the emperor looked at his empty inventory with a green face, only feeling angry in his heart. Shura? I remember you. After a low whisper, he quickly walked to the side and directly used his iron fist to fight monsters and level up. After seeing this, other people also started leveling with the emperor. As for Luoshan, she thought for a while, and directly withdrew from the team, choosing to run towards the dark jungle. Her talent is extremely high, even without the equipment, it is not a big problem for her. At this time, all she has to do is to swipe it herself, level up quickly, and then take revenge on her. Chapter 12. At this time, Qin Feng picked up all the things that these people broke. At this time, a series of system prompts bounced out again. Ding dong, you picked up copper coin *1, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 100 copper coins. Ding dong, you picked up copper coin *1, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 100 copper coins. Ding dong, you picked up black iron sword, black iron, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you obtained blue rainbow sword, legendary. Ding dong, you picked up broken dagger, black iron, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward. And you obtained silver dagger, legendary. A series of system prompts popped up, and Qin Feng acquired many legendary weapons almost instantaneously. And these weapons, Qin Feng obviously can't use them. But if you don't use it, it doesn't mean you can't sell them for money. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly collected all these weapons into his inventory. Next, Qin Feng began to clean up the battlefield again. Soon, after picking up all the coins and objects dropped by the undead skeletons, he came directly to the dead knight's body. At this time, on the death knight's corpse, there were several golden light groups. Seeing these light groups, Qin Feng directly reached out and picked them up. Ding dong, you have picked up the Advanced Swordsmanship Skill Book, Warrior, and successfully triggered the 10,000 times reward, and you have obtained the Cold Light Skill Book, Warrior. Ding dong, you picked up Nightmare Mount Egg, Gold level, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you obtained Undead Bone Dragon Mount Egg. Ding dong, you picked up Gold Coins 10, and successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got gold coins 10W. Ding dong, you have picked up the secret order of the Lich King, quest item. After picking up all the things, Qin Feng's eyes quickly set on the undead bone dragon mount egg. You know mounts are extremely difficult to obtain. Especially high-end mounts. In previous lives, even ordinary gold level mounts had to sell for hundreds of thousands of gold coins, while epic level mounts could even sell for tens of millions of gold coins. From this we can see how many gold coins Qin Feng picked up in this wave. It's just that mounts can be strong or weak. The skill of the mount is very important, and so is its aptitude. If it is a mount with few skills, you can also rely on the mount skill book to make up for its defects, but if the growth aptitude is too low, it will basically affect the price of the mount. After all, growth qualifications are linked to bonus attributes. This thing can't be done. It's just the only thing that Qin Feng feels is that he has not yet gone to the main city and cannot spend gold coins to open the mount and pet positions. Otherwise, he can immediately use this mount egg to summon his own mount bone dragon. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of this, he directly collected the mount egg into his inventory. Afterwards, he quickly took out the secret order of the Lich King, quest item, and looked at it. Secret order of the Lich King, quest item. The current item is sealed, 10,000/10,000. Tip: gold coins can be consumed to lift this seal. Qin Feng frowned when he saw the secret order in front of him. In his previous life, Qin Feng often came into contact with this type of secret order when he was doing war core missions. Basically, once these sealed secret orders are lifted, a series of tasks will appear. After completing this serial task, you will receive extremely rich rewards. Thinking of this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate, and opened the seal of the secret order with a big wave of 10,000 gold coins. Hint: you have consumed 10,000 gold coins to lift the seal in secret order of the Lich King, quest item. Hint: you got new information. Hint: do you accept the SS level mission Smash the Conspiracy of the Lich King, 2 halves? At this moment, after hearing this series of prompts, Qin Feng took the task directly. Then, he opened the task panel and looked at the task that he had just received. The conspiracy to crush the Lich King, 3/3. Task level, SS. Brief description of the mission: as the supreme leader of the evil undead race, the Lich King has long looked at the various empires of mankind, trying to use the dark undead army to corrode this place, and at this moment, he is gathering a large number of undead warriors, preparing to die the plague spread all over the mainland, bringing death and pain to this land again. Quest content: please go to Stormwind Empire as soon as possible, meet with King Nar of the Empire, and hand over the secret order of the Lich King, quest item, to him. Mission limit: 35 hours, 57 minutes and 23 seconds. Mission success reward: 1 gold coins *100. 2 reputation plus 1000. 3 experience plus 10,000. Mission failure penalty: none. Task reminder: only true brave men are worthy of such a task. After seeing this task, Qin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes. He knows this task, to be precise. After most players enter the main city from the novice village, the undead invasion of the 1.0 version of the game will break out. By then, the various empires of mankind will enter a period of war. Even the tribe, the old enemy of the Human Empire Alliance, is not immune from this undead invasion. The entire continent will be shrouded in plague, death, war, and cruel despair. Qin Feng can't stop all of this, but he can complete the task in front of him first. After all, the reward for this task is still quite rich. P.S. I saw some people say that the problem of experience, that my previous experience of writing up to level 6 is indeed a bit unreasonable, but I pressured it so that I did not write so quickly, but since the readers mentioned it, I followed it as reasonable to write, but the upgrade will be very fast, and the player may not have much sense of existence. Chapter 13. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly turned off the task panel in front of him. Afterwards, I saw him look into the depths of the cave in the distance. At this time, there were still a few undead skeletons hidden in the dark inside the cave that were not killed by Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng knew why his task of cleaning the undead cave had not been completed yet. It seems that if you want to complete the task of cleaning the undead cave, you still have to clean up all the undead skeletons. After flashing this information in his mind, Qin Feng directly raised the staff in his hand, and quickly threw a few thunder-falling spells over. In an instant, the few undead skeletons left in front of him were completely wiped out. After these undead skeletons were destroyed, the system prompts suddenly bounced out. Reminder: congratulations for completing the task clearing the undead caverns. You have won the reward Flash Skill Book, 100 gold coins, and 40% gold mine bonus. Ding dong, you have activated the 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained the reward Teleport Skill Book, 100 gold coins, and 100% gold mine dividends. Tip: you have opened the resource panel, please click on the panel to view it. After hearing the system prompt in front of him, Qin Feng only felt surprised. The Flash Skill Book was originally his goal. But he didn't expect that he could actually get a space magic skill book like teleportation. You know, Flash is a general skill for magicians. Long cooling time and short displacement distance are flashing weaknesses. The space magic skill of teleportation is one of the high-level magic, and its displacement distance and cooling time are much stronger than flashing. Simply put, it is an invincible enhanced version of the Flash. Once matched with Qin Feng's instant casting, the skill CD becomes 0, and other people want to kill Qin Feng? Almost impossible. In addition to this skill book, Qin Feng also received 100 gold coins and 100% gold mine dividends. 100 gold coins are enough for Qin Feng to do a lot of things. For example, go to the main city to buy a few shops, buy all the most prosperous lots in the previous life at a low price in the early stage of the game, and then lease them out to continue to make a profit. As for the 100% dividend of the gold mine, Qin Feng still thinks it is pretty good. At this moment, he directly clicked on the resource panel that had just been opened and looked at it. Generally speaking, if you want to open the resource panel, you must wait until the middle of the game, when the player establishes a legion and territory, and has his own mineral resources. And now Qin Feng owns 100% of the gold mine's dividend rights in advance, which is equivalent to owning the gold mine. So naturally opened the resource panel. At this time, when Qin Feng thought of this, the resource panel slowly appeared in front of him. The player has resources. 1 Novice Village Gold Mine, Level 2. Estimated daily income, 10,000 gold coins. The estimated total reserves are 70 gold coins. Seeing the Zinshaokan gold mine in front of him, Qin Feng felt that it was still very good. Although the gold mine can only receive 10,000 gold coins a day, it can get a total of 70 days, but no matter how small mosquito legs are, it is meat, and Qin Feng will not dislike too many gold coins. At this time, he directly chose to receive today's income. And just after Qin Feng picked it up, several system prompts popped out. Ding dong, you have received Novice Village Gold Mine, Level 2, today's profit, totaling 10,000 gold coins. Hint: you have triggered 10,000 times reward, and you have won 70 gold coins, the upper limit of gold mine resources. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng looked at the Zinshaokan gold mine again and found that the total gold mine reserves had become 0. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't think there was anything. The gold mine, which originally took 70 days to be extracted, was completely extracted in one wave this time, which was pretty good. At this time, Qin Feng opened inventory and found that the gold coins in his inventory were close to 2 million. After thinking about it, he directly clicked on the teleportation skill book he had just obtained. Teleport Skill Book. Level 1. Effect: after use, you can learn the skill Teleport. Limit 1. A career change. 2. Intelligence is more than 100 points. Introduction, one of the space spells, the life-saving skills of the magician profession. Seeing the skill book in front of him, Qin Feng shook his head. It's toxic to use it after a career change. It seems you still have to go to the main city as soon as possible to change your job, otherwise, you won't even be able to learn the skills. Thinking of this, Qin Feng ran straight away. Then, after only 5 minutes, Qin Feng ran back to Xinqiao village from the Cave of the Dead. After Qin Feng returned to Xinqiao village, he went straight to the place where the head of Xinqiao village was. At this time, beside the head of Novice village, many players were already surrounded. "My lord village, just tell me, is there anything I can do for you?" "That's right, the village chief, look at me, this muscle is so good for a thief. If you don't dislike it, give it a task." "The same for me." "Does this old man give him a task?" "You lick him like that." "Of course it will. Just now a player got a quest to kill pigs from this old man, which gave me a lot of experience." "That's it. That mission rewards 3000 experience points." "Don't say anything, village chief, please give me a task." At this time, many players were kneeling and licking the village chief, begging him to give a quest to reward experience points. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng discovered that human beings are indeed the most adaptable existence. Just over an hour after the game arrived, this group of people were integrated into the game and began to upgrade their tasks. Thinking of this, Qin Feng thinks this is also a good thing. The stronger the players in China region, the better. After all, when the national war breaks out in the middle and late stages of the game, it will basically test the players' strength in the region. However, Qin Feng's current strength can completely suppress all players, and there is no need to worry about winning or losing the national war in the later stage. After all, in the later stage, he estimates that one person can suppress an entire region. Thinking of this, Qin Feng shook his head, and then quickly walked towards the village chief. Chapter 14. At this time, the village chief was a little annoyed by the surrounding players, and suddenly shouted in anger, "I said that there is nothing to help, you strangers, go where you should go." Just after he finished speaking, a voice came slowly. "The village chief, I want to go to the main city." Hearing this voice, the village chief yelled a little impatiently, "Which main city are you going to? What level are you only?" After saying this, his eyes suddenly turned to Qin Feng standing in front of him. When he saw Qin Feng's level, the impatient expression on his face suddenly changed, and a sneered smile instantly appeared. "It turns out to be Lord Shura, are you going to the main city?" "Yet." Qin Feng just nodded. His high prestige value made the NPC the village chief dare not slacken his efforts. But at this time, the players around were staring at Qin Feng in a daze. They basically saw Qin Feng. At this time, many people began to commotion. "Oh my god, this person is Shura! Shura? The one who won the first kill of the gold boss. It's really him. He actually is level 10 so fast? Is this level of speed too awesome? Look at the equipment on his body. Is this silver level equipment? Why is it still shining? Silver level equipment? Isn't it? Now we all take the dark iron level equipment, and I looked at the equipment in the forge, and the silver level equipment doesn't shine. Is this fucking gold grade equipment?" At this time, when everyone was talking about it, the village chief quickly said to Qin Feng, "Your Excellency Shura, your level is already 10, and you basically meet the qualifications to go to the main city." After saying this, I waved my hand and instantly took out a golden voucher and handed it to Qin Feng, saying, "This is the voucher for entering the main city, with the teleportation array engraved on it. After use, you can directly teleport you to any one of the 5 major cities." "Yet." Qin Feng nodded, and quickly received the voucher. Hint: you have obtained the Novice Village voucher. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly used the novice village voucher in his hand. In an instant, a panel appeared directly in front of Qin Feng. Storm City, Storm Empire. Iron-Blooded City, Iron-Blooded Empire. Winter City, Winter Empire. Thunder City, Thunder Empire. Silver Moon City, Silver Moon Empire. Qin Feng saw the teleportation options of the 5 main cities in front of him, and immediately fell into contemplation. These 5 major cities represent the forces of the 5 empire camps. Every faction force occupies a position that cannot be ignored in this game continent. Among them, the major empire forces have conquered each other for each other's benefit, and have fought endless battles for thousands of years. In the latter part of the game, it is even more necessary to face a large-scale national war between the empire and the empire. Of course, the natural buff of the country bonus is different depending on the country you choose. Like the imperial buff bonus of the Jagged Empire, it increases the blood volume and physical attack power, which is more suitable for the addition of warrior tank heroes. Silver Moon Empire is more suitable for archers to join. After all, its empire buff bonus is precision and ranged attack damage bonus. The most suitable for Qin Feng is obviously the Stormwind Empire. Because the buff bonus of Stormwind Empire is to increase the strength of magic. Qin Feng is a magician, and naturally needs to increase the intensity of magic. Of course, Qin Feng didn't choose Storm Empire just because of buff and achievement. But he knew that among all empires, the strength of the Storm Empire was the strongest. After the outbreak of a large-scale national war in the middle and late stages of the game, the 5 empires will fall into war. Among them, the Silver Moon Empire will be annihilated, and the Iron Blood Kingdom will gradually decline. The Winter Empire was located in an extremely cold place to resist ghosts from outside the territories. It was completely overwhelmed and could not compete with other empires for territory. As for the Thunder Empire, its king is a faint emperor, who is checked and balanced by the divine power in the middle and late game. The government orders are unreasonable, and it is impossible to conduct many large-scale national wars. Only the Stormwind Empire is the strongest country among them. Because this country's military, humanities, and laws are superior to other countries. Before the rebirth of Qin Feng, the Stormwind Empire was already the strongest empire at that time. As long as the Stormwind Empire was given a little time, it might be possible to unify the territory of the entire AOXUE region and enter other regions. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly chose Stormwind Empire as his main city. Hint: whether to choose Storm City, Storm Empire, as the main city. This operation cannot be modified. Please pay attention to players. Hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly chose to confirm. In an instant, a white light directly wrapped Qin Feng and disappeared in place. Stormwind's main city. A slender figure wearing a robe slowly appeared in the teleportation formation. This person is the Qin Feng who has just been sent from Novice Village. After he appeared here, he only heard familiar system prompts ringing in his ears. Ding dong, dear warrior, welcome to Storm City. Because you have chosen Storm City, the system defaults that you have joined the lineup for Storm Empire. Hint: you have gained Storm Empire level 1 buff bonus effect, magical attack power is extra plus 1%. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward, and you have obtained Storm Empire 100 buff bonus effect, magical attack power is extra plus 100%. World announcement: player Sura joins Storm Empire. As the first player to enter the main city of the game, special rewards, gold coins plus 10, luck plus 1. Ding dong, you have triggered the 10,000 times reward, and you have won 10W gold coins and a lucky value of plus 10,000. Chapter 15. At this time, after hearing these system prompts, Qin Feng looked at the rewards he had received. Storm Empire 100 buff bonus effect, magic attack power extra plus 100%. The full level buff bonus effect of Stormwind Empire. When Qin Feng saw this effect, he only felt that this wave of rewards was something. You know, if you want to increase the Empire's buff level, you must do the task of Empire contribution and use the contribution value to increase the Empire buff level. It takes at least a year and a half to upgrade the buff to the full level. But now, Qin Feng easily raises the buff level to full level, which indirectly saves Qin Feng a lot of effort. And most importantly, the magic attack power is increased by 100%, which is equivalent to Qin Feng's output will cause double damage. In this way, Qin Feng's output can be improved a lot. In addition to the bonus of this buff, the reward of 10W gold coins will not be mentioned. The most important thing is naturally the reward of 10,000 lucky points. Lucky value in the entire continent of the gods is one of the extremely difficult attributes to obtain. Like the charm value, it is a hidden attribute. The level of luck will affect your success rate of enhancement, crit trigger rate, the chance of the best prize in the lottery, and so on. As for the charm value, it will affect the NPC's attitude towards you. Generally speaking, unless you complete some special achievements or difficult tasks, luck and charm will be rewarded. Otherwise, you can only rely on equipment with lucky or charisma bonus to improve these two attributes. It is worth mentioning that before Qin Feng's rebirth, an item or equipment that increased luck by 10 points was almost all fired to the price of tens of millions of gold coins. At this time, Qin Feng's 10,000 points of lucky value for nothing, if converted into gold coins, the value is high. Qin Feng feels that he has really made a lot of blood in this wave. After thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly raised his head and looked at the city in front of him. The main city of Stormwind is extremely magnificent. There are countless NPCs in it, among them are tall knights, shield warriors with riders, magicians with wands, and even some gnomes and dwarves. Seeing this scene before him, Qin Feng quickly remembered that the job transfer scroll in his inventory was useless. Thinking of this, he directly took out the transfer scroll. At the next moment, I saw Qin Feng directly click to use it. Hint. You used SSS Hidden Mage Career Optional Scroll, only, ... As the voice fell, a selection panel slowly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Forbidden Magic Master, SSS level. Void Mage, SSS level. Battle Master, SSS level. Dark Wizard, SSS level. Light Master, SSS level. Seeing the mage class in front of him, Qin Feng quickly looked at the column of Battle Mage. Qin Feng has seen a high-level NPC in his previous life as a battle mage. Its strength is extremely strong. Before becoming a god, you can fight with the gods who have the position of gods, and you can win. What impressed Qin Feng was that the combat mage was extremely capable of close combat. In other words, the weakness of the magician is short, and the fear of being closely controlled by the assassin does not exist in the battle wizard. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt that it would be better to choose a battle mage. Ever since, he directly clicked to select the battle mage. After Qin Feng decided to change his career, a golden light instantly fell on Qin Feng. In an instant, several system prompts sounded. Ding dong, congratulations on your successful transfer to combat mage. Ding dong, congratulations on your acquisition of the professional characteristic skill body of fighting, passive. World announcement, player Shura successfully transferred. As the first player to transfer, special rewards are professional weapon gift box *1, potential points +5. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward, and you have obtained professional weapon gift box, god level, *1, potential points +50,000. At the moment this world announcement sounded, all players were boiling. I'm so the fucking job changed? It's too fast, right? No, I'm only at level 2, and the transfer should be at level 10. In principle, how long will it take for me to change my job? Isn't it a problem? Is there a plugin in this world? Anyway, I don't believe there are plugins. Hey, I just saw a joint statement issued by governments around the world to persuade people to actively enter the game and explore. It seems that there are bonuses for high level. Really? I have a hunch that there is absolutely a secret in this different world in front of me. Don't say anything, let's immerse yourself in leveling, and catch up with Shura's footsteps. At this time, when many players were talking about it, Qin Feng looked at the professional skills he had just acquired. Body of Fighting, Passive. Level Max. Effect, each increase of 1 point of intelligence increases 1 point of strength, physical fitness, and agility. Introduction, the exclusive skills of the Battle Mage are also the strongest skills in the world, not one of them. Seeing this fighting body, Qin Feng was stunned. What the hell is this? Every increase in intelligence can actually increase strength, physique, and agility? What does this mean? This means that if Qin Feng's full intelligence is added, then Qin Feng will be as fleshy as a tank, as fast as an assassin, and a normal attack can even be comparable to a warrior. No wonder the NPC of the previous life of the battle mage profession can harden steel against the gods when they have not obtained the position of the gods. With this kind of horrible all-round development of passive skills, not invincible is simply sorry for parents. Chapter 16. At this time, after reading the passive skills of the battle mage, Qin Feng quickly understood why there were no other professional skills in the first transfer. Having this passive skill is enough, what other skills are needed? After thinking of this, Qin Feng set his sights on other rewards. Professional Weapon Gift Box, God Level. Level 10. Effect, after opening, randomly obtain an artifact level battle mage weapon. Introduction, this is a gift to the strong. Seeing this gift box, Qin Feng chose to open it without hesitation. And the next moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the gift box, and a golden weapon appeared in front of Qin Feng. Ding dong, you have obtained the Oredar Battle Staff, God Rank. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly grabbed the staff in front of him. After that, he quickly clicked on the attribute panel of the staff and looked at it. Oredar Battle Staff, God Level. Level 10. Rank, God Level. Magic Attack Power, 1052 to 1070. Equipment Additional Attributes. 1 Intelligence plus 30. 2 Release Spell Speed by plus 15%. 3 When the skill hits the enemy, an additional 200 points of physical damage will be added. 4 When the skill hits the enemy, there is a 2% chance to restore 10% of its own HP. 5 When the skill hits the enemy, there is a 1% chance that it will increase its intelligence by 75 points, for 10 seconds. Durability, 2000/2000. Introduction, the staff worn by the top mage Erida when he was young, seems to contain extremely powerful magic power. Seeing the Eridar battle staff in front of him, Qin Feng only felt that he had found a treasure in this wave. He directly threw the previous Rowling staff into inventory and equipped this Eridar staff. This staff is actually much stronger than Rowling's staff. 1000 plus basic weapon magic damage directly increased Qin Feng's damage several times. And coupled with the additional 30 points of intelligence and 200 points of additional physical damage, this means that Qin Feng's damage can be increased by about 260 points. The superimposed damage is 1360, 1070 plus 30 plus 260, which is obviously much stronger than the 300 peak damage of Rowling's staff. In addition, when the skill hits the enemy, there is a 2% chance to restore 10% of its own blood. This equipment effect is also very important, because it is a blood-sucking effect often in the game. If you want a long battery life in the wild, you must bring blood-sucking. In the later stages of the game, players generally wear several sets of equipment, and some players will be specially equipped with blood-sucking equipment to support their long battery life. The lifesteal effect of the Eridar battle staff in front of them is still very good, although there is only a 2% chance. But don't forget, Qin Feng now has 10,000 lucky points. the 2% chance will become very high under the bonus of the high lucky value. In addition to this blood-sucking effect, when another skill hits an enemy, there is a 1% chance that it will increase its intelligence by 75 points. Needless to say, once triggered, it will directly increase magic damage by 150 points. This effect is still very strong. After seeing this, Qin Feng directly turned off his equipment panel. At this point, the equipment effects have also been read, and Qin Feng directly took out a skill book from his inventory. Teleport skill book. After seeing this skill book, he didn't hesitate to click to learn directly. The next moment, a golden light instantly poured into Qin Feng's body. Ding dong, you learned the skill LV1 teleport. Hearing this prompt, Qin Feng directly clicked on the skill panel to see the effect of this skill. LV1 teleportation. Level 1. Effect: after use, it can instantly move to any position within a 7x7 range around it. Cooling time: 30 seconds. Mana consumption: 10 points. Introduction: this is an essential skill for escape. At this moment, seeing the teleportation of level 1 in front of him, Qin Feng directly used the potential point to start increasing the level of this skill. Hint: your skill LV1 mobility level has been improved, and the current level is LV2. Hint: your skill LV8 mobility level has been improved, and the current level is LV9. Hint: your skill LV9 mobility level has been improved, and the current level is LV10. After the enhancement, Qin Feng clicked on the teleportation skill panel again and looked at it. LV10 teleportation. Level max. Effect: after use, it can instantly move to any position within a 30x30 range around it. Cooling time: 10 seconds. Mana consumption: 5 points. Introduction: this is an essential skill for escape. The instant movement after strengthening to full level, the range has been expanded by nearly 20 times. This kind of teleportation is really suitable for escape. After thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly turned off the skill panel. Now, Qin Feng has done everything that should be done. And next, his only goal is to go to the Imperial Palace, meet the Imperial King Nar, and do the SS level quest he obtained earlier. At this time, after Qin Feng's goal was clear, he ran directly in the direction of the Imperial Palace. Chapter 17. After just a few minutes, Qin Feng came to the palace. But when Qin Feng walked to the gate of the palace, he was stopped by 2 level 100 guards. "This is the Imperial Palace, please stop this stranger," the guard said directly to Qin Feng. After hearing the words of one of the guards, Qin Feng said directly, "I have something important to hand to His Majesty Nar. It is about the Lich King. Please also inform the 2 of them." After speaking, Qin Feng directly took out a purse and handed it to one of the guards. The next moment, the security guard quickly put away the purse. Feeling the heavy weight in it, the guard suddenly smiled with satisfaction. At this time, Qin Feng also heard a system alert sound. Reminder: Palace Guard Wang Xiaohu's favorability for you has increased to 90%, respect. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng felt that gold coins are indeed omnipotent in the game. Just give it a little, and it can make a strange NPC's favorability soar to 90%, which is a bit invincible. It's a pity that the 10,000 times reward is not triggered, otherwise it would be very strong to soar directly to 100%. At this point, just after Qin Feng arrived at this point, the guard Wang Xiaohu said to Qin Feng with a straight face, "Excuse me, this stranger is waiting here. Let me ask for your instructions first." "Trouble this guard," Qin Feng said with a smile. When the voice fell, the guard walked directly into the palace. Obviously it is to convey to the real guard generals, and then the guard generals decide whether to convey the news to the king of the empire. However, Qin Feng felt that it shouldn't be difficult for him to want to meet Wang. After all, he has paid a full price of 100,000 gold coins, and his own reputation and luck are extremely high. Can he still see the king? That's really hell. At this time, Qin Feng just waited. While waiting, Qin Feng heard a system prompt again. Reminder, Palace Attendant Carl's favorability for you has increased to 70%, friendly. After this system reminder sounded, Qin Feng knew that it must have been a success. Afterwards, he continued to wait for 3 minutes, and a man in a black robe walked out of the palace gate surrounded by guards. At this moment, Qin Feng slowly raised his head, and instantly saw the name on top of it. Palace Attendant Guard Carl? Seeing this name, Qin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes. Because he knew that this person was the most trusted guard of the King of the Stormwind Empire, the future epic Dragon Knight. It's just that Carl doesn't seem to have grown up yet, just serving as a small attendant guard in the palace, and there is still a gap between the future Dragon Knight Carl. At this moment, just as Qin Feng's thoughts flashed through his mind, Carl walked directly in front of Qin Feng and smiled and said, "Your Excellency, Your Majesty, please." Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded and said, "Your Excellency Carl, please lead the way." "Yes." Carl nodded, and soon led Qin Feng towards the palace. At this time, after Qin Feng walked into the palace, he said to Carl, "Your Excellency Carl, I heard that you have the ambition to become a Dragon Knight." After Carl heard Qin Feng's words, he was taken aback. Becoming a Dragon Knight is the dream of all warriors. You know, among the Stormwind Empire, the most powerful is its Stormwind Dragon Knight Legion. This legion does not appear often, but every time it goes out, it will inevitably usher in epic-level victories. One can imagine the tyranny of this Dragon Knight army. Since Carl embarked on the road of warriors, he has thought of becoming a Dragon Knight more than once. But Dragon Knight not only requires excellent qualifications, but also burns money extremely. If there is no one behind it, it may be difficult to become a real Dragon Knight. So he has been sharpening himself, waiting for a chance to become a Dragon Knight. It just made him curious, where did Qin Feng hear the news, and actually knew that he always wanted to be a Dragon Knight? You know, this matter he has never told anyone about it. At this moment, when Carl's thoughts were in his mind, he took a deep breath and said to Qin Feng, "It's too difficult to become a Dragon Knight." Hearing Carl's words, Qin Feng suddenly smiled and said, "If Your Excellency needs it, I am willing to help Your Excellency become a Dragon Knight." "You? Can you help me become a Dragon Knight?" Carl stopped and continued to move forward, looking at Qin Feng with some uncertainty. At this time, Qin Feng's face was calm, but with an unpredictable smile, he seemed extremely confident. For a while, Carl couldn't figure out what the stranger wanted to do. And when Carl was in a state of confusion, Qin Feng continued to speak, "If you have a need, you can find me, of course you don't have to decide so quickly now." As a rebirth, Qin Feng naturally knows what it takes to become a Dragon Knight. The first is level, which must be at full level. Secondly, it is the rank, must be an epic powerhouse, otherwise there is no qualification to control the dragon at all. Then, there are skill books, equipment, etc. required for the Dragon Knight career. These things all need the support of gold coins. After all, without the support of gold coins, it is really too difficult for a warrior to become a Dragon Knight. And Qin Feng now not much, a lot of gold coins. Rather than waiting for the devaluation of gold coins, it is better to invest in the future Stormwind Empire powerhouse. At this time, after Qin Feng said this sentence, Carlton nodded and said, "Thank you Carl here." Yet, Qin Feng nodded and said nothing. At this time, another system prompt sounded. Reminder, Palace Attendant Carl's favorability for you has increased to 90%, respect. Seeing that his favorability has risen to respect, Qin Feng feels this wave is quite stable. But as Carl and Qin Feng continued to move forward, an arrow suddenly struck from one side. "Be careful!" Carl stood in front of Qin Feng abruptly, and then instantly blocked the arrow. Ding! After the arrow fell to the ground, Qin Feng raised his head and looked aside, only to see a woman wearing a sky blue dress holding a bow and arrow standing in the distance staring at the two of them. Chapter 18. At this moment, after seeing the woman, Carl hurriedly shouted to the woman on one knee, "Meet your Royal Highness." Hearing Carl's words, Qin Feng looked at the woman's name. Helena? After seeing this name, a figure of a god suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Helena, the god of war, is one of the highest guardian deities of the Stormwind Empire. In the large-scale national wars of later generations, he led the Stormwind Empire to conquer various countries several times. It can be said that in the battlefield where Helena is seated, there is the figure of the Storm Empire Dragoon. And Helena, because of her high winning rate in the national war, was also named the Goddess of War. In the later battle for the Godhead, Helena relied on the Stormwind Empire Dragoon army to win the Godhead. And because of the high popular belief bonus of the Stormwind Empire, after being promoted to the gods, it jumped into the middle god. So far, Helena has also become one of the patron saints of the Stormwind Empire, and is called the God of War by the world. Of course Qin Feng prefers to call her the Goddess of War. No way, who told Helena to look good and have a good figure? At this time, just after Qin Feng thought of the information about Helena, Helena in the distance slowly walked over. When Helena saw Qin Feng, she suddenly asked with some curiosity, "Who are you?" "My name is Shura, and I am a stranger," Qin Feng said with a smile. The so-called foreign person is a person in another world. In the eyes of this group of native NPCs, players are foreigners. And now, after hearing Qin Feng's words, Helena said directly to Carl on the side, "Return my arrow to me." "Yes, Your Royal Highness." After a promise, Carl directly handed the arrow in his hand to Helena. After Helena took the arrow, she glanced at Qin Feng and said, "Are you a magician?" "Yes," Qin Feng said calmly. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Helena suddenly said, "Since you are a magician, you will be my training partner." "The princess is not allowed. This person has important things to meet with your majesty. Please don't let the princess be embarrassed," Carl said quickly. Helena glanced at Qin Feng after hearing Carl's words and said, "Since there is an important thing to see her father, let's just go ahead and do it." After speaking, Helena took the arrow into the quiver behind her. Then she jumped up and disappeared in front of Qin Feng instantly. Seeing this scene, Carl on the side breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said to Qin Feng, "Your Excellency, please come with me." "Yet." Qin Feng nodded and followed Carl directly towards the palace. Soon, Qin Feng walked through the long palace corridor and soon outside the palace hall. At this time, Qin Feng only saw a man sitting on the throne in the hall discussing with a group of ministers. This time the quarterly military expenditure is it too high? It's not too high. The iron-blooded empire has repeatedly invaded our borders in the past few months. Although the loss of the army is not high, the consumption of food and equipment is huge, so I think this military expenditure is within the normal value. Don't quarrel, I saw this military expenditure, there should be no problem. Besides, the great prophet's sacrifice has already discovered the arrival of foreigners. Do you have any opinions? Foreign people? Are they here again? Every time a foreigner comes, it will inevitably cause the mainland to shake, and disasters will occur frequently. This time, I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Foreign people have immortality. I suggest that your majesty can recruit aliens to serve our Stormwind Empire. At this time, listening to the noisy voice in his ear, Carl on the side hurriedly shouted to the inside of the temple, "Your Majesty, the king, the man has brought it." Hearing Carl's voice, the whole hall suddenly became quiet. At this time, King Nar, who was sitting on the throne, slowly said, "Send that person up." "Yes." Carl agreed, and then said to Qin Feng, "Please, please." "Yet." Qin Feng nodded, and quickly walked into the hall with the staff. At this time, after Qin Feng walked into the hall, everyone looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at the people in the hall, and none of the ranks were below the legendary rank. And most importantly, Qin Feng also saw a lot of top powerhouses in later generations from these people. However, Qin Feng only glanced at it and said to Nar, who was above the throne, "The foreigner Shura, I have seen His Majesty the King." Hearing Qin Feng's nickname, everyone squinted their eyes. At this time, Nar on the throne calmly looked down at Qin Feng and said, "Are you a stranger?" "Exactly," Qin Feng said slowly. Hearing this, Nar pondered for a moment before he asked, "What are you doing here to see me?" "Give something to His Majesty the King," Qin Feng said calmly. "What is it?" "Take it up and take a look," Nar said directly. When Qin Feng heard what he said, he directly took out the token of the Lich King, task item, from his inventory and handed it to the guards aside. After the guard got the item, he looked at it carefully, and then he got it in front of Nar. After Nar received the token, a series of system prompts immediately rang from Qin Feng's ear. "Ding dong, congratulations on completing the task, smash the conspiracy of the Lich King, 3/3. You have obtained the task reward gold coins *100, prestige plus 1000 and experience plus 10,000. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward. Successfully obtained 100W gold coins, 1000W reputation value, and 100 million experience points. Ding dong, you have got the task smash the conspiracy of the Lich King, 2/2. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is LV11. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Ding dong, your level has improved. The current level is LV12. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is LV20. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Reminder, you have now reached the level bottleneck, please complete the second job transfer task before you can continue to level up. Ding dong, you have obtained the exclusive quest for Battle Mage Transfer. Chapter 19. At this moment, Qin Feng directly added all his free attribute points to his intelligence after his level was raised to 20th. And when Qin Feng added points to himself, King Nar of the Stormwind Empire also picked up the token of the Lich King and began to look at it. Seeing that Nar was staring at the token, Qin Feng directly clicked on the 2 missions he had just obtained and looked at it. The conspiracy to crush the Lich King, 3/3. Task level, SS. Brief description of the mission: Nar has learned of the Lich King's conspiracy from the Lich King's secret order. The Lich King is ordering countless undead to spread a new type of undead plague in every corner of the mainland. Became the stronghold of the undead army. Task content: 1. Ask the player to accompany the Legion to investigate the situation outside Storm King, 0/1. 2. Kill 10,000 infected plague skeleton warriors, 0/10,000. 4. Obtain 100 units from the killed skeleton warrior plague source, quest item, 0/100. Mission limit, 167 hours, 59 minutes and 23 seconds. Mission success reward: 1 gold coins plus 10,000. 2 reputation plus 10,000. 3 experience plus 10,000. 4 random item treasure box, epic grade, *1. 5 Nar favorability degree plus 30%. Mission failure penalty, none. Task reminder: only true brave men are worthy of such a task. Exclusive missions for Battle Mage Transfer. Level S. Mission brief introduction: as a battle mage, you must experience tempering to make your career advancement and sublimation. Task content: 1. Kill 10,000 monsters that are greater than their own level, 0/10,000. 2 players are asked to learn 3 high-level magic skills, and the skill level reaches level 10, 2/3. Mission limit, None. Mission Success Reward 110 Potential Points. 2 Unlock the upper limit of level. 3 Occupational Characteristic Skill Rewards. Mission Failure Penalty, none. Task Reminder, do you want to be strong? Go kill the monster boy. At this time, after seeing the 2 tasks, Qin Feng only felt that both tasks were quite simple. The hunting of 10,000 monsters overlaps, and Qin Feng can do it together. In addition, if you learn advanced skills, Qin Feng already has 2, and 1 is still short of it. It would be good if he finds a chance to get a magician skill. Completing these 2 tasks should not delay Qin Feng much time. Just when Qin Feng thought of this, Nar sitting on the throne also finished reading the Lich King's token. After reading the token, his calm face suddenly became serious. At the next moment, I saw him opening his mouth and saying to Qin Feng, "This token is a secret order from the Lich King, which records that the Lich King is spreading plagues across the mainland. To confirm the accuracy of this matter, I also ask Shura Your Excellency accompanied my army to investigate the matter outside the King's city. If you confirm that the secret order is true, I will definitely reward you." Yet, Qin Feng nodded and agreed. Since it was a mission requirement, Qin Feng naturally wanted to follow the flow and follow the troops sent by the Emperor of Stormwind to check it out. At this moment, just after Qin Feng agreed, King Nar said directly to the man in the golden armor, "Bad, this time I will bother you to send an army to accompany this Shura stranger to investigate. Your Majesty, please rest assured, this matter is handed over to you," General Bud slowly said. Hearing this, Nardan nodded and said, "Well, you can take this stranger down." "Yes, Your Majesty." Bud nodded, and quickly walked to Qin Feng and said to Qin Feng, "Please come with me, please." Yet, Qin Feng nodded, and soon followed Bud's pace. Then the 2 left like this. After leaving the palace, Bud directly said to Qin Feng, "It takes a lot of time to dispatch the army. You can go with me to the barracks first." "No, I can go to the village outside the main city to check at this time. When the time comes, the general will follow." Qin Feng calmly refused. "Just kidding, Qin Feng can do this task alone, so why wait for the army? Isn't that a waste of time?" At this time, when he heard Qin Feng's words, Bud frowned and said, "There are dangers outside the main city. Your Excellency should go with my army to explore the villages outside the city." "Don't worry, General, don't worry about me," Qin Feng said with a smile. "Since you insist on that, then I won't persuade you." After Bud finished this sentence, he handed an item to Qin Feng and said, "This is a magic puppet. You can summon a legendary warrior for you. Kill the enemy. The duration is 1 minute. If you are in danger, you can use this puppet symbol." After Qin Feng heard Bud's words, he took the puppet talisman directly, without any intention of being polite with Bud. After receiving the puppet blessing, a system prompt sounded suddenly. "Ding dong, you have obtained magic puppet talisman. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained God magic puppet rune, God level. After hearing these 2 system prompts, Qin Feng suddenly added a God-level magic puppet in his hand. At this time, after Bulletin Lu handed Fu Lu to Qin Feng, he retreated to Qin Feng and left. Qin Feng watched him walk away, and set his eyes on this God-level magic puppet talisman. God magic puppet talisman? Level 1. Level, God level. Effect, after use, you can randomly summon an LV100 God puppet to fight for you. Restrictions, the summoned gods can only exist for 30 seconds, and will automatically disappear after 30 seconds. Introduction, the talisman containing the power of the gods can summon extremely powerful god puppets. Chapter 20. After Qin Feng saw the god puppet talisman in front of him, he only felt that this wave had made a lot of money. How strong is a level 100 god? It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to destroy the world. The existence of a god, even if it is only 30 seconds, can completely dominate the victory or defeat of a national war. It has to be said that the effect of this wave of tens of thousands of times rewards is simply an explosion, and the wave directly gave Qin Feng a king bomb. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly took the god puppet talisman in front of him into inventory. Next, what Qin Feng has to do is to open the mount first and learn a new high-level magician skill. After all, Qin Feng still has an undead bone dragon mount in inventory that is useless. Once this undead bone dragon mount is equipped, Qin Feng will be able to drive much faster. In addition, high-level magician skills are necessary for job transfer, so you still have to get high-level magician skills first. Thinking of this, Qin Feng ran directly towards the Mount Management Department. After 10 minutes, Qin Feng appeared in front of the Mount Management Department. The Mount Management Department is a place that every player will inevitably come to, because if a player wants to open up a mount position, he must come here to pay gold coins to open it. This is why Qin Feng has not used the Undead Bone Dragon Mount Egg before, and he has not yet opened the mount position. Only when the level reaches 20 and the mount position is opened in the Mount Management Department, the player can incubate the mount. Otherwise it won't work at all. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of this, he walked directly into the Mount Management Department. When Qin Feng walked into the Mount Management Department, a maid quickly walked up to Qin Feng and asked, "Excuse me, do you want to open up a mount?" "Yes." Qin Feng nodded and said directly. To open the first mount position requires level to reach 20 and pay 10 gold coins. The maid said with a smile. Hearing what the maid said, Qin Feng directly took out a purse and handed it to the maid and said, "Open a mount position for me." "Good sir." After the maid took the purse, she quickly walked aside and handed a token to Qin Feng. After Qin Feng saw the token, he took it directly. When he got the token, a system prompt sounded suddenly. "Ding dong, you have consumed 10 gold coins and successfully obtained the mount position opening token. ... After hearing this system prompt, the maid in front of her smiled and said to Qin Feng, "The next mount position requires level 30 to open. Please remember to open the second mount position after level 30. "Yet." Qin Feng nodded, and quickly left with the mount position activation token. After Qin Feng walked out of the Mount Management Department, he quickly looked at the token in his hand. Opening the token at the mount position. Level 1. Effect: after use, the player's first mount space can be opened to help the player hatch the mount pet egg. Restriction: can be used at level 20. Introduction: the token made by the Mount Management Department seems to have magical space power on it. At this time, after Qin Feng saw the effect of this token, he immediately clicked to use it. And the next moment, the token in front of him suddenly turned into a golden light, and instantly poured into Qin Feng's body. In an instant, Qin Feng heard several system beeps. Prompt: you have used the mount position opening token to successfully open a mount space position. Ding dong, you have triggered the 10,000 times reward, and you have successfully opened 10 mount space positions. 10 mount space positions are the upper limit of the player. After hearing these two system prompts, Qin Feng only felt that this wave had just taken off. Originally, Qin Feng had just opened a mount position as long as he thought about it. But he didn't expect to trigger a million times reward. This time, 10 mount space positions were directly opened. You know, the position of the player's mount space is also very important. Different mounts correspond to different bonuses. Generally speaking, a player with a full level of 100 may not be able to open 10 mount space positions. Because the farther to the back, the greater the cost of opening the mount space. In Qin Feng's previous life, only 8 mount space positions were opened. As for the 9th mount space position, if Qin Feng wants to continue to open it, it will even need to spend close to 1 billion gold coins to open it, which is like stealing money. Therefore, even if it is a powerhouse at the god level, it may not be able to fill all the mount space in the late game. But this time, Qin Feng relied on tens of thousands of rewards, a wave of takeoff and full capacity. It was like picking up billions of gold coins in vain. At this time, when Qin Feng's thoughts were surging, he quickly clicked on his inventory. After opening inventory, he directly took out the undead bone dragon mount egg and clicked to hatch it instantly. Hint: do you choose to hatch undead bone dragon mount egg immediately? Yes. Qin Feng chose to confirm without hesitation. At the moment Qin Feng chose to hatch, the mount egg in front of him turned into a golden light and entered the mount space. Qin Feng opened his mount directly. Mount space list. 1 Undead Bone Dragon Mount Egg. Status: Incubating. Estimated incubation time: 299 hours, 59 minutes, and 52 seconds. Spatially accelerated incubation, can consume 10 gold coins to accelerate incubation and reduce incubation time by 1 hour. 2 none. 3 none. 10 none. Seeing the time required for the undead bone dragon mount to hatch, Qin Feng was a little impatient. Close to 300 hours of incubation time? This is too slow. Thinking of this, Qin Feng did not hesitate to directly choose the space to accelerate the incubation. Hint: do you consume 10 gold coins to speed up the incubation and reduce the incubation time by 1 hour? Yes. Qin Feng clicked OK without hesitation. And then one after another system prompt sounded. Ding dong, you spent 10 gold coins to accelerate the incubation of space, and successfully reduced the incubation time of undead bone dragon mount egg by 1 hour. Ding dong, you spent 10 gold coins to accelerate the incubation of space, and successfully reduced the incubation time of undead bone dragon mount egg by 1 hour. Ding dong, you spent 10 gold coins to accelerate the incubation of space, and successfully reduced the incubation time of undead bone dragon mount egg by 1 hour. Chapter 21. At this moment, after Qin Feng consumed 3,000 gold coins, Qin Feng successfully cleared the incubation time of the undead bone dragon directly. After the incubation time was cleared, a golden light flashed in the mount space. The huge black pet egg slowly shattered. Within the cracked eggshell, a young bone dragon covered in black and blue slowly crawled out. And on this young bone dragon, at this time, there was a faint blue fireworks, which looked like an exquisite work of art. At this time, after the undead bone dragon hatched successfully, a series of system prompts also sounded. Hint: you successfully hatched the mount undead bone dragon, epic. Ding dong, since the player is the first player to successfully hatch a pet, the player will be specially rewarded mount pet equip treasure box. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained mount pet equipment treasure box, god level. After hearing these system prompts, Qin Feng only felt that the reward was very strong. You know, in all types of equipment, mount equipment and pet equipment are extremely difficult to obtain. Generally speaking, if you want to obtain these two types of equipment, the difficulty of obtaining them is 100 times more difficult than other equipment. And Qin Feng now has obtained a god-level mount pet equipment treasure box for free. Of course, Qin Feng doesn't know what kind of equipment will be released. However, the bonus attributes of god-level mount equipment can't be too bad. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly opened the inventory and took out the mount pet equipment treasure box, god level, that he had just obtained. At this time, after taking out the treasure chest, Qin Feng directly chose to open it. In an instant, a golden light flashed, and the treasure chest in front of him was opened directly. Ding dong, congratulations on your mount equipment Shengyu riding armor, god level. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly clicked on the attributes of Demise armor and looked at it. Shengyu riding armor, god class. Level 1. Defense 1200. Additional equipment effects. 1 mount attack power plus 50%. 2 cooling time of mount skills is minus 20%. 3 resistance to all abnormal states of the mount plus 20. 4 when the mount is attacked, an additional 1000 points of defense will be added. 5. When the mount is attacked, there is a 10% chance of forming a shield to protect the player and the mount. The HP of the shield is 3000 points. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Introduction: with this equipment, your mount will no longer be afraid of being beaten. After seeing the attributes of the mount equipment in front of him, Qin Feng only felt that this equipment was effective. 1,200 points of equipment basic defense, plus an additional 1,000 points of defense, a total of 2,200 points of defense. In addition, there is a 10% chance of forming a shield when attacked to protect the player and mount, and the health of this shield is still 3,000 points. The plus 20 resistance to all abnormal states of the mount reduces the negative effects of various control types. To put it simply, when you receive a controlled skill, it would control you for 10 seconds. Now that you have 20 resistance, you may only be able to control you for 8 seconds. This is the effect of all abnormal state resistance. With these bonuses, the mount's stability will increase by a level. In addition, the mount skill cooling time is -20% and the mount attack power plus 50%, which is equivalent to directly increasing the output of the mount, which is also a very powerful amplification effect. Qin Feng initially estimated that this mount equipment is worth tens of millions of gold coins. Among other things, his increase effect alone is worth the price. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly released the undead bone dragon from the undead space. After being released, the undead bone dragon jumped directly in front of Qin Feng. Although the undead bone dragon was in its infancy at this time, its figure was already extremely large. It looked like a small tank, exuding the unique cold aura of the undead. After seeing this undead bone dragon, Qin Feng didn't put him on the mount equipment first, but clicked on the pet panel and looked at it. Undead bone dragon. Level 1. Rank, Epic. HP, 5000/5000. Magic, 500/500. Physical/magic attack power 210-250. Physical/magic defense, 100. Talent, Advanced Magic Immunity, Dragon Talent, Effect, immune to 90% of magic damage. Skills: Freezing Spit, Rapid Speed, Death Stomp, Frost Halo. Mount bonus: Movement Speed, 700%, Level 1 bonus. Growth Qualification, 87, Full Value 100. Introduction: this is an undead bone dragon cub. Don't underestimate them. If they grow up, they may become your nightmare. The level 1 undead bone dragon has 250 points of attack plus achievement on the player. HMM 250, although this value is a bit awkward, Qin Feng obviously doesn't care. In addition to the 250-point peak attack power bonus, there is also a 100-point defense bonus, which indirectly increases Qin Feng's frankness. The other most core bonus is movement speed. The 700% movement speed bonus directly allowed Qin Feng to get on the plane. And rapid speed skill can also make the undead bone dragon's movement speed evidence to 1000% within 10 minutes. With this bone dragon, Qin Feng can directly save a lot of time required to run graphs, which is simply perfect. Except for the rapid speed skills that increase movement speed, Freezing Breath and Death Stomp are both offensive skills, so there is no need to say more about this. The most critical skill is of course Frost Aura. The effect of the Frost Aura is that if you step into the 5x5 range of the mount, you will be affected by the power of Frost, reducing movement speed and attack speed by 30%. This is simply a powerful halo that restrains assassins and warriors. With 30% reduction in movement speed and attack speed, Qin Feng's life-saving ability is much stronger. Chapter 22. At this time, after reading the attributes of the mount in front of him, Qin Feng directly put on the undead bone dragon with the newly obtained Saint Yu rider. After the undead bone dragon put on the Saint Yu ride armor, its attributes soared a lot, becoming a real flesh tank mount. At this time, Qin Feng jumped directly to the back of the undead bone dragon. Roar! The undead bone dragon roared, and then directly rose into the air. After the undead bone dragon took off, Qin Feng pulled the reins and flew directly towards the magician tower in the city. At this time, many people saw the undead bone dragon controlled by Qin Feng passing through the sky. And the first reaction to seeing the undead bone dragon in these NPCs is that the undead army is coming. But at this time, many people noticed Qin Feng. When they saw Qin Feng, the magician controlling the undead dragon, they were relieved. In this way, Qin Feng drove the undead bone dragon and quickly came to the tower of the magician. After arriving at the mage tower, Qin Feng walked in immediately. After arriving at the magician skill book store, Qin Feng directly opened the store and looked at it. Of course Qin Feng directly blocked the low-level magic skill books, but instead looked at the skill books sold in the high-level magic skill book store. Advanced Magic Skill Book 1 Flame Storm Skill Book. Price, 10W Gold Coins. 2 Summon Fire Element Skill Book. Price, 10W Gold Coins. 3 Ice Decision Skill Book. Price, 10W Gold Coins. 4 Frost Armor Skill Book. Price, 10W Gold Coins. After seeing the few skill books in front of him, Qin Feng only felt that these skill books were too few. But this is also normal. The magician skill book is a very precious material in the continent of the gods. Generally speaking, these sold skill books are basic high-level skill books. If you want to obtain more powerful skill books, you need to obtain them by the players themselves through quests, monsters, or dungeons. After thinking of this, Qin Feng shook his head and bought all the skill books in front of him. Ding dong, you spent 40W gold coins to purchase Firestorm Skill Book, Summon Fire Element Skill Book, Ice Judgment Skill Book, Frost Armor Skill Book. At this point, after Qin Feng purchased the skill book, he directly closed the skill book shop panel. Afterwards, I saw Qin Feng click and use all the 4 skill books. Hint: you have used the Flamestorm skill book and learned the skill LV1 Flamestorm. Hint: you have used the Summon Fire Element skill book and learned the skill LV1 Summon Fire Element. Hint: you have used the Ice Decision skill book and learned the skill LV1 Ice Decision. Hint: you have used the Frost Armor skill book and learned the skill LV1 Frost Armor skill. After hearing these system prompts, Qin Feng directly began to use his potential points to improve his skill level. Hint: your skill LV1 Flamestorm level has been improved, and the current level is LV2. Hint: your skill LV2 Flamestorm level has been improved, and the current level is LV3. Hint: your skill LV3 Flamestorm level has been improved, and the current level is LV4. After a minute, Qin Feng successfully upgraded all skills to full level. After being promoted to the full level, Qin Feng opened the skill panel to see the effect of the full level skill. LV10 Flamestorm. Level 10. Effect: after use, it can summon a firestorm, causing 120% fire damage per second to enemies within a 10x10 range, and causing a burn effect for 10 seconds. Skill cooldown, 180 seconds. Skill consumption, 1000 MP. Introduction: Flame Group Attacking Skills. LV10 Summon Fire Element. Level 10. Effect: after use, it can summon an epic fire element of the same level, and the fire element exists for 180 seconds. Restriction: only one fire element can exist at a time. Skill cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill consumption, 1000 MP. Introduction: summoning skills are extremely powerful. LV10 Ice Judgment. Level 10. Effect: after use, it can summon the Ice Ruling Spear to stab the opponent, causing the opponent to suffer 350% ice damage, and with the freezing effect, reducing the enemy's movement speed by 35%. Skill cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill consumption, 1000 MP. Introduction: everyone who is guilty will suffer a verdict belonging to Frost. LV10 Frost Armor. Level 10. Effect: after use, you can get frost armor to protect yourself. The armor blood volume is 200% of your own blood volume. If the armor is broken, it can reduce the enemy's attack speed and movement speed by 50%, the effect can be superimposed. Skill cooldown, 2 minutes. Skill consumption, 1000 MP. Introduction, everyone who is guilty will suffer a verdict belonging to Frost. After strengthening these skills to the full level, Qin Feng basically has all the attack methods. In addition to the Thunder Falling spell, a Firestorm is added to the group attack spell. Summoning the fire element is equivalent to an extra output. Although it is a pity, there is a limit to the ability of summoning fire elements, that is, only one fire element can exist at a time. If this is not the case, Qin Feng will directly call fire elements crazy and form a fire element army, which is very invincible. Of course, in addition to these attack methods, the single attack skill Ice Judgment is also very powerful. 350% damage, plus the freeze effect reduces the movement speed by 35%, which is perfect for playing boss. Chapter 23. At this moment, after Qin Feng watched the skills that had been strengthened to the full level, he directly turned off his skill panel. After learning the skills, Qin Feng is basically ready. The next step is to do the task and complete the transfer as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Qin Feng walked directly out of the magic tower. After walking out of the magic tower, he waved his hand and instantly summoned the undead bone dragon. Roar! The undead bone dragon roared, and the breath of frost mixed with the undead spread instantly. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng jumped directly and instantly jumped onto the back of the undead bone dragon. After riding the undead bone dragon, Qin Feng opened the map and marked all the villages outside the main city, and then drove the undead bone dragon to fly towards those villages outside the city. A few minutes later, night fell. Darkness enveloped the entire continent of the gods. At this time, Qin Feng rode an undead bone dragon to a village. At this time, in the village, there are several undead skeletons wandering in it. Seeing these undead skeletons, Qin Feng directly cast an exploration technique in the past. Elite Undead Skeleton Warrior, Elite. Level, 20. Class, Gold. HP, 30,000/30,000. Attack Power, 1100 to 1300. Defense, 500. Skills, Advanced Swordsmanship. Immortal Body. Introduction, they are just puppets controlled by the necromancer. Seeing the attributes of the elite undead skeleton warrior in front of him, Qin Feng only felt a little rubbish. Although this kind of monster is an elite monster, but there is no threat to Qin Feng. 30,000 points of blood, just a few ice rulings can solve the matter. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly drove the undead bone dragon down. When Qin Feng landed on the village, he directly let the undead bone dragon fly at a low altitude, and then threw a thunder falling spell directly at one of the bone dragons. At the moment when the thunderfall technique descended, a group of elite undead skeletons directly began to be smashed by the thunder madness. Boom! 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 -2250. -2210. -2292. A series of damage numbers floated above the heads of these elite undead skeletons. In an instant, the hatred of this group of elite undead skeletons was held tightly by Qin Feng. After seeing the hatred, Qin Feng directly waved his staff and instantly summoned an epic giant of fire element. After the fire elemental giant appeared, he began to hammer the undead skeleton in front of him. Boom! 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 -3211. -3411. -3124. After a series of injuries fell, several elite undead skeleton warriors were killed by a living hammer. After the death of these undead skeleton warriors, a series of system prompts suddenly rang from Qin Feng's ears. Ding dong, you successfully killed elite undead skeleton warrior, elite. Since your level has reached the upper limit and you have not made a career change, 100% of the experience value will be allocated to the player's Mount Undead Bone Dragon. Please players change jobs as soon as possible. Ding dong, your Mount Undead Bone Dragon has gained 3000 experience points. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward, and your Mount Undead Bone Dragon has gained 3000 experience points. Ding dong, your Mount Undead Bone Dragon level has increased. The current level is LV2. Ding dong, your Mount Undead Bone Dragon level has increased. The current level is LV3. Ding dong, your Mount Undead Bone Dragon level has increased. The current level is LV20. Reminder, due to your level limitation, your Mount Undead Bone Dragon cannot continue to increase its level. Please complete the professional advancement as soon as possible to improve your own level. After hearing a long series of system prompts, Qin Feng was a little bit strange. At this moment, he directly opened his mount panel and glanced at the attributes of the Undead Bone Dragon. Undead Bone Dragon. Level, 20. Rank, Epic. HP 100000/100000. Magic, 10,000/10,000. Physical/magic attack power, 2210 to 2250. Physical/magic defense, 1000. Talent, Advanced Magic Immunity, Dragon Talent, Effect, immune to 90% of magic damage. Skills: Freezing Spit, Rapid Speed, Death Stomp, Frost Halo. Mount bonus: Movement Speed, 900%, 1 level bonus. Growth Qualification, 87, Full Value 100. Introduction: This is an Undead Bone Dragon cub. Don't underestimate them. If they grow up, they may become your nightmare. After the level was raised to 20, the blood volume was changed from 5000 to 10W. Not only that, but the damage was also increased from 250 to 2250. In addition, the movement speed bonus has also been increased by 200%, which is still very good. This wave of level improvement directly makes Qin Feng's mount take shape instantly, which is simply perfect. At this time, after reading the attributes of his mount, Qin Feng directly turned off the mount attribute panel. Afterwards, I saw Qin Feng driving the Undead Bone Dragon flying low inside the village. Qin Feng threw a wave of thunder falling spells at the elite undead warriors around him. After a few minutes, Qin Feng successfully brought all the undead skeletons in the village together. After gathering this group of elite undead skeleton warriors together, the fire elemental giant who had originally drawn hatred died directly. After the fire elemental giant was killed, Qin Feng waved his hand again and instantly summoned a fire elemental giant again. At the moment when the fire element appeared, he immediately resisted the opponent's damage and began to output against the group of undead fighters. At this time, Qin Feng threw the thunder falling technique while turning on the panel of the epic fire element and looked at it. He must know what the attributes of this fire element are, so that he can use this skill better. Fire Element. Level, 20. Class, Epic. HP, 20W/20W. Attack Power, 3100 to 3300. Defense, 1000. Skills: Fire Magic Immunity, Flame Burning, Fire Elemental Affinity, Flame Spit, Burning Aura. Introduction: They are the overlords of the world of fire elements, possessing the terrifying ability to burn everything. PS, my codeword is relatively slow, but I will still try to update it. In addition, the results of this book are not bad, not an eunuch. Please rest assured to follow up. The author has written several books on online games. I hope this one can be better written, so I write it slowly. Any suggestions can be pointed out in the comment section. You can also leave a message in the comment area if you make a mistake. Chapter 24. Seeing the fire element panel in front of him, Qin Feng only felt that this summoning fire element skill was simply invincible. The attributes of this epic fire element are almost the same as those of other epic bosses at the same level. With this skill, Qin Feng is basically equivalent to picking up an epic level fire elemental boss as a meat tank. As long as he fights monsters, Qin Feng can completely let the flesh tank pull the hatred in the front, and he rides the bone dragon to output at the back. This is simply perfect. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of this, he directly started to lose skills at a group of elite undead skeletons in front of the fire element. Under the damage of the thunder falling technique, countless skeletons and undead were killed directly, and their unyielding souls dissipated under the thunder as black smoke, leaving only a scorched withered bone. While killing the elite undead skeletons, Qin Feng's task progress is constantly pushing horizontally. He glanced at the number of undead monsters required to be killed in the mission. 185/10,000. This speed seems to be a bit slow. Qin Feng murmured, and then continued to drop thunder spells at the group of undead skeleton warriors in front of him. Next, only 2 minutes later, the thunderfall technique killed all the elite undead skeleton warriors in front of them. At this time, a dark shadow suddenly walked out of the village. Humanio, damn it! A hoarse roar sounded in Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng followed the voice and saw only a skeleton man in a black robe staring at him. Beside this skeleton man wearing a black robe, a large amount of undead power is gathering at this time, and under his feet, the black viscous breath of death is spreading, swallowing the surrounding vitality. After seeing this skeleton man appeared, Qin Feng knew that the real boss had appeared. At this moment, he directly lost an exploration technique to the boss. In an instant, the boss attribute panel suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Necromancer, boss. Level, 30. Class, Legendary. HP 100000/100000. Attack power, 3100 to 3300. Defense, 1000. Skills, Summon Undead. Spread Plague. Dark Orb. Death Grip. Frost Armor. Introduction: they are just puppets controlled by the Necromancer. The 30-level Necromancer boss. After Qin Feng saw the attribute panel of the undead boss, he only felt that the boss was a bit interesting. With a blood volume of 100,000 and a basic attack power of 3,000 plus, this kind of boss generally requires players of the same level to be able to fight. But to Qin Feng, this Necromancer boss is nothing at all. At this time, he directly controlled the fire element and rushed towards the Necromancer. Roar! The fire element roared and rushed over, but at this moment, the Necromancer waved his hand directly, and in an instant, 10 elite undead skeleton warriors crawled out of the ground. At the moment when these undead skeleton warriors appeared, they ran directly towards the giant of the fire element and directly began the battle. At this time, Qin Feng saw the fire element holding the hatred of the opponent's elite undead skeleton creeps, and directly raised the staff in his hand, and instantly threw an ice ruling toward the Necromancer. Boom! -5512. The huge ice crystal spear pierced directly, and instantly nailed to the frost armor of the Necromancer. At this time, there were also cracks on the frost armor, and it was obvious that the shield's blood volume had been knocked out a lot. At this time, after being attacked by Qin Feng's ice judgment skill, the Necromancer boss suddenly became furious. Damn ant, I will make you a dead skeleton and suffer pain all day long. With a roar, he waved his staff, and instantly a black magic ball flew directly towards Qin Feng. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng did not hide, and directly let the undead bone dragon resist. At this time, the black magic ball directly hit the body of the undead bone dragon. Boom! 22. Under the strong defense power of the epic undead bone dragon mount, the original peak damage of 3,300 points, hitting the undead bone dragon is just like scratching it. At this time, Qin Feng continued to throw skills towards the Necromancer. The ice verdict fell one after another, and directly pierced the opponent into a sieve. Boom! 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 -5121. -5022. Minus 10,231, double the critical strike. Occasionally, a critical strike directly cuts off the opponent's HP by a large amount in an instant. But just after more than 10 seconds, the blood of the necromancer in front of him was instantly emptied by Qin Feng, and he directly wailed and turned into a pile of dead bones scattered on the ground. After the death of the undead bone dragon, a large number of golden items were exploded directly. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng quickly drove the undead bone dragon down and began to pick up things. Ding dong, you picked up silver coins *2, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 200 gold coins. Ding dong, you picked up gold coins *4, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you got 40,000 gold coins. Ding dong, you have picked up undead treasure box, legend, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you have obtained Lich King's secret box, god level, ... Ding dong, you picked up belt of the Vanquisher, legend, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you obtained streaming belt, god level, ... Ding dong, you have picked up the Debtor's shoulder armor, legend, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you have obtained streaming shoulder armor, god level, ... Ding dong, you have picked up death robe, legend, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you have obtained streaming robe, god level. Ding dong, you picked up plague source, quest item, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and obtained plague source, quest item, *10,000. Chapter 25. At this moment, after Qin Feng had picked up all the things, he discovered that a bunch of artifact suits had burst out in this wave. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly clicked on the streamer set attribute panel he just obtained and looked at it. Streamer belt, God grade. Level, 30. Rank, God level. Defense 1352-1570. Equipment additional attributes. 1 Constitution plus 50. 2 HP plus 3000. 3 Light attribute plus 10. 4 When being attacked, the damage taken is reduced by 10%. Equipment restriction, the intelligence attribute is greater than 150 points before it can be worn. Durability 3000/3000. Introduction, one of the streamer set parts made by the Master Kyle Blacksmith. Streaming shoulder armor, God grade. Level, 30. Rank, God level. Defense 1152-1370. Equipment additional attributes. 1 Constitution plus 50. 2 HP plus 2000. 3 Light attribute plus 15. 4 When being attacked, the damage taken is reduced by 10%. Equipment restriction, the intelligence attribute is greater than 150 points before it can be worn. Durability, 3000/3000. Introduction, one of the streamer set parts made by the Master Kyle Blacksmith. Streaming robe, God level. Level, 30. Rank, God level. Defense 2052-2170. Equipment additional attributes. 1 Constitution plus 100. 2 HP plus 5000. 3 Light attribute plus 30. 4 When being attacked, there is a 1% chance of recovering 3% of the blood. 5 When being attacked, there is a 10% chance of forming a shield, and the shield's HP is 5000, cooling down for 1 minute. Equipment restriction, the intelligence attribute is greater than 150 points before it can be worn. Durability, 3000/3000. Introduction, one of the streamer set parts made by the Master Kyle Blacksmith. 3-piece increase attribute. 1 After wearing the 3-piece streamer set components, the light attribute is extra plus 50 points. 2 An additional 10% of light attribute damage is added. After Qin Feng saw the effect of the streamer suit in front of him, he only felt that this streamer suit was very good. Although Qin Feng hasn't reached level 30, it can still be placed in inventory first. After Qin Feng completes the job transfer task, he will increase his level, and this streamer suit will be available soon. Of course, the most powerful part of this streamer suit is to increase the light attribute, and increase the light attribute for additional damage. Qin Feng's lightning falling technique is actually light attribute and lightning attribute damage. Therefore, the streamer suit has a great increase for Qin Feng. It's just that Qin Feng wants to put on this set of equipment, and has to wait after level 30. Qin Feng didn't care so much either, put these pieces of equipment directly in the inventory, and then looked at the other items he obtained. The secret box of the Lich King, God. Level 1. Rank, God level. Effect, after opening, a mysterious item stored in the Lich King can be obtained. Current status, Seal, 1000/1000. Introduction, the secret box of the Lich King seems to contain very important items. Plague source, quest item. Effect, after use, the player/monster/NPC can be swallowed by the dead plague effect. Introduction, mission items. Quantity, 10,000. The secret box of the Lich King is a very peculiar thing, and Qin Feng has also obtained it in his previous life. As the current top boss of the undead race, the things on the Lich King are naturally extremely precious. Of course, Qin Feng didn't know what to offer. In addition to this secret box, the mission item Plague Source, Qin Feng originally thought that he would have to acquire it slowly, but he did not expect that the 10,000 times reward would make Qin Feng complete the mission objective in an instant. And then, Qin Feng only needs to kill 10,000 undead monsters. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly took out the Lich King's secret box from his inventory. After the secret box appeared, a series of dark undead auras suddenly gathered from all around. Seeing these undead auras that were constantly gathering, Qin Feng directly chose to open the secret box. Reminder, the current state of the secret box is sealed. Do you consume 100W gold coins to release the seal? After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng didn't hesitate to smash 100W gold coins in the past. Just kidding, now Qin Feng doesn't lack gold coins at all, 1 million gold coins, and Qin Feng can earn it back with just one mission, and he doesn't panic at all. At this time, after Qin Feng consumed 1 million gold coins, golden rays of light instantly fell on the Lich King's secret box. In an instant, every black rune was destroyed by the golden light and dissipated into the void. After a minute, the golden light slowly faded, leaving only a plain black secret box. At the same time, a system prompt sounded slowly in Qin Feng's ear. Ding dong, you have consumed 100W gold coins and successfully lifted the seal of the secret box of the Lich King. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly stretched out his hand and opened the secret box in front of him. After the secret box was opened, a golden object slowly floated from the secret box. Ding dong, you opened the Lich King's secret box and obtained Ice Ring, God level. Ice Ring? Level, 30. Defense 552-570. Equipment additional attributes. 1 Ice attribute plus 50. 2 plus 10 Frost resistance. 3 When attacking, Ice attribute damage will be added by 20%. 4 Increase the damage caused by frost spells and effects to a maximum of 200 points. 5 After being hit, there is a 3% chance of inflicting 700 frost damage on the attacker and freezing it for 5 seconds. Equipment restrictions. 1 Wearable only when the intelligence attribute is greater than 250 points. 2 Magic, you need to learn more than 1 high-level ice magic before you can wear it. Durability, 5000/5000. Introduction, this ring was once worn on the finger of the Lich King's lover, but it's a pity with the passage of time, everything is nothing but a human being. Chapter 26. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of the attributes of Ice Ring, he only felt that he had made a lot of money. This equipment of the Ice Ring can be called the best magical outfit for magicians and archers in the previous life. The basic defense bonus of the ring is not high, but the additional effect of the equipment is extremely powerful. Needless to say, Ice attribute plus 50 points. The higher the single bonus of this attribute, the higher the additional damage when using ice attribute skills. In addition, plus 10 points of frost resistance. This is a bit tasteless, and it is almost the same, so there is no need to mention it. And the strongest amplification effect of this equipment is naturally that when attacking, the ice attribute damage is added by an additional 20%. Adding 20% damage can directly increase Qin Feng's damage by 20%, plus another equipment effect, which increases the damage caused by frost spells and effects by up to 200 points. Stack the damage, and the effect of this equipment is very strong. In addition, the last equipment effect is also extremely strong. After being hit, there is a 3% chance of inflicting 700 frost damage on the attacker and freezing it for 5 seconds. The equipment comes with a control effect that can add damage, or it can be superimposed. This equipment can be called the best of the artifacts. It's a pity that Qin Feng feels that this ring can only be used at level 30. Moreover, in the equipment limit, it is required to have an intelligence of 250 points and learn a high-level ice magic skill to be able to wear it. Qin Feng next, in addition to improving his level, looking for some equipment to increase intelligence, he also needs to see if there is a wave of ice-based high-level magic skills that can be learned. After all, there is only one ice-based ice judgment. Attack skills are still not enough. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of this, he quickly put the ring of ice in front of him into the inventory. Afterwards, he quickly walked around and began to clean the battlefield. After harvesting hundreds of thousands of gold coins, Qin Feng directly rode the undead bone dragon and ran towards the second village. Qin Feng has only one thing to do now, and that is to kill 10,000 plague undead skeleton warriors as soon as possible. And then, Qin Feng drove the undead bone dragon and quickly came to the second village. After arriving in this village, a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Hint: you have arrived at Silent Village, where the breath of death is extremely strong, please pay attention to players. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng didn't think there was anything. Silent Village was a leveling location for players in the previous life, but these villages different from other villages. Because in this village, there are a large number of ghosts and undead, as well as evil and terrifying ghouls. Qin Feng came here because the plague-dead skeletons here should be the most among all nearby villages. And the speed of spawning monsters here is much faster than other places. At this time, Qin Feng controlled the undead bone dragon to fly over Silent Village. He lowered his head and looked down at the village in front of him, only to see a large crowd of elite undead skeleton warriors lifting up and staring at him. In addition to this group of undead skeleton warriors, there is also a group of translucent ghosts wandering on the streets of the village, as if searching for something. In addition to these two monsters, Qin Feng can vaguely see many ghouls eating rotting corpses. After Qin Feng glanced around, he directly threw an exploration technique at the two monsters, the ghoul and the ghost. Ghoul, Elite. Level, 20. Class, Gold. HP, 20,000/20,000. Attack power, 920-1061. Defense, 300. Skills, Swallowing Corpses. Crazy Biting. Advanced Fanatics. Introduction: these clumsy, rotten walking corpses were once innocent human beings, but then they became true undead, and they hated all living things extremely, eager to tear their flesh and blood. Ghost, Elite. Level, 20. Class, Gold. HP, 10,000/10,000. Attack power, 1300-1420. Defense, 500. Skills: Immunity to physical attacks, Scream of Death, Grudges. Introduction: the human beings who did not want to die after death became ghosts wandering in the wilderness with fierce resentment. After seeing the attributes of these two monsters, Qin Feng felt that the attributes of these two monsters were not too strong, and they were similar to the undead skeleton warriors. The only thing worth noting is that monsters like ghosts are immune to physical attacks. If warrior players come here, it is estimated that it will be cold in all likelihood. But Qin Feng is a magician and doesn't panic at all. At this moment, he raised his staff directly and instantly used the skill to summon the fire element. The next moment, the fire elemental giant was summoned from the void, roaring and landing on the ground. Boom! -3182. -3092. -3021. At the moment when the fire elemental giant fell, a series of damage numbers suddenly floated above the heads of the group of undead skeleton warriors. But at this moment, the fire elemental giant seemed to have stabbed a hornet's nest, and all the undead skeleton warriors, ghouls, and ghosts in the entire silent village rushed towards this side as if they went crazy. Roar! 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 Rows of roars echoed one after another in the originally silent village. Under the dark night, Qin Feng only saw the corpse of the fire elemental giant and was instantly swallowed by countless ghouls and undead skeletons. At this time, a number of damage figures kept popping up above the fire element giant's head. -441. -121. -323. In just a moment, the HP of the fire elemental giant dropped a lot. Chapter 27. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng threw a few shots of thunder dropping directly below. At the moment when the thunder falling technique fell, countless lanes of thunder fell down suddenly. Boom! 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 -2250. -2210. -4492. After the damage numbers floated, the fire elemental giant in front of him was directly killed in seconds. Reminder: the fire element you summoned has been killed. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly waved his staff, and once again summoned a giant of fire element. After a new fire giant appeared, Qin Feng once again held back the hatred of these monsters. Qin Feng rode the undead bone dragon comfortably in this way, and kept throwing skills downwards, as if hanging up without a brain. Then, as time passed, the first batch of monsters was emptied directly by Qin Feng. At this time, a lot of thick gold coins and many props have been accumulated in front of Qin Feng. After seeing this, Qin Feng directly drove the undead bone dragon down and began to clean the battlefield. Ding dong, you picked up gold coins *483, and successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, you got 483W gold coins. Ding dong, you picked up ghost necklace, gold, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you obtained soul hunter pendant. Ding dong, you picked up ice attribute orb, gold, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you obtained ice attribute amplification orb, god level. Ding dong, you have picked up the frost arrow skill book and successfully triggered the 10,000 times reward, and you have obtained the blizzard skill book. Ding dong, you picked up ghost shoulder armor, gold, successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, and you obtained shadow shoulder armor. After hearing this series of system prompts, Qin Feng quickly clicked on inventory and saw the harvest this time. Needless to say, gold coins were harvested, and nearly 5 million gold coins were obtained in one fell swoop. In addition, he also obtained an epic equipment, a skill book, and an ice attribute enhancement orb. Epic equipment is an assassin's suit, so magicians can't use it, so Qin Feng can only leave him in inventory for a while. The two things, skill books and ice attribute orbs, are quite attractive to Qin Feng. The skill book that burst out this time, you can see that it is a high-level magic skill book of the ice system. Qin Feng just lacked a high-level ice magic skill, this time it was just right. Which perfectly saved Qin Feng a lot of effort. At this time, when Qin Feng thought of this, he directly took out the skill book and clicked on learning. The next moment, the skill book instantly turned into a golden light and poured into Qin Feng's body. Ding dong, you have used the Blizzard skill book and learned the skill LV1 Blizzard. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly used his potential points to strengthen his skills. After a few seconds, Qin Feng successfully enhanced the blizzard skill to full level. After strengthening to the full level, Qin Feng quickly opened the skill panel and checked the skill effects of the full level blizzard. LV10 Blizzard. Level, LV10. Effect. 1. After using the skill, you can summon a blizzard, causing 160% ice damage per second to enemies within a 15x15 range for 10 seconds. 2 enemies within the skill range will suffer freezing for 5 seconds. 3. When an enemy within the skill range is attacked, the movement speed/attack speed will be reduced by 10%. Skill cooldown, 10 minutes. Consumption of magic power, 3000 MP. Introduction, the ice will eventually swallow everything. This skill is still very strong, much higher than Qin Feng's lightning damage. And most importantly, the skills also come with additional control and deceleration effects. The effect of this skill simply crushed all Qin Feng's current skills. At this time, after Qin Feng watched the blizzard skill at the full level, he quickly looked at the ice attribute amplification orb, God level, he had just obtained. Ice attribute amplification orb, God level. Level 1. Rank, God level. Effect, after use, there is a 90% chance of adding 50 ice attributes to the equipment. Restrictions, none. Introduction, this gem seems to contain a lot of supernatural power. At this moment, after seeing the attributes of this orb, Qin Feng directly decided to hit the orb on the ring of ice. The ice ring itself has an additional 50 points of ice attribute, plus the 50 points added by this orb, it soars directly to 100 points. If converted, it can increase the ice attribute damage by an additional 30%. Every 10 points of genus strength increase 3% attribute damage. Coupled with the 20% that comes with the ice ring, it is about 50% when added together. If it is used with a full level blizzard skill, the damage will be output. It can be called an explosion. After thinking of this, Qin Feng directly took out the ring of ice. The next moment, I saw Qin Feng directly put the orb on the ring of ice. In an instant, the orb turned into a golden light directly into the ring of ice. Ding dong! Congratulations on your success in enchanting the orb. Your equipment ice ring has an additional 50 ice attributes. After hearing this system prompt, the monsters around Qin Feng refreshed again. When the group of monsters refreshed, they rushed towards Qin Feng's place. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng directly collected the ring of ice that he had just successfully hit the orb into the inventory. After giving birth, he waved his staff and instantly summoned a fire element in front of him to resist damage. As for Qin Feng, riding an undead bone dragon into the air, he kept throwing skills at the monster group below to deal damage. Then, as time passed, just after Qin Feng cleared the third wave of monsters, a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Reminder, a new wild boss has been born. Please be careful. Chapter 28. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng immediately looked at the pile of corpses below. At this time, among the corpses of countless ghouls and undead skeletons, a huge monster spliced by corpses slowly formed. This monster was extremely ugly, it looked extremely cystic, and besides, it exuded a disgusting stench. After seeing this monster, Qin Feng dropped a probe directly at it. The next moment, the monster's attribute panel suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Abomination, Boss. Level, 20. Class, Legendary. HP 100000/100000. Attack Power, 3120 to 3461. Defense, 1030. Skills, Swallowing Corpses. Crazy Biting. Advanced Frenzy. Disease Clouds. Introduction, a monster composed of many fragmented corpses, one of the backbone units of the undead. After seeing the monster in front of him, Qin Feng quickly raised his staff, and instantly lost a blizzard skill. Boom. 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 Minus 2450. Minus 2410. Minus 2492. Originally, the damage output of Qin Feng's release of Thunderfall was only 2200 plus, but after Qin Feng released the blizzard, it directly increased 200 points of damage per second. The damage increase of this skill is still considerable. At this time, after Qin Feng released the skills, the hatred in front of him was directly frozen. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng knew that the control effect of the blizzard skill was triggered. After the hatred was controlled, Qin Feng continued to lose his blizzard skills. After 5 seconds, the control effect of freeze is cancelled. After the control effect was lifted, a terrifying green poisonous mist was directly exploded from parts of the body that hated the body. These poisonous fog spread at a terrifying speed, swallowing all the surrounding creatures. But besides that, the hatred in front of him is still devouring the corpses under his feet to restore his own blood volume. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng directly raised his staff and lost several blizzard skills. After a series of skills fell, the blood of the abomination boss was consumed crazily. In just a short moment, the opponent's blood was reduced to less than 50%. At this time, after the blood volume of hatred fell to half, he directly lifted the corpse in his hand and threw it towards Qin Feng in the air. Boom! Minus 512. The corpse hit the undead bone dragon and exploded in an instant. At the same time, a burst of green poisonous mist instantly covered Qin Feng and the undead bone dragon. Promotion: you are attacked by disease clouds and lose 512 HP per second for 10 seconds. Please pay attention to players. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng's head suddenly showed a series of damage numbers. Minus 512. Plus 512. Minus 512. Plus 512. Almost every time the blood drops, Qin Feng's wand blood-sucking effect will be triggered, and then all the blood dropped by Qin Feng will be sucked back. At this time, Qin Feng directly ignored the attack of the disease poison mist, and continued to raise his staff to attack the abomination boss in front of him. And the hatred boss continued to pick up the corpse and smash it towards Qin Feng in the air. It's just after just a few hits, the hateful boss was once again controlled by the freezing effect of the blizzard. After Qin Feng saw that the abomination boss was controlled by the freezing effect, he directly began to attack the abomination in front of him with the ice judgment. Boom! 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 Minus 5,512. Minus 5,573. Minus 5,467. A series of terrifying ice spears passed through the body of the abomination, only for a moment, and took away all its last blood. After the blood of the abomination boss was emptied, its corpse suddenly exploded, turning into a horrible poisonous mist and spreading throughout the village. In addition, the objects wrapped in golden light also fell with the abhorrent death. After killing abomination, Qin Feng just wanted to pick up something, and a series of world announcements suddenly sounded. World announcement: the player Sura successfully killed the legendary wild core boss. Since the player is the first to kill the legendary boss, the player is specially rewarded Fashion Treasure Box *1. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward, and you have obtained Fashion Treasure Box, God level, *1. At this time, at the moment this world announcement sounded, all players were in a commotion. So he just started killing legendary boss? This is too invincible, right? I've been using monsters for a day, and it's only level 4 now. As a result, this Shura boss has already started to fight legendary boss. Is it so awesome? This Shura boss is a bit invincible. I really want to hold his thigh. True. What is this fashion gift box that can produce fashion? Is the fashion the same as the equipment? Add attributes but does not occupy the equipment position. Everyone who has played online games knows that fashion is something that local tyrants can only afford to play. Let's forget it and level up with peace of mind. Tianheng Dynasty recruits professional players. Intentional private chat. At this time, when many players were talking about it, Qin Feng walked directly to the abominable corpse and picked up all the items it dropped. At this time, Qin Feng's blood volume was still falling under the influence of the poisonous fog of disease, but Qin Feng didn't panic at all, because the surrounding undead skeletons, ghosts, and ghoul monsters all refreshed again. Qin Feng threw a blizzard directly at the monsters swarming over. In just an instant, Qin Feng's blood volume returned to full in an instant. At this time, Qin Feng picked up all the things he hated falling. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward, and do have 1 gold coins *79W. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward, and you have obtained Bloody Demon Sword, God level. Ding dong, you have triggered the 10,000 times reward, and you have obtained the Poisonous Dagger, God level. P.S. You can leave a message under the comment area if you have a story you want to watch. Chapter 29. At this time, Qin Feng only felt a pity after seeing the harvest. Most of the things that came out were not for my own use, so I had to put them in inventory first, and after Qin Feng returned to the main city, I found a chance to sell them all. Thinking of this, Qin Feng jumped directly onto the back of the undead bone dragon. Afterwards, the undead bone dragon suddenly flapped its wings and rose into the air, instantly out of the attack range of the disease poison mist. After getting out of the attack range of the disease poison mist, Qin Feng clicked on inventory and looked at the fashion treasure chest he had just obtained. Fashion treasure box, God level. Level 1. Effect: after use, you can get a God level rare fashion part. Restriction: after opening, fashion cannot be traded. Introduction: this is a reward for the strong. Turn it on and you will be able to get a beautiful little skirt. At this time, after seeing the treasure chest in front of him, Qin Feng felt that this wave of system rewards was simply invincible. Fashion is one of the hardest things to get in the game. Especially the God level fashion can only be obtained through 3 ways: mysterious merchants, system rewards, and National War Points Mall redemption. Qin Feng now picks up a God level fashion treasure box for nothing, which is still very good. It's just that Qin Feng doesn't know what kind of fashion it will produce. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly clicked to open the treasure chest. At the next moment, golden light flashed, and a dark black gilt robe slowly appeared in front of Qin Feng. A system tone also rang in Qin Feng's ear. Ding dong, you opened the fashion treasure box, God level, and obtained the Void Ice Scarred fashion robe. Ding dong, do you want to extract additional special effects from the costume? In addition to the increase in additional attributes that comes with the fashion, there will be an opportunity to extract the effects of additional attributes. The extra features of the lottery generally determine the value of a fashion. For example, drawing some effects that increase the amount of intelligence, or increase the damage output, or increase the luck value, are very good. After thinking of this, Qin Feng chose to draw without hesitation. The next moment, a golden light flashed, and instantly poured into the robes of the Void Ice Scarred dress. In an instant, the Vanity Ice Scarred fashion gown in front of Qin Feng suddenly emitted a golden light, which was extremely dazzling. At the same time, a system prompt sound appeared along with the golden light. Ding dong, congratulations on your successful extraction of additional features, all skills level +1. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng was a little surprised. All skills level +1 is one of the best effects. You should know that after the player's skill level is upgraded to level 10, generally speaking, it is impossible to continue to advance. Unless you have obtained the position of God, you cannot continue to increase the skill level at all. The level +1 effect of all skills in fashion can break through this bottleneck and let your skills reach LV11 or even higher. Simply put, this is a fashion effect that fully strengthens players. Wearing this fashion, Qin Feng's output can increase by at least 30% or even higher. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of this, he directly clicked on the attribute panel of the fashion and looked at it. Void Ice Scar Fashion Robe. Level 1. Level, God Level. Basic Fashion Bonus Effect. 1 Lucky plus 50. 2 Charm plus 100. 3 The defense power is extra plus 10%. 4 When being attacked, additional damage is reduced by 5%. Costume additional characteristics and effect bonus, all skills level plus 1. Restrictions, magic can only be worn by profession. Introduction, you are the most beautiful cub in this fashion. Seeing the god level fashion bonus attributes in front of him, Qin Feng only thinks this fashion is really awesome. Although the most powerful bonus effect is all skills level plus 1, charisma plus 100 is also very strong. Charm value attributes are difficult to obtain. With 100 charisma attributes, Qin Feng feels he can be a scumbag in the game to hook up a wave of NPC beauties. Of course, in addition to this charisma bonus, the defensive power is an extra plus 10%, and when being attacked, the extra 5% damage is reduced. These two effects are very awesome. After all, these two effects combined, it is equivalent to Qin Feng wearing a meat suit, supplemented by Qin Feng's high physical attributes. It is simply perfect. At this time, Qin Feng passed the fashion directly on after reading the attributes of the fashion in front of him. After Qin Feng put on this fashion, his whole temperament changed instantly. The Vanity Ice Scarred fashion gown exudes a bit of ice blue light, which surrounds Qin Feng like a wandering dragon, making Qin Feng look like an immortal in the sky, exuding a breath of otherworldliness. Chapter 30. After Qin Feng put on this Vanity Ice Scarred fashion gown, he opened his skill panel and looked at it. At this time, almost all of his skills changed from LV10 to LV11. After seeing these LV11 skills, Qin Feng directly clicked on the effect of Blizzard skills to see. LV11 Blizzard. Level LV11. Effect. 1 After using the skill, you can summon a blizzard, causing 170% ice damage per second to enemies within a 15x15 range for 10 seconds. 2 Enemies within the skill range will suffer freezing for 5 seconds. 3 When an enemy within the skill range is attacked, the movement speed/attack speed will be reduced by 15%. Skill cooldown, 7 minutes. Consumption of magic power, 3000 MP. Introduction, the ice will eventually swallow everything. After seeing the effect of the skill in front of him, Qin Feng found that this wave of skill level upgrades directly increased the damage per second of the Blizzard skill from 160% to 170%. Don't underestimate this 10% increase, 10 seconds added together, but it is a 100% damage bonus. What's more, its control effect, reduced attack speed and movement speed have also been increased from 10% to 15%, which is still very strong. It can be said that this wave of skills can be regarded as a wave of comprehensive enhancement. After watching the skill enhancement effect, Qin Feng turned off his skill panel. Afterwards, Qin Feng lowered his head and looked at the monster group gathered in the quiet village. At this time, the monster group was all attracted by Qin Feng and gathered together. After seeing this, Qin Feng threw a blizzard skill directly below. Boom! 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 -2695. -2678. -2639. At this time, Qin Feng kept dropping his skills and began to enter the crazy monster spawning mode. And then, after Qin Feng brushed for a full half an hour, a system prompt sounded slowly. Ding dong, your mission, the conspiracy to smash the Lich King, 2 halves, has been completed. Please return to the main city and find NPC NAR to submit the mission and get rewards. Ding dong, your mission, exclusive mission for Battle Mage Transfer, has been completed. Do you want to submit the mission now? After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly clicked on the task panel. At this time, he found that almost all the tasks on the task panel were completed. And now, the only quest that can be submitted immediately is exclusive quest for Battle Mage Transfer, 2. Another conspiracy to smash the Lich King, 2 halves, is completed, but you still have to return to the main city and find Nar to get the task reward. After thinking of this, Qin Feng directly clicked to submit the transfer task. The next moment, a golden light fell on Qin Feng instantly, and then a series of world announcements rang. World announcement: the player Sura successfully completed the professional second change. Since the player is the first player to perform the second career change, special rewards are plus 100 gold coins and plus 5 luck. World announcement: since the player Shura completed the professional second change, the world level ranking list is specially opened. Reminder: the top 3 players on the ranking list can receive massive rewards from the system every day. Players are requested to continue their efforts. Strive to stay on the list. Ding dong, you have triggered the 10,000 times reward and 1100W of gold coins and plus 50,000 for luck. Hint: you have acquired the class characteristic skill Ice Star Pattern, passive. Hint: you have acquired the class characteristic skill Flame Star Pattern, passive. At this moment, as soon as the world announcement appeared, the players of the entire continent of the gods were commotion again. What is this? Is this Shura upgraded so fast? This completes the second job transfer. My day, he is on the hang up, right? The upgrade is the same as flying by his mother. Big guy, ask for an upgrade strategy. I think Shura must have a very strong talent, otherwise it would not be possible to upgrade so quickly. It's a bit too buggy. I just took a look at this world level ranking list. The most powerful one is Shura Boss. The second one is actually a US called Adam. Adam is only level 7. You can believe it. Boss Shura is invincible. Surpassed the second place by level 13, really awesome. By the way, does anyone know what the rewards of this world level ranking list are? The first prize seems to be a random reward for items above legend level. The second place only has gold level treasure chests. The third place can only get gold coins? Something. At this time, after being forced to receive 1 million gold coins and 50,000 lucky points, Qin Feng quickly looked at the 2 professional skills he had obtained. Ice Star Pattern, passive. Level max. Effect: 1. When using ice magic, a star pattern with the ice attribute will be formed behind the player, increasing the player's ice attribute increase, and additional ice attribute damage. 2. An ice star pattern is condensed, adding 1.0 ice attribute enhancement, and 1% ice attribute additional damage. 3. The player can drive the ice dazzling pattern to attack the enemy, forcibly causing 70% of the ice attribute damage, and inflicting freezing effect on the enemy for 2 seconds. Skill limit: condense up to 100 ice star patterns. Introduction: Star pattern is one of the power sources of the battle mage. Flame star pattern, passive. Level max. Effect: 1. When using fire magic, a star pattern totem with the flame attribute will be formed behind the player, increasing the player's fire attribute increase, and additional fire attribute damage. 2. Condense a star pattern of ice, increase 1 point of flame attribute enhancement, and 1% of fire attribute additional damage. 3. The player can drive the flame dazzling pattern to attack the enemy, forcibly causing 70% of the flame attribute damage, and causing the burn effect on the enemy for 5 seconds. Skill limit: condense up to 100 flame star patterns. Introduction: Star pattern is one of the power sources of the battle mage. At this time, after Qin Feng saw the ice star pattern and the flame star pattern, he suddenly smiled. This is the strength of the battle mage. A wave of job transfers directly allowed Qin Feng to acquire 2 bug level skills. In the case of full flame star pattern and ice star pattern, Qin Feng can directly increase the fire attribute and ice attribute enhancement by 100, in addition also increase 100% of the ice attribute and fire attribute attack additional damage. This wave of improvement directly increased Qin Feng's strength several times. If equipped with some equipment that increases the fire attribute and ice attribute, Qin Feng will take off completely. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly turned off the skill panel in front of him. Later, I saw him quickly look at the world chat channel. In the chat channel, almost everyone talked about Qin Feng and the newly released level rankings. This level ranking, Qin Feng was very impressed by him. Because this is a list that almost all players must fight for. There is only one reason for the competition, that is, the person who occupy the top of the world level rankings can receive an item above the legendary level every day. You know, it is the legendary level and above, not the legendary level. In other words, if luck is good enough, players can draw god level items from the rewards on the rankings. And this list reward can be claimed once a day. If it accumulates over time, there will be more rewards accumulated. In the previous life, this list was for the top powerhouses in all regions of the world to take turns. You get a reward for 1 day, and I get 1 day. But this life is different, because of this position, it can only belong to Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng directly clicked on the world level ranking list and looked at it. World level ranking, reminder, your level is currently ranked first in the world, you can receive rewards directly. 1 Sura, China region. Current level, LV20. 2 Atom, US region. Current level, LV7. 3 Ruerwan warrior, Eastern Kingdom region. Current level, LV7. 4 Luo Shen, China region. Current level, LV6. 5 Emperor, China region. Current level, LV6. After Qin Feng saw that he was ranked first, he quickly clicked to receive the list reward. And the next moment, a prompt popped out. Hint, do you want to receive the first prize in the world leaderboard? Yes. Qin Feng confirmed directly. At the moment Qin Feng confirmed it, a golden light flashed, and a golden book suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Chapter 31. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and obtained Sage Code, God level. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly clicked on the attribute panel of the Code of Sages and looked at it. Sage Code, God level. Level, 20. Rank, God level. Code bonus. 1 Intelligence plus 100. 2 After equipped with this equipment, the skill cooldown time is -10%. 3 After equipped with this equipment, the damage of mage skills will increase by 10%. Durability, 5000/5000. Introduction, the Sage's Code. The Sage's Code, written by the top magic master Rowling, is extremely valuable. It is also an auxiliary magical equipment, and while increasing intelligence, it also increases the damage of mage skills by 10%. This piece of equipment is worth at least tens of millions of gold coins if it increases damage by 10% mage skills. After all, Qin Feng's current skill levels are all LV11. The LV11 skill is shocked by 10% of the damage stack, which is terrible. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly equipped the Sage Code in front of him. Hint, you have successfully equipped Sage Code, God level. After seeing this prompt, Qin Feng only saw a Sage Code slowly floating beside Qin Feng. Around the code, there were vaguely countless golden runes circulating constantly, which looked extremely mysterious. Qin Feng just glanced, and then directly turned off the equipment panel of the Sage's Code. After that, he opened the map and marked the location of the main city before Qin Feng controlled the undead bone dragon to fly towards the main city. After a few minutes, Qin Feng returned to the palace in the main city. After landing in front of the palace, Qin Feng waved the undead bone dragon into the inventory. Then, he quickly walked to the gate of the palace. The guards were still the original 2. After they saw Qin Feng, one of the court guards, Wang Xiaohu, walked forward and said respectfully to Qin Feng, "My lord, why are you here again?" "I'm here to see His Majesty the King," please inform me. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he took out a purse and handed it to the other party. Wang Xiaohu glanced around and found that no one was paying attention, and quickly put the purse into his pocket. Reminder: Palace Guard Wang Xiaohu's favorability for you has increased to 95%, extremely respectful. After hearing this system prompt, Wang Xiaohu in front of Qin Feng suddenly smiled and said to Qin Feng, "My lord, wait a while, and I will notify you." Yet, Qin Feng nodded and asked him to inform. Next, Qin Feng just waited less than a minute before the gate of the palace was opened. At this time, the familiar Carl appeared again. He walked quickly to Qin Feng and said to Qin Feng calmly, "My lord, please come with me." Yet, Qin Feng nodded, and soon followed Carl towards the inside of the palace. At this time, Carl was as puzzled as Wang Xiaohu, why Qin Feng came to the palace again, in a day twice, which is rare. At this time, Qin Feng obviously did not expect this, but followed Carl peacefully along the corridors of the palace. Before he went far, Carl couldn't help but said, "My lord, what you said before, don't you know it still counts?" Qin Feng glanced at Carl, and said calmly as he walked, "Of course it counts, but here is no free dinner, do you understand?" "Of course I understand." Carl nodded, and then said, "If you become a dragon knight, then Carl will let the adults drive you." After several hours of thinking, Carl clearly understood that it is extremely difficult to change his destiny by himself. And Qin Feng, obviously has the ability to transform himself from an ordinary court guard to a powerful dragon knight. So he chose to take a gamble. At this moment, Qin Feng raised his head and glanced at Carl, only to see that the other person's expression was firm and his eyes were torch, apparently determined. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled and said, wait for me outside the palace." "Yes," Carl said quickly. Reminder: Palace attendant Carl's favorability for you has increased to 95%, extremely respected. Qin Feng heard Carl's words and did not say anything, but continued to walk towards the interior of the palace. Speechless all the way, Carl soon took Qin Feng to the outside of the palace hall. After arriving here, Carl said to Qin Feng, "Your Majesty is already waiting for you inside, you can go in directly." Yet, Qin Feng nodded, and soon strode in. After Qin Feng entered the hall, Nar, who was sitting on the throne, directly put down the code in his hand, frowned at Qin Feng and asked, "Why are you back?" "I'm here to hand in the task, and I have completed all the things your Majesty explained," Qin Feng said directly to Nar. After speaking, Qin Feng took out 10,000 bottles of plague source from his inventory and said to Nar, "This is the 10,000 bottles of plague source that your Majesty wants." Hearing Qin Feng's words, Narden's eyes widened. You know, only a few hours have passed since he released the task. At this time, it is estimated that the army he sent has just arrived to explore the village outside the imperial city. But Qin Feng directly brought what he wanted? Thinking of this, Nar said directly to the attendant on the side, "Go, get things up." "Yes." The waiter agreed, and then walked to Qin Feng to take away all the plague sources from Qin Feng's hands, and finally presented it to Emperor Nar. After Nar picked up a bottle of the plague source, a soft light appeared in his hand. Afterwards, I saw that the plague source was instantly swallowed by white light, but after being swallowed by the white light, the plague source in front of me still struggled for 10 seconds, and finally turned into a black breath of death floating in the air. After seeing this, Nar's face suddenly became serious. He directly said to Qin Feng in front of him, "This plague is a new type of plague. It seems that what the Lich King's secret order says is true. Lord Shura, you bring back the Lich King token and help me. The Stormwind Empire acquired the plague source, and your actions prevented a disaster from coming, so you deserve the reward you deserve." After speaking, I saw Nal waved his hand, and several golden rays of light instantly fell in front of Qin Feng. At the same time, a series of system prompts sounded suddenly. Ding dong, congratulations on completing the task smashing the Lich King's conspiracy, 2 halves. You have obtained the task reward: gold coins 10,000, reputation plus 10,000, experience plus 10,000, random item treasure chest 1, NAR favorability plus 30%. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward. Successfully obtained 100 million gold coins, 100 million reputation points, 100 million experience points, random item treasure chest, God level, NAR favorability plus 100%, upper limit. Ding dong, you have got the task smash the conspiracy of the Lich King, 1/1. Ding dong, your level has increased. The current level is LV21. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Ding dong, your level has improved. The current level is LV22. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Ding dong, your level has improved. The current level is LV30. You have gained 5 free attribute points and 1 potential point. Reminder: you have reached the level bottleneck at present. Please complete 3 job transfer tasks before you can continue to level up. Ding dong, you have obtained the exclusive quest for Battle Mage transfer. Chapter 32. This wave of tasks is simply a profit. 100 million gold coins, 100 million reputation points, 100 million experience points and random item treasure box, God level. And most importantly, Emperor Nar's favorability plus 100%. You know, those who can serve as emperors of various empires are all top powerhouses. Although it hasn't come to the Battle of the Gods in version 4.0 of the game, these top powerhouses have not yet obtained the key gods position. But they are extremely strong in the current version, and they are basically all epic powerhouses at the full level. It is generally extremely difficult to obtain the favorability of such NPCs. And it is basically impossible to raise the opponent's favorability to the full level. With tens of thousands of rewards, Qin Feng instantly raised Emperor Nar's favorability to the full level, which can be said to be a magical touch. Of course, Qin Feng wants Nar's favorability not to kneel and lick the opponent, but after having the opponent's full favorability, Qin Feng can do other things more smoothly, and it will be more like a duck in the Storm Empire. At this point, just after Qin Feng read these rewards, he directly added all the free attribute points he gained after his level upgrade to his intelligence. After doing this, Nar, sitting on the throne, said directly to Qin Feng, "The plague is raging on the land of the Stormwind Empire. As the king of the Stormwind Empire, we must not sit and wait for death. From today, I will send the elite Imperial Army began to clean up the undead legions in the Stormwind Empire." After saying this, I saw Nal worryingly saying to Qin Feng, "The power of the undead people hidden in the dark is extremely powerful. They seem to be brewing a war to destroy everything. Even me, for this. I feel faintly uneasy. If possible, please also ask Lord Shura to go to the northern part of the city to find Lord Norden, and let him make the plague antidote." After hearing what Nar said, Qin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes. Looking for Norden, let him make the antidote to the plague? Qin Feng is not a fool. He knew Norden, a top magician in pharmacy, very well in his previous life. Of course there is a reason why Nar asked Qin Feng to go. Because this Master Norden is extremely weird, he never helps people make potions for free. Want him to make potions? One of its tasks must be completed before he can help you make potions. And the harder the potion, the harder the task he prescribes. In the previous life, many players have been deflated in Norden's hands. However, many players have obtained some top refining formulas and some top potions from Norden. Of course, although this task is a bit difficult, Qin Feng is definitely going to take it. After all, the SS level task rewards are extremely rich, so don't do it for nothing. Thinking of these, Qin Feng said to Nar without hesitation, "This matter just leave it to the next." "Very good. Nar said with a smile, then I will wait again for Lord Shura to return triumphantly. After saying this, Qin Feng didn't have any ink marks, and left the palace hall directly and walked outside the palace. While walking, Qin Feng opened the task panel and looked at the task just obtained. The conspiracy to crush the Lich King, 1/1. Task level, SS. Brief description of the mission: the plague has spread throughout the Stormwind Empire. The army of the undead has been ready to move in the dark. Countless creatures have been corroded by the plague and have become puppets of the undead army. All this shows crisis is coming to this continent. Task content: 1. Look for NPC Norton. 0/1. 2. Give plague source to Norton and ask him to make plague antidote. 0/1. 3. After NPC Master Norton has produced the plague antidote, deliver the antidote formula and antidote to His Majesty Nar. 0/1. Mission limit: 367 hours, 59 minutes, and 23 seconds. Mission success reward: 1 gold coins plus 10,000. 2 reputation plus 10,000. 3 experience plus 10,000. 4 random item treasure box *1. 5 secret code of ancient alchemy pharmacy *1. Mission failure penalty: none. Task reminder: only true brave men are worthy of such a task. At this time, after Qin Feng saw this task, he quickly understood what the task should do. The next moment, he directly turned off the task panel. Later, I saw him quickly open inventory. After opening inventory, the first thing Qin Feng did was to take out the 3-piece streamer and the ice ring. Afterwards, Qin Feng put on the 3-piece suit directly and replaced all the original equipment. As for the ice ring, Qin Feng quickly put it on his finger. After replacing a wave of equipment, Qin Feng's defensive power has been upgraded again. Of course, the light attribute has also been increased from 0 to 105, and the ice attribute has also been increased to 100. In addition, Qin Feng also gained 10% additional damage from light attribute and 20% additional equipment bonus for ice attribute damage. This wave of equipment updates directly increased Qin Feng's strength several times, and it was an explosive improvement. Of course, the only catch is that Qin Feng hasn't assembled the other 2 streamer suit parts. Otherwise, with the light attribute bonus, Qin Feng feels that the damage of his thunder spell may be higher than that of the blizzard skill. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of this, he quickly shook his head. When there is a chance, I will go to brush the necromancer boss to get the suit together. Now let's do the task first. Next, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that it seemed that there was a random item treasure box, God level, in his inventory that was useless. You know, the random item treasure chest is a good thing. As long as it is something that the continent of the gods has, he has a certain chance to open it. It can be said that it's just a gamble on luck. If you offer a best product, you will get rich. Of course, it would be a bit embarrassing if you prescribe something that is useless. It's just that Qin Feng now has a lucky value of 60,000, and it is basically impossible to fail to produce good things. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly opened inventory and looked at the random item treasure box, God level, lying in the corner. P.S. Stay up late and add another chapter, try your best. Chapter 3. The moment he saw the treasure chest, Qin Feng directly chose to open it. Ding dong, you have obtained a rare God level item, Void Secret Realm Compass, God level. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng looked directly at the Void Secret Realm Compass in front of him. At this time, the item's attribute panel popped up directly and appeared in front of Qin Feng. Void Secret Realm Compass, God level. Level 1. Rank, God level. Effect: after use, you can open a copy of the Void Secret Realm. Hint: this dungeon is extremely difficult and cannot be cancelled once the player opens it. Please choose carefully. Restriction: 100 gold coins are required to open it. Introduction: above this compass, there seems to be the mighty power of the void. Seeing the void secret realm compass in front of him, Qin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes. A copy of the void secret realm, he is no stranger to his previous life. It can be said that the void secret realm dungeon is a very high-level dungeon. But this copy, its difficulty and profit are obviously proportional. In previous lives, many top players will enter the void secret realm dungeon for trials. And many people have also transformed in the secret realm, becoming strong men who dominate the crowd. Some people even got the inheritance of the old gods in the secret realm, and directly inherited the position of the other party's gods. From this point, we can see how many opportunities are hidden in the secret realm. Of course, Qin Feng is definitely going to open the void dungeon to enter the secret realm for trials, but now it's better to wait a little bit, and finish the task as soon as possible. At this time, after thinking of this, Qin Feng quickly put the void secret realm compass into the inventory. Then Qin Feng suddenly thought, it seems that his job transfer task has not been seen yet. The next moment, I saw Qin Feng open the task panel and stared directly at the transfer task. Exclusive missions for Battle Mage Transfer? Level SS. Mission Brief Introduction. As a Battle Mage, you must experience tempering to make your career advancement and sublimation. Task Content: 1. Kill 10 bosses above Legendary level, 0/10. 2. Learn 5 high-level magic skills, and the skill level reaches 10, 5/5. 3. The level of a single sub-professional is above level 3, 0/1. Mission limit: none. Mission success reward: 130 potential points. 2. Unlock the upper limit of level. 3. Occupational characteristic skill rewards. Mission failure penalty: none. Task reminder: you have successfully proved yourself. Next, go on this road firmly. After seeing his transfer task, Qin Feng only felt that the task was not very difficult. It only takes a few hours to kill 10 bosses above the legendary level. Qin Feng also learns 5 high-level magic skills, and the task of reaching level 10 to bully you has already been completed. The most tricky one is probably the level of a single sub-professional level above level 3. You know, the secondary profession system can be much harder to improve than the main profession level. The sub-professional level reaches level 3 that basically requires players to consume a lot of gold coins and time to reach it. But Qin Feng is not in a hurry, he will burn money quickly, and quickly learn a sub-professional to improve his level. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly turned off the task panel in front of him, and then he walked quickly outside the palace. Next, Qin Feng soon came outside the palace. When walking out of the palace gate, a figure had been waiting for a long time. And the master of that figure is Carl. At this time, Qin Feng quickly walked over after seeing Carl. After approaching, Qin Feng said directly to Carl, "Come on, come with me." "Yes." Carl agreed, and soon followed Qin Feng. Then, Qin Feng took Carl directly to a tavern in the main city. At this time, in the tavern, there are many wine cabinets drinking wine. Carl is a little puzzled, why Qin Feng brought himself here. So he raised his head and asked Qin Feng, "My lord, are you bringing me to drink?" No. Qin Feng raised his head, looked at a man in an old windbreaker in the distance, and said, "Take you to meet someone." Qin Feng knew in his previous life that in the tavern in the main city of the Stormwind Empire, there was an extremely terrifying strong man. This strong man is still a mediocre person in the game version 1.0. The player only knows that this person is a lame man with inconvenient legs and feet. He is often alcoholic and occasionally posts many tasks for the player to find good wine for him. However, after the game progress reached version 2.0, one of the players who had been in contact with the cripple received an SSS level task from the opponent. That task is to find the holy healing potions left in this world from the ancient times for the opponent to cure the opponent's leg problems. After receiving this task, the player immediately used all the resources in his hands to start looking for this medicine. After spending hundreds of millions of gold coins, the player successfully obtained the Holy Healing Potion to complete this SSS level task. Of course, after completing this task, this lame man became the top group of powerhouses in the continent of gods. In the battle for the godhood of later generations, he almost shocked the rest with a crushing posture. Kingdom, forcibly obtained a godhead and successfully promoted to the middle god. And this person is the Katie who is called the Dragon Knight of Saint Yao. As for the player who completed the task, it was Qin Feng's rival emperor. As an enemy, Qin Feng naturally wants to take away all the opportunities of the opponent in advance, otherwise isn't it giving others a chance? That's why Qin Feng came here at this time. After seeing the person he was looking for, Qin Feng took Carl directly to Kat's side. "Go away, don't bother me drinking," Katie said in a slightly impatient manner. Hearing these words, Qin Feng smiled and took out a purse from his pocket and threw it on the table. Then, Qin Feng said to the other party, "I need you to do me a favor." "Hey!" When Katie heard this, he quickly picked up the purse on the table and looked at it. When he saw the 100,000 gold coins in the purse, his sloppy eyes suddenly became serious. The next moment, I saw him staring at Qin Feng and asking, "So much money enough to make me do a lot of things, let's talk, what do you need me to do?" "I need you to train someone for me. He wants to be a dragon knight," Qin Feng said with a smile. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the lame Katie's eyes changed, and he directly pushed the money bag in his hand to Qin Feng and said, "I am no longer a dragon knight. This kind of thinjua should find someone else. If you say, can I heal your legs?" Qin Feng asked with a smile. "Don't be kidding, my injury is caused by void magic, and even a 100-level temple priest can't heal it," the lame said mockingly. Introduction: Star pattern is one of the power sources of the battle mage. Chapter 34. Hearing Kat's words, Qin Feng said with a smile, "The holy healing potion can just heal the wounds caused by the power of the curse of the void." When Katie heard the sound, he stared at Qin Feng and gritted his teeth and said, "How do you know the holy healing potion?" "It doesn't matter how I know it. You just need to know that I can get the holy healing potion for you," Qin Feng said with a smile. Seeing Qin Feng's confident smile, Katie directly picked up the wine glass on the side and drank it. Afterwards, I saw him sinking into contemplation, as if measuring something. And just after a minute, Katie raised his head and said to Qin Feng, "If you can get the holy healing potion, you can do whatever you want me to do." When the voice fell to the ground, a system prompt sounded suddenly. "Ding dong, do you want to take the task search for holy healing potion, SSS level?" After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly chose to take it. The next moment, a prompt popped out in front of Qin Feng's eyes. "Reminder, you successfully accepted the mission finding holy healing potion, SSS level, ... After obtaining the task, Qin Feng said directly to Katie, "I will help you get the holy healing potion, but now I still need you to do me a favor. I hope you will not deceive me, otherwise you will face the anger of a strong man." Katie stared at Qin Feng coldly and said, "Don't worry, I'm not so boring. I wasted time to deceive a former epic powerhouse." Qin Feng finished speaking, and soon patted Carl who was on the side and said, "He will leave it to you." "Yet." Katie nodded and did not continue to speak. At this time, Qin Feng said directly to Carl, "Go on." After speaking, Qin Feng left the tavern directly. After Qin Feng left, Katie stood up and said to Carl, "Do you want to be a dragon knight?" "Yes," Carl said firmly. Hearing what Carl said, Katie said directly to Carl, "Come with me." "Yet." Carl nodded, and soon followed Kat's pace. On the other side, after walking out of the tavern, Qin Feng directly opened the task just obtained and looked at it. Looking for the holy healing potion, SSS grade. Level SSS. Brief description of the mission: the former epic dragon knight Katie was hit by the void gods in the face of the invasion of the void, causing his body to be severely damaged. Please help Katie to find the ancient holy healing potion to restore his strength. Task content. 1. Look for the holy healing potion, 0/1. 2. Let Katie take the holy healing potion to restore strength, 0/1. Mission rewards. 1. Experience plus 10W. 2. Dragon Knight Katie favorability plus 60%. 3. Dragon Language Magic Skill Book Gift Box *1. 4. Dragon Domain Access Token, God Level, *1. 5. Dragon Pet Egg Treasure Box, God Level, *1. Introduction. Katie was once a hero of the Stormwind Empire, but it was a pity that he suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Void Forces, and has never recovered from it. Qin Feng glanced at the task reward. I have to say that Katie's reward for this mission is really rich. I won't talk about Katie's favorability and Dragon Pet Egg Treasure Box. But Dragon Whisper magic is almost the top magic in the entire continent of gods. Every Dragon Whisper magic skill book is as valuable as a Forbidden Curse skill book, which is extremely expensive. After all, the attack effect of Dragon Whisper magic is the same as that of Forbidden Curse, which is enough to destroy the world. As for the Dragon Domain Pass token, let alone, the Dragon Domain is a high-level map. Without the pass token, it is impossible to enter. With this pass token, Qin Feng can completely enter the Dragon Domain map. You know, there are many opportunities in the Dragon Domain map, and even if Qin Feng is strong enough, he can recruit dragons from the Dragon Clan and form his own Dragon Knight army. Of course, these things can only be done in the future. At this time, Qin Feng still has to find a chance to get the holy healing potion. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of this, he quickly closed the task panel in front of him. Qin Feng now has 3 tasks to do. One is to let Norton develop an antidote to the plague, the other is to find a holy healing potion, and the third is to transfer jobs. After knowing what his goal was, Qin Feng immediately started to act. Next, Qin Feng directly summoned the undead bone dragon. Roar! At the moment the undead bone dragon appeared, patches of frost suddenly froze the entire land. After summoning the undead bone dragon, Qin Feng jumped directly onto the opponent's back. The next moment, I saw Qin Feng driving the undead bone dragon into the air, flying fast in the direction of Norton. A few minutes later, Qin Feng successfully appeared in front of a dilapidated wooden house. At this time, the undead bone dragon slowly fell on the ground, and Qin Feng also jumped down from the dragon's spine. After that, Qin Feng waved his hand and took the undead bone dragon directly into his mount space. After doing this, Qin Feng quickly walked towards the wooden house. When Qin Feng walked to the door of the wooden house, the door of the wooden house Ava slowly opened. Squeak! There was a faint swaying sound from the old wooden door. Qin Feng raised his head, only to see an empty corridor. At this time, Qin Feng's ear slowly heard a slightly vicissitudes of life. Since it's here, just come in. Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Feng walked directly into the wooden house. After Qin Feng walked in, the door of the wooden house was directly closed by a force. Seeing this, Qin Feng was a little bit strange. Norton is the top pharmacy master in the Stormwind Empire. His pharmacy level has reached an astonishing level 9, and almost half of his feet have entered the realm of the gods. Of course, this is not his best. He also has an identity, that is, the Vice President of the Mage Tower, an epic level mage powerhouse with a full level. It can be said that it is still a bit difficult for Qin Feng to ask such a boss to do things. Chapter 35. At this time, just after Qin Feng walked through the corridor in front of him, only an old man was making potions. After Qin Feng walked in, the old man opened his mouth and asked Qin Feng, "That fellow Nar asked you to come, right?" "Yes." Qin Feng nodded and said, "His Majesty Nar asked me to give you this thing." After speaking, Qin Feng handed Plague Source, quest item, to Norton. After the Plague Source appeared, Norton directly stopped everything in his hands, and reached out his hand to grab the bottle of plague source directly. Like Norton first observed the plague source, and then used his power to control the plague source and test the intensity of the plague source. But after the plague source turned into a death breath and dissipated, Norton's face suddenly became serious. The next moment, I saw him say to Qin Feng, "This is a new type of plague. It is more terrifying and more tenacious than the previous undead plague. Please also Lord Norton to help make the antidote to the plague." Qin Feng said calmly to Norton. After Norton heard what Qin Feng said, he just smiled and said, "Of course I can make an antidote. Booty, need you to do me a favor." "Your Excellency Norton, please speak," Qin Feng said directly. As long as the task can be completed, Qin Feng feels that there is no problem even for 10 favors. At this time, Norton smiled and said, "I think you are very good. Are you interested in learning pharmacy?" Qin Feng was a little surprised when he heard Norton's words. In previous lives, Norton's evaluations from players were generally based on labels such as indifferent, old, and stubborn. But in front of him, Norton actually asked him if he was interested in learning pharmacy. Could it be is the reason for your high prestige value and the double bonus of luck and charm? At this time, Qin Feng quickly thought of his transfer task. It seems that the job transfer task must require Qin Feng to have a sub-professional and the sub-professional level to reach level 3. So, it's okay to learn a wave of pharmacy? Thinking of this, Qin Feng said directly to Norton in front of him, "I have always been interested in learning pharmacy." After hearing Qin Feng's words, Norton directly took out a skill book and threw it to Qin Feng and said, "I learned it." After Qin Feng took the book, a system prompt sounded. "Ding dong, you have triggered the 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained the Ancient Refining Pharmacy Skills book." Hearing this, Qin Feng didn't have the slightest surprise. He directly picked up this skill book to see the effect of the skill. Ancient Pharmacy Skills Book. Level 1. Effect: after learning, you can learn the secondary profession skills LV1 Ancient Pharmacy Mastery, passive, and successfully open the secondary profession pharmacy panel. Restrictions: none. Introduction: this is a book of pharmacy skills inherited from ancient times. After Qin Feng saw the assistant vocational skill book in front of him, he only felt that this wave was simply a blessing. He just lacked a secondary profession, so he sent a book of vocational skills to his door. Thinking of this, Qin Feng clicked the skill book without hesitation. At the moment Qin Feng used the skill book in front of him directly turned into a golden light and poured into Qin Feng's body. Ding dong, you have learned the secondary professional skills LV1 Ancient Alchemy Pharmacy. Hint: you have successfully opened the secondary profession pharmacy refining panel. As the player opens the secondary profession panel, a special skill for the secondary profession LV1 gathering technique is specially presented. World announcement: the player Sura successfully opened the sub-professional pharmacy refining panel. Since the player is the first to open the sub-professional panel, the player is specially rewarded refining pharmacy and making drawing treasure box. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained pharmacy refining drawing treasure box, God level. At the moment when the world announcement sounded, the players of the entire continent of the gods once again fry the pot. Since the arrival of mankind on the continent of the gods, the world announcement has come almost every time. And every time there is something about Qin Feng. This is what makes all players remember Qin Feng. At this time, many players began to talk on the world channel. By the way, how did this career panel be turned on? I want to make one when I see Shura open it. Don't think about it upstairs, you can wash and sleep. See if your level is only 3, why don't you brush the strange floats well? Ha 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 ha, I now seriously suspect that Shura is on the hook, otherwise why is it always so awesome? Why do you just pay attention to Shura boss opening the sub-professional panel? Look at the world level rankings, Shura boss is 30, what about you? You haven't even reached level 10. Are you all playing with the mud? Boss Shura, all the people here are scum. Hey, I really hope that Mr. Shura can publish the leveling strategy. Let us also experience the feeling of level hurricane. Upstairs you are thinking about fart, what are you daydreaming about? It's so beautiful. At this time, Qin Feng directly ignored the screen refresh of the World Channel. Turning his head, I saw that he directly clicked on the Deputy Career panel and looked at it. Pharmacy Refining? The current sub-professional level is LV1, 0/10,000. Currently mastering alchemy drawings, none. Current Deputy Profession Mastery Skills. 1 LV1 Mastery of Ancient Medicine Refining, passive. Level 1. Effect. 1. When refining pharmaceutical agents, there is a 10% chance that the effect of the agent will be increased by 100%. 2. When refining pharmaceutical agents, there is a 10% chance that the rank of the agent will increase by 1. Proficiency, 0/10,000. Introduction, those who are proficient in this skill will become a great weapon. 2 LV1 Collection Technique. Level 1. Effect. 1 Medicinal materials below level 2 can be collected. 2 When collecting medicinal materials, there is a 1% chance of triggering a critical strike, and the number of collections *2. Proficiency, 0/100. Introduction, what bricks to move? Come with me to pick mushrooms in the mountains. Seeing the assistant professional refining pharmacy panel in front of him, Qin Feng only felt this wave of blood gains. You know, Qin Feng in his previous life can be considered as a secondary profession specialized in refining pharmacy. But before he started his deputy career, he just learned an introductory pharmacy skill book. After opening the secondary occupation panel for refining pharmacy, the skill bonus of that occupation is almost the same as nothing. The bonus to the mastery of pharmacy refining is to make a pharmacist, and there is a 1% chance to increase the effect of the pharmacy by 1%. Compared with the increased odds and effects of the ancient refining medicine in front of him, the entry-level ones are simply scum. And the most important thing is that the skill specialization passive of this secondary profession can gain skill proficiency through refining pharmaceutical agents, thereby increasing the skill level. In other words, Qin Feng can also continue to increase the level of the passive skill of ancient refining pharmacy proficiency, allowing it to play a greater role in refining medicine. Thinking of this, Qin Feng only feels this wave is simply a profit. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of this, Norton on the side said directly to Qin Feng, "You are a stranger, an entry-level pharmacy should not be difficult for you. If I guessed correctly, you should have you learned it?" Hearing Norton's words, Qin Feng instantly condensed his mind, and slowly said to Norton, "Indeed, I have learned everything now." "Very good." Norton nodded. Obviously, Norton knew Qin Feng's identity as a stranger. So he was not at all surprised by Qin Feng's fast learning speed. At this time, Norton said to Qin Feng, "I need a few extremely precious medicinal materials. If possible, I hope you will collect them for me." Ding dong, do you accept the task? Collect rare medicinal materials, SS. Chapter 36. At this moment, when Qin Feng heard this system prompt, Qin Feng directly chose to take over the task. In an instant, a system prompt sounded instantly. Reminder, you successfully received the mission Collect Rare Medicinal Materials, SS. Just after Qin Feng heard this system prompt, Norton directly informed Qin Feng of all the medicinal materials he wanted to collect. After Qin Feng obtained the list of medicinal materials that need to be collected, he directly said to Norton, "Your Excellency Norton, I will go to collect medicinal materials first." Go. Norton waved his hand, and soon lowered his head again to start making potions. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng left the place where Norton was. After Qin Feng walked out of the cabin where Norton was located, one after another world announcements rang in Qin Feng's ears. World announcement: the player Emperor, China region, successfully arrived in Storm City. Because the player is the second player to enter the main city, special rewards are plus 10 gold coins and plus 1000 reputation. World announcement: the player Adam, US region, successfully arrived at Xiling main city. Because the player is the third player to enter the main city, the special reward is plus 500 reputation. Hearing these two world announcements, Qin Feng suddenly felt everything seemed to become interesting. He originally thought that after the emperor was killed by himself once, it was almost impossible for him to choose the same faction force to be born. After all, if he chooses Storm Empire as his lineup force, then Qin Feng will let him experience what it means to be difficult. But the emperor in front of him is a real head iron. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, he is going to the Tiger Mountains. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly summoned the undead bone dragon. Roar! The moment the undead bone dragon appeared, it suddenly roared. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng jumped directly onto the bone dragon's back. The next moment, I saw it quickly drove the undead bone dragon towards the resurrection point in the main city. At this moment, the resurrection point of the main city of Stormwind is in the teleportation array. The emperor slowly walked out of it. After walking out of the teleportation formation, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the main city of Stormwind. I have to say that the prosperity of Stormwind's main city is indeed beyond his imagination. In the city in front of you, there are countless towering buildings. On that wide street, there are a lot of people passing through it, just like a medieval city, which is unforgettable at a glance. At this moment, as the emperor was observing the city, a black shadow slowly flew towards him from the sky. After sensing the strangeness, the emperor suddenly raised his head and looked into the sky. And at this time, he only saw a huge undead bone dragon open its hideous mouth. The next moment, the breath of the ice dragon passed by like a blizzard. -2124. -2124. -2124. A series of damage numbers floated from the top of the emperor's head, and just for a moment, he directly turned into a white light and was instantly killed by Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng also heard a system alert sound. Hint: you maliciously killed the player emperor, and the crime value is +1. Ding dong, congratulations for triggering the 10,000 times reward, and the crime value is +10,000. Ding dong, as the player's guild value reached 100 points, he successfully won the title 10 men/bronze. Ding dong, because the player's guild value reached 100 points, he successfully won the title 100 people/silver. Ding dong, because the player's guild value reached 1000 points, he successfully won the title thousands of people, golden. Ding dong, as the player's guild value reached 10,000 points, he successfully won the title 10,000 thousands of kill, legend. Hearing this series of system prompts, Qin Feng was a little confused. This damn evil value, can you trigger 10,000 times rewards? You know, the higher the guild value, the more players you kill. After reaching a certain crime value, the general NPC lineup forces will issue a wanted order against you and send strong men to arrest you. Once you are arrested, you are sitting in prison. Of course, Qin Feng didn't panic at all at this time, because he knew that there are many ways to eliminate the guild value, and the problem is not big. The most important thing for him now is to kill the emperor to level 1 first. At this time, after being killed by Qin Feng, the emperor instantly resurrected in the spring. At this time, Qin Feng directly controlled the bone dragon and continued to attack the opponent. At this moment, the emperor had clearly learned from the system prompt that it was Qin Feng, who had previously avenged him, who attacked him. Now, seeing Qin Feng swooping in with the bone dragon, the emperor suddenly drew out his long sword and rushed up, trying to struggle. It's a pity under absolute power, all the ants' struggles are just futile. After 5 seconds of invincible protection, the emperor resurrected again. After killing the emperor again, Qin Feng's guild value increased by 10,000. For Qin Feng, this increased guilt value is nothing. So he directly ignored the system prompts and continued to guard the corpse of the emperor in front of him. After 5 seconds, the emperor was killed by Qin Feng again. In this way, the emperor was killed by Qin Feng 10 times. After being killed for the last time, the emperor was directly repatriated and sent back to the novice village. Game setting, lower than level 1 or equal to level 1, will be automatically sent back to novice village. At this time, after sending the emperor back to novice village, a series of world announcements immediately resounded through the continent of the gods. World announcement: the player Sura is full of evils and sins, and everyone is punishable. A wanted order is issued for him. Players who kill this person can get 100W gold rewards. World notice: the current location of the player Sura is Storm City, 251, 722. Nearby players, please go and kill this person as soon as possible. Hint: kill this criminal, you will get 100W gold coins. Ding dong. As the player's guilt value reached 10W points, he successfully won the title Devil, Epic. P.S. I always feel that the title of the Great Devil is not suitable. Do most readers recommend it? I have listened to my friends and changed the title of Great Demon King to Demon King. Chapter 37. At this moment, at the moment when the world announcement sounded, countless players were suddenly confused. What's wrong with Shura boss? It actually caused the world to be wanted? Great! Is this the fancy trick? One-handedly beaten up like this? It feels like Shura is going to be cold. A reward of 1 million gold coins is offered. This is almost equivalent to a complete cold. Don't say anything, I will go to level 10 first, and then choose the main city of Stormwind to be born. After reaching the main city of Stormwind, we players will go to kill Shura together. Brother upstairs, don't be funny. Look at how many levels are Shura bosses, and how many levels are you. Anyone else can take you away with ordinary skills. That's right, we'd better upgrade the monsters in peace, and don't do so many bells and whistles. At this time, many players are extremely interested in the bounty of 1 million gold coins. You know, they now basically know the rarity of gold coins. In Novice Village, copper coins are exploded by killing monsters. Unless you encounter a silver level monster or boss, silver coins may be dropped after killing. Only 100 silver coins can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. As long as you kill Qin Feng in front of you, you can exchange 1 million gold coins. This is simply a business of getting rich overnight. At this time, many players began to bow their heads and slam the monsters, striving to go to the main city of Stormwind to encircle Qin Feng as soon as possible, and get the 1 million bounty rewarded by the system. And this time, in the resurrection point of Novice Village, the emperor with an iron face gritted his teeth and roared, "Shuraya, wait for me. One day I will kill you to level 1 with my own hands, so that you will never leave the Novice Village." Of course, the roar of the incompetent is just to vent the hatred in the heart, and in the end it is just useless. At this time, the emperor rushed directly towards the Novice Village, and once again began to bury his head and brush the level. There is only one thing he has to do now, and that is to upgrade to level 10 as soon as possible, and then return to the main city of Stormwind. It's just he clearly knows that with his current strength, he can't compete with Qin Feng at all. Therefore, he will be like a poisonous snake in the dark, hibernating and waiting for the opportunity. Sooner or later, he will be given the opportunity to kill Qin Feng back to Novice Village. Just as Qin Feng's wanted reward spread throughout the continent of the gods, many patrolling guards appeared in the place where Qin Feng was located. At this time, after seeing Qin Feng, this group of patrolling guards directly surrounded Qin Feng. But at this time, Qin Feng didn't panic at all. Because he knew that in the continent of the gods, NPC specifically set the conditions for players to eliminate the evil value for groups like foreigners. And this condition is Krypton Gold. Simply put, as long as you have enough gold coins, you can use gold coins to offset your sin value. It's just Qin Feng still doesn't want to offset his evil value, because he knows that above the title of Demon King, there is also the title of Demon God. As long as he obtains that title, Qin Feng's promotion will be even higher. Thinking of this, Qin Feng randomly glanced at the patrolling guards around him, and then directly mounted the undead bone dragon and flew towards the outside of the city. With the high movement speed bonus, these soldiers could not intercept Qin Feng at all. In this way, Qin Feng quickly left the main city of Stormwind. After leaving the main city of Stormwind, Qin Feng clicked on his title panel and saw the effects of the several title bonuses he had just obtained. Title list: 110 people cut, bronze. Title quality, bronze. Title effect: when attacking the player, an additional 1% attack power, stackable, is added. 200 people cut, silver. Title quality, silver. Title effect: when attacking the player, an additional 5% attack power is added, stackable. 3,000 of people cut, gold. Title quality, gold. Title effect: when attacking the player, an additional 10% attack power is added, stackable. 410,000 / legend. Title quality, legend. Title effect: when attacking the player, an additional 15% attack power, stackable, is added. 5 Devil King, epic. Title quality, epic. Title effect: when attacking the player, an additional 30% attack power is added, stackable. The current title increases the player's additional attack power, 62%. At this time, after seeing the effect of the title increase in front of him, Qin Feng felt that it was still very strong. The most important thing is the amplification effects of these titles are superimposable. You should know that the amplification effects of many titles are not superimposable. After the effects of the titles in front of them were superimposed, they directly increased Qin Feng's damage by 62%. Of course, the increase in damage to the player is very important. After all, in the later stages of the game, once a national war starts, it is basically a battle between the player and the player. The attack power against players is increased by an additional 62%, directly allowing Qin Feng's damage to be explosively increased. It can be said that the bonus of these titles is equivalent to the bonus of a top-level artifact, which is still very strong. At this point, after reading the title attributes in front of him, Qin Feng directly turned off the title panel. After that, Qin Feng quickly clicked on the task panel and looked at the task of collecting rare medicinal materials, SS, just obtained. Collect rare medicinal materials, SS. Level SS. Task description: go to the Wailing Cave and collect rare medicinal materials to help Norton refine the plague antidote. Task content: 1. Kill evil 9-headed python, boss, to obtain dark blood, material, 0/1. 2. Collect the black lotus located on the first floor, 772, 511, of the Wailing Cave. The quantity needs to be 100 units. 0/100. 3. Collect the dream leaf grass located on the second floor, 752, 151, of the Wailing Cave. The quantity requires 100 units. 0/100. 4. Collect the venomous snake flower located on the third floor, 422, 511, of the Wailing Cave. The quantity needs to be 100 units. 0/100. Mission Success Reward: 1 Norton Friendship Degree plus 10%. 2 Gold Coin Reward plus 10,000. 3 Alchemy Drawing Treasure Box. Mission Failure Penalty: Norton Favorability Degree minus 50%. Introduction: if you want to make an antidote to the plague, you must obtain some extremely rare medicinal materials. In order to save the innocent people, you must go deep into the Howling Cave and find all kinds of medicinal materials that Lord Norton needs. Chapter 38. After seeing the task reward in front of him, Qin Feng quickly opened the map and set the destination as Wailing Cave. Wailing Cave is a level 40 high-level map. It can be said that this map is basically a gathering place for some evil creatures. Of course these are nothing to Qin Feng. What he cares about is how to complete the task as soon as possible and then get the reward he deserves. Thinking of this, he ran towards the Wailing Cave in the distance. 5 minutes later, the undead bone dragon fell smoothly in front of the Howling Cave. At this time, Qin Feng also heard a system alert tone. Hint: you found the map Wailing Cave, reputation plus 100 points. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward, prestige plus 100 W points. After picking up a wave of reputation points, Qin Feng quickly took the undead bone dragon behind him into the mount space. The next moment, I saw Qin Feng quickly walking towards the Howling Cave. At this time, in the Howling Cave, waves of wailing came from it. The sharp, ear-piercing, and desperate wailing became clearer as Qin Feng approached. After hearing these voices, Qin Feng quickly walked towards the inside with the staff in his hand. After Qin Feng entered the Howling Cave, a huge lizard appeared in front of Qin Feng. After seeing this lizard, Qin Feng directly cast an exploration technique in the past. The next moment, the attribute panel of the giant lizard appeared in front of Qin Feng. Bloody Lizard. Level: 40. Class: Gold. HP: 50,000/50,000. Attack power: 2100 to 2300. Defense: 1000. Skills: Advanced Bloodthirsty, Advanced Fever, Death Bite. Introduction: they used to be ordinary lizards, but unfortunately, under the influence of the mysterious power in the Howling Cave, they gradually became bloodthirsty and violent. After seeing the bloody lizard in front of him, Qin Feng felt that this kind of golden monster was not difficult to solve. With his current damage, a bloody lizard can be solved with just a few ice rulings, and Qin Feng can't waste much time at all. At this moment, Qin Feng directly waved his hand and instantly summoned his own front row meat tank giant. Roar! After the huge fire elemental giant appeared, he roared around, as if venting something. At this time, a bloody lizard not far away was directly attracted by the roar of the fire element. The next moment, I saw him roar. Roar! After a roar in response, the huge bloody lizard turned directly and rushed towards the fire element at a terrifying speed. At this time, Qin Feng directly raised his staff and threw a few ice rulings directly at the bloody lizard. The huge ice spear shot out instantly, directly piercing the bloody lizard's head. In an instant, a series of ice spears followed, piercing the lizard's body one after another. -10,929. -10,151. -10,111. After Qin Feng's damage was upgraded to LV30 and a full set of equipment was replaced, the damage soared from the original 5,000 plus to 10,000 plus. At this time, after Qin Feng lost the 5 ice decisions, the bloody lizard in front of him didn't have time to mourn, and was directly killed by Qin Feng. His body was frozen into blocks of ice crystals, and after death, a pile of gold coins burst out. At this time, Qin Feng walked directly over and picked up the gold coins on the ground. Ding dong, you triggered a 10,000 times reward and got 40,000 gold coins. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng controlled the fire elemental giant to continue walking inside the Howling Cave. But before Qin Feng had gone far, he discovered that there were several dead bloody lizards not far away. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes. You know, in the continent of the gods, if you encounter this kind of monster that has just died, then you must be careful. Because the ones who killed them may be the powerful tribe, faction forces, or some NPCs wandering in the wilderness. In short, no matter which one of them is, it is not easy to provoke. In previous lives, many players encountered NPCs in the wild, thinking that they had tasks on them. As a result, the player was immediately killed by the opponent without saying a word as soon as he went up. Later, many players began to learn to be clever after eating out on this kind of wild NPC. When they saw this kind of wild NPC, unless they were the official NPC of the Empire, they would automatically avoid them to avoid accidents. Of course Qin Feng has to do the task now, it is impossible to waste time avoiding these NPCs. Therefore, at this time, he directly ignored the bloody lizards that were killed around him, and walked directly into the cave. But just after Qin Feng took a few steps, he suddenly saw an extremely inconspicuous flower in the corner of the cave. After seeing the flower, Qin Feng directly cast a probing technique in the past. In the next moment, the name of the flower appeared. Black Lotus. Medicinal Material Level, LV2. Quality of Medicinal Materials, Rare. Current Status. At this time, after seeing this Black Lotus, Qin Feng walked over directly. This Black Lotus is one of the rare medicinal materials Norton needs. After seeing this, Qin Feng directly used the collection technique on the Black Lotus. At the next moment, a collection progress bar appeared in front of Qin Feng. Only after 5 seconds, the progress bar reached 100% directly. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. Ding dong, you have successfully collected level 2 medicinal materials Black Lotus. The secondary occupation skill LV1 Gathering Art Proficiency +1. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Black Lotus *20,000. Ding dong, you successfully triggered the 10,000 times reward, and your secondary professional skill LV1 Gathering Technique Proficiency is +10,000. Hint: your secondary professional skill LV1 Gathering Technique level has been improved, and the current level is LV2. Hint: your secondary professional skill LV2 Gathering Technique level has been improved, and the current level is LV3. Hint: your secondary professional skill LV3 Gathering Technique level has been improved, and the current level is LV4. Chapter 39. At this time, Qin Feng's collection technique has been directly upgraded from level 1 to level 4. Although it is not a big improvement, it is also very strong. After all, it would take a lot of time to gather medicinal materials to improve the proficiency if the level of the gathering technique is normally raised. It's cool to be able to raise the gathering technique level to level 4 without much effort. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly clicked on his sub-professional panel and looked at the upgraded collection technique. LV4 Collection Technique. Level 4. Effect: 1 can collect medicinal materials below level 5. 2 when collecting medicinal materials, there is a 20% chance of triggering a critical strike, and the number of collections *2. 3 when collecting medicinal materials, there is a 20% chance of triggering evolution to improve the quality of medicinal materials. Proficiency, 0/10,000. Introduction: what bricks to move? Come with me to pick mushrooms in the mountains. Originally, only medicinal materials below level 2 could be collected, but now medicinal materials below level 5 can be collected directly. In addition, the probability of a critical strike from the gathering technique has also been increased from 2% to 20%, which can be said to be a 10-fold increase. The level 4 collection technique also has an additional effect, that is, there is a 20% chance of triggering evolution to improve the quality of medicinal materials. You should know that the quality of medicinal materials consists of ordinary, high-grade, rare, low-grade elixir, middle-grade elixir, top-grade elixir, and highest-level god-level medicinal materials. The higher the quality of medicinal materials, the higher their value. At this point, after watching the improvement effect of the immediate collection technique, Qin Feng directly turned off the sub-professional panel in front of him. Afterwards, he quickly looked at the howling cave in front of him. In the cave, it was dark at this time, and countless wailing faintly spread from it, making the depths of the dark cave look like the mouth of an abyss. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng took the fire element giant and walked directly inside. A few minutes later, when Qin Feng walked through the cave, he encountered many black lotus flowers again. And this time, the black lotus is not one, but many black lotuses grow densely together, and it looks like there are at least hundreds of them. Beside this group of black lotus flowers, the corpses of a dozen bloody lizards fell in a pool of blood, as if they had experienced a terrible battle. Smelling the blood in the air, Qin Feng ignored the corpses, but walked directly to the black lotus and began to collect the black lotus. Ding dong, you have successfully collected level 2 medicinal materials black lotus *2. Subclass skill LV4 gathering art proficiency +1. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained black lotus *20,000. Ding dong, you successfully triggered the 10,000 times reward, and your secondary professional skill LV4 gathering technique proficiency is +10,000. Hint: your secondary professional skill LV4 gathering technique level has been improved, and the current level is LV5. Seeing that his collection technique had been upgraded to level 5, Qin Feng ignored it and continued to collect the black lotus in front of him, and brushed his collection technique proficiency by the way. And then, with Qin Feng's collection, a series of system prompts sounded one after another. Ding dong, you successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, you successfully obtained black lotus *20,000, and your secondary professional skill LV5 collection art proficiency +10,000. Ding dong, you successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, you successfully obtained black lotus *20,000. And your secondary professional skill LV5 collection art proficiency +10,000. Ding dong, you successfully triggered 10,000 times reward, you successfully obtained black lotus *20,000, and your secondary professional skill LV5 collection art proficiency +10,000. Hint: your secondary professional skill LV5 gathering technique level has been improved, and the current level is LV6. 10 minutes later. After Qin Feng collected all the black lotus flowers, Qin Feng's collection technique was also successfully upgraded from level 4 to level 9. After reaching LV9, Qin Feng found that the required proficiency reached an astonishing 1000W. That is to say, even if Qin Feng collects a black lotus to gain 10,000 proficiency, he has to gather it 1,000 times. After seeing this, Qin Feng directly ignored this collection technique. It is impossible for him to brush the gathering technique to the full level now. However, if he is lucky and encounters a few 9th level elixir, Qin Feng estimates that he should make the gathering technique reach the full level instantly. After all, what Qin Feng is currently collecting is the rare medicinal black lotus of level 2 and can only force 1 point of experience. But the proficiency gained by collecting advanced medicinal materials is very high. So now Qin Feng doesn't care about the collection technique. He glanced at the black lotus in his inventory and found that the black lotus was almost over 1 million. Thinking of this, Qin Feng stood up directly, ignored the black lotus on the side, and ran towards the deepest part of the first floor of the Wailing Cave. After a minute, Qin Feng successfully reached the deepest part of the first floor of Wailing Cave. After arriving here, Qin Feng got stuck and saw the bloody Lizard King, the boss, killed. After just glanced at the corpse of the bloody Lizard King, Qin Feng quickly walked towards the entrance of the second floor. But when Qin Feng walked into the entrance of the second floor, he heard the sound of battles. Hearing the sounds of fighting, Qin Feng directly raised his head and looked not far away. At this time, Qin Feng only saw a woman in battle armor being besieged by a group of orcs, and she seemed to be in a bad situation. When he saw the woman's face, Qin Feng was stunned. Explain the battle mage profession First of all, this profession and melee mage. It is possible to learn the forbidden spell. 2. It is a profession that is not weaker than that of the forbidden magic master. Why do you say that? Because you release the forbidden curse, the protagonist also has the forbidden curse. The protagonist will be rewarded 10,000 times, and he will get the forbidden spell skill book in the future. Isn't that like playing? Coupled with his powerful all attribute enhancement, can't it be an exaggeration to crush everything? 3. The talent of the Forbidden Magic Master is nothing more than that all skills become forbidden magic and have 0 CD. In fact, this profession is about the same intensity as the battle mage profession. But its fatal weakness is still fear of control. Tip: 0 CD flashing is not a panacea. For if everyone likes Forbidden Magic Mage, please leave a message in the comment area, I will add dual careers later. Let the protagonist add a Forbidden Magic Master class. Chapter 40. At this moment, after Qin Feng saw the woman, he recognized the woman's identity the first time. This woman is no one else, but the Princess Helena that Qin Feng met in the Imperial Palace of Stormwind. It's just Helena's situation at this time is a bit bad. The group of half-orcs are almost all elite tribal Tauren and half-man-wolf soldiers. At this time, Helena was already seriously injured, but she was still resisting the attacks of the surrounding Tauren and werewolves. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng directly listed an exploration technique on the heads of the Tauren and werewolf. In the next moment, the attributes of the two monsters appeared in front of Qin Feng. Tauren Warrior, Elite, Faction, Tauren Tribe. Level, 40. Class, Gold. HP 100000/100000. Attack Power, 3100 to 3300. Defense, 1000. Skills, War Trample. Natural Resistance. Advanced Jianchuo. Destroy Charge. Introduction: they are the elite warriors of the Tauren tribe. Werewolf, Faction, Half-Orc Tribe. Level, 40. Class, Gold. HP, 50,000/50,000. Attack Power, 1999 to 2200. Defense, 1000. Skills, Advanced Bloodthirsty Rapid Strike Bloody Bite. Introduction: they are just puppets controlled by the druid. After seeing the werewolf attributes of the Tauren in front of him, Qin Feng directly controlled the fire elemental giant in front of him and rushed over. And just after the fire elemental giant joined the battlefield, Helena was directly knocked into the air by the Tauren with an axe, and instantly fell to the side. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng directly lost several blizzard skills. In an instant, the Tauren and werewolf who wanted to make up the knife were instantly frozen. At this time, Helena, who was hit hard, felt the ice and snow flying around, and then raised her head enduring severe pain. At this time, she only saw a figure wearing a black gilt robe slowly appearing in front of her. Behind this figure is a very strange star pattern. The star pattern cluster is very mysterious. One side is blazing red and the other side is frost blue. The two blend together, making the person in front of him appear mysterious and powerful. When she saw the face of the person in front of her, she was stunned. Because of this person, she once met in Thepalas. At this time, after Qin Feng found Helena staring at him, he lowered his head and asked lukewarmly, "Are you okay?" After hearing this, she was a little dazed. She is like this, does she seem to be okay? At this moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "It's okay." Qin Feng glanced at her blood volume after hearing her words. It's all his blood drops to 10%, okay? Could it be that this princess is still a little arrogant? Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly took out a few bottles of high-level HP recovery potions from his inventory and threw them to Helena and said, "Drink, take a break, and I will take care of the rest." After throwing things to Helena, Qin Feng looked directly at the Tauren and werewolf warriors behind him. At this time, many Tauren and werewolves have lifted the freeze control effect. After the freezing control effect was lifted, they turned their eyes on Qin Feng one after another. After seeing Qin Feng, the Tauren warrior headed by him roared, "You successfully angered me. Bear the anger from the Tauren." Boom! -2141. The fire elemental giant slapped directly, and instantly took the Tauren warrior 2 steps back. At this time, after the huge fire elemental giant appeared, it rushed directly towards the werewolves and Tauren around. It can be said that just for a moment, the hatred of these werewolves Tauren was caught by the fire elemental giant. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng directly released the verdict of ice while taking drugs. Boom! 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 Minus 10,929. Minus 10,151. Minus 10,111. At this time, Helena, who was standing behind Qin Feng, put aside the medicine Qin Feng gave her, and then took out a higher level sacred healing medicine from her inventory and drank it. In an instant, Helena's blood volume began to recover. While replying, Helena raised her head and looked at Qin Feng in front of her. When she saw that Qin Feng kept throwing the ice judgment skill, she was stunned. What is this? You know, although she is not a magician, Butte also knows that the magician's ability to release requires cooling and casting time. But what the hell is Qin Feng in front of me? Each skill is almost cast in a flowing water, and most importantly, Qin Feng's magic skills don't seem to require a cooldown time. This is what shocked Helena the most. We must know that in the continent of the gods, the higher the magician's talent, the faster the release of magic skills. However, since ancient times, only a few people have the same talent as Qin Feng. And those magic geniuses who shine like stars, although some have fallen and died, many people have already reached the top of the gods and become gods. At this time, after seeing Qin Feng's talent in front of her, Helena thought about her talent, and suddenly became a little jealous of Qin Feng. P.S. Ask for flowers. Seek evaluation votes. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a reward. Today, I showed my friend to read my book. He said that my book must be cold when it is on the shelves, and he told me to cut it early. But my outline of this book has written more than 10,000 words, which is enough for me to write several million words. I really don't want eunuchs. Does anyone read this book? If so, can you leave a comment in the comment section? Chapter 41. Qin Feng obviously did not expect that his talent would make the future goddess of war Helena jealous. At this moment, he kept releasing the ice judgment, killing one Tauren and werewolf one after another. It only took 3 minutes, and the Tauren and werewolf who had missed Helena were solved by Qin Feng. After solving the Tauren and werewolf, Qin Feng walked directly to the opponent's corpse and picked up all the fallen things. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained gold coins *270000. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Tauren Great Axe. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Worgen Shoulders. At this moment, after Qin Feng picked up all the things, Qin Feng looked at Helena, who was aside. Helena's current blood volume has basically recovered. After seeing this, Qin Feng directly asked Helena, "You won't stay in the palace, what are you doing here? You know, the Wailing Cave in front of you is a high-level map. Although the future Helena will be strong, but now she still hasn't grown up. It can be said that any high-end boss of the evil camp can kill it in the bud." It was a bit unusual for Helena in front of her to appear here. At this time, after Qin Feng asked this question, Helena said to Qin Feng confidently, "I sneaked out. I knew it." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. Now, a new type of undead plague is raging on this ancient land. As the then king of the empire, Nar will definitely not let her daughter run around. The only result was naturally that she sneaked out by herself. Wailing Cave is not far from the royal city, and there are many half-orc tribes around. Presumably it was an attack by a tribe of orcs on the way out to play, which finally caused the current situation. At this time, after Qin Feng thought of this, he directly said to Helena, "From now on, you will follow me, don't run around, and when I finish what I should do, I will send you back to the palace." "I won't go back. Helena said resistingly. Hearing this, Qin Feng said calmly, "It's not up to you." Helena raised her head, only to see Qin Feng's calm eyes. I have to say that she has never seen such a look. Suddenly, Helena spoke like a ghost and said, "I can follow you, but you can't send me back to the palace so quickly." "All right." Qin Feng glanced at Helena and said, "Come with me." Helena was obviously relieved when she heard Qin Feng's words. Later, she saw Qin Feng turn around and walk directly towards the inside of the Howling Cave. Seeing this scene, Helena suddenly became excited. You know, she is extremely interested in the Howling Cave in front of her. Although I have heard the rumors of the Howling Cave in the palace, everything is not as happy as when I entered it myself. At this time, Helena quickly followed Qin Feng without hesitation. In this way, Qin Feng took Helena and the fire elemental giant to the depths of the second layer of the Wailing Cavern. But before he walked far, a huge black spider slowly appeared in front of Qin Feng. It's just this black spider is huge, entrenched in the darkness of the cave, staring at Qin Feng with countless eyes, waiting for it to enter the well-designed spider silk trap. After seeing this giant spider, Qin Feng directly lost an exploration technique. The next moment, the spider's attribute panel suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Giant Evil Eye Spider, Elite. Level, 40. Class, Gold. HP, 40,000/40,000. Attack Power, 2100 to 2300. Defense, 800. Skills, Spray Spider Silk. Summon Spider Swarm. Advanced Venom. Evil Eye, Control. Introduction: the giant spiders living in the ground gradually mutated into evil-eyed spiders due to the influence of unknown evil forces. After seeing the evil eye spider in front of him, Qin Feng directly controlled the fire element giant and rushed up. Roar! In an instant, the fire elemental giant rushed directly and hit the opponent with a punch. At this time, the giant evil-eyed spider sprayed countless spider silk and venom directly on the body of the fire element. -2211. -2411. -2144. In an instant, the health of the fire elemental giant dropped by 2/10. However, the fire elemental giant's attack also fell on the giant evil eye spider. In just a moment, the blood of the giant evil eye spider was also lost a lot by the direct fire element giant. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng immediately shot, and immediately lost the decision skill of 4 shots of ice. Boom! 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 -10,241. -10,234. -20,731. -10,451. In an instant, the giant evil eye spider in front of him was directly killed. Ding dong, you killed giant evil eye spider, Elite. Since you cannot gain experience points, your teammate Helena has gained all 70,000 experience points. Hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng didn't expect that he would actually have a day as a wage earner. But he has now reached the 30th level and can no longer gain experience. If Helena does not gain experience, it would be a waste, so it is better to give it to Helena. Chapter 42. At this moment, just after Qin Feng thought of this, he walked over and picked up all the things exploded on the ground. After harvesting a lot of gold coins, Qin Feng is ready to continue walking towards the inside of the Howling Cave. But at this moment, Helena on the side looked a little curiously and asked Qin Feng, "Why is there a box here?" After hearing Helena's words, Qin Feng turned his head. At this moment, he followed Helena's gaze and saw only a golden box lying quietly in a corner of the cave. After seeing this golden box, Qin Feng directly cast an exploration technique in the past. The next moment, the name of the box appeared. Dust-sealed box, gold grade. When he saw the name of the chest in front of him, Qin Feng knew that he had encountered a treasure chest that was automatically refreshed in the wild. In the continent of the gods, there are often various dust-covered treasure chests. Generally this kind of treasure chest can only be encountered by luck. Of course the box in front of me is only gold level. If other players open it, only gold level items can be obtained, but Qin Feng has a 10,000-fold reward system, which can almost certainly produce epic level items. Thinking of this, Qin Feng walked over directly. After seeing this place, Helena, who was behind Qin Feng, directly chased up to Qin Feng and said, "I found this box. If there is something good in it, you can't eat alone." Qin Feng directly ignored Helena's nagging, walked up and started unpacking. Prompt: whether to open the dust-sealed box, gold grade, the current estimated opening time is 1 minute. Turn it on. Qin Feng chose to turn it on without hesitation. At the next moment, a progress bar appeared in front of Qin Feng. 2%/100%? At this point, 1 minute passed quickly. After a minute, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Reminder: you opened the dust-sealed box, gold level, and successfully triggered the 10,000 times reward, and you obtained Engineering Random Drawings and Advanced Engineering Specialization Skills Book, Vice Profession. Qin Feng. After hearing these two system prompts, Qin Feng only felt a little unexpected. He originally thought he would sell some equipment or props. Unexpectedly, this wave directly involved two engineering-related things. You know, engineering can also be regarded as a kind of secondary profession. But this sub-professional is an extremely powerful late-stage professional. Because of this profession, war weapons can be made. For example, siege chariots, catapults, magic towers, rune walls, arrow towers, sentry towers, and even some rune-heavy artillery, and so on. After the start of the national war in the middle and late stages of the game, almost every player's guild will spend a lot of money to train high-level engineers, or buy some rare engineering blueprints. Because in the national war, a player with a high-level engineer vice professional can produce high-level war weapons in batches. As long as it is willing to burn money, after the player guild has a large number of war weapons, once a war is launched, the advantage it will occupy will be extremely obvious. In short, this is a very critical secondary occupation. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly took out the blueprints and skill books in the box in front of him. At this time, Helena, who was standing next to Qin Feng, saw the drawings and skill books, and asked curiously, "What is this?" "Engineering skills book, and an engineering drawing." Qin Feng replied casually. Oh, Helena was disappointed. She also thought about asking Qin Feng to use it directly after she opened the good thing. There are so many things like this kind of engineering in the palace, she doesn't need it. So at this time, she said directly to Qin Feng, "Forget it, this princess won't grab these two things from you, you can use them." Qin Feng ignored Helena's words, but directly clicked on the skill book in front of him to learn. In an instant, the skill book in front of him suddenly turned into a golden light and poured into Qin Feng's body. At the same time, a system prompt sounded. Reminder: you have learned the skill LV1 Advanced Engineering Specialization, passive, and successfully opened the secondary profession engineering. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng also used the random drawing. The next moment, a golden light slowly appeared on the blueprint in front of me, and in that golden light, a design blueprint of a war weapon slowly took shape. Ding dong, you used engineering random drawings and successfully obtained Nordal rune cannon making drawings. After the voice fell, Qin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would be able to fire out the Nordal rune cannon to make drawings. You know, the cost of making this huge cannon is very high, but its power is extremely terrifying. Generally speaking, this kind of giant cannon is a large-scale war weapon, which will only appear in the hands of the player in the later stage of the game. But Qin Feng obtained its production drawings in the early stage of the game. Isn't this just for Qin Feng to produce it in advance? Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly opened inventory and looked at the obtained drawings. Making drawings of Norder's rune cannon. Level 1. Effect: after learning, you can make Nordal rune cannon. Learning needs: 1 LV8 Engineering, 2 LV5 Talisman Literature. Introduction: a new type of rune cannon developed by the top engineering master Nodel. This cannon has a strong attack ability, please use it with caution. Prop Effect Preview. Nordal Rune Cannon. Level 100. Defense 12035552-1257327. Equipment Additional Attributes. 1. When attacking, it causes an additional 500% destruction damage to the enemy. 2. When attacking, kill an enemy to restore 10,000 rune energy. 3. When attacking, it will additionally cause 80% splash damage to enemies within a 100 × 100 range, do not enjoy the destruction damage bonus. 4. When attacking a building unit, when the HP is lower than 20%, there is a 3% chance to empty all the HP of the building. 5. When attacking buildings/players/NPC units, there is a certain chance to trigger the Sunder Armor effect, ignoring the opponent's defense to deal real damage. Equipment Restrictions. 1 LV5 Engineering. 2. Magician, Occupation. 3. Intelligence. The attribute is above 500 points. Durability, 500W/500W. Rune Energy, 100W/100W. Introduction: a new type of rune cannon developed by the Master of Runes, Norder, has extremely terrifying power. Please use it with caution. Chapter 43. Seeing the preview of the rune cannon effect in front of him, Qin Feng decided that as long as he finishes the task in his hand, he will go to the level of engineering and rune literature. After learning these two levels, Qin Feng can make the rune cannon in front of him. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly turned off the property panel in front of him. The next moment, he directly clicked on his deputy career panel. At this time the sub-professional panel also changed, and two different sub-professional sections appeared directly. List of deputy occupations. 1. Pharmacy Refining, current level, LV1, gathering skill is a supplementary skill of refining pharmacy, which has no effect on the main refining pharmacy level. 2. Engineering, current level, LV1. After seeing the two open secondary professions, Qin Feng directly clicked on the engineering panel and took a look. Engineering. The current sub-professional level is LV1, 0/10,000. Current engineering drawings, none. Current deputy profession mastery skills. 1 LV1 Advanced Engineering Specialization, passive. Level 1. Effect. 1. When making engineering props, there is a 5% chance that the effect of the props will increase by 50%. 2. When refining pharmaceutical agents, there is a 5% chance to increase the rank of the agent by 1. Proficiency, 0/10,000. Introduction: brother, go to the construction site to move bricks with me. After reading the bonuses of Advanced Engineering Specialization in front of him, Qin Feng found that the bonus effects of Advanced Engineering were still a bit mediocre. Compared with the bonus of Ancient Alchemy Specialization, the bonus of Advanced Engineering is obviously lower by a notch. However, Qin Feng is not in a hurry, wait for the engineering level to be upgraded later, and then see if he can get an Advanced Skill Book of Ancient Engineering Specialization, or an Engineer Skill Book above the Legendary level, so that the engineering bonus will be more effective. Taller. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly turned off the Engineering Associate career panel in front of him. Then, he raised his head and looked at Helena, who was aside. Helena saw Qin Feng look at her, blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Qin Feng shook his head and stood up and said, "Let's go, time is running out, let's solve it quickly." After speaking, he picked up the staff and continued to walk towards the depths of the second layer of the Howling Cave. After seeing this scene, Helena quickly followed Qin Feng and walked towards the depths of the Howling Cave. Next, Qin Feng slaughtered all the way, and soon came to the entrance of the third floor of Wailing Cave. After arriving here, Qin Feng saw the boss of this lair, a giant spider exuding death breath. This giant spider is very similar to the spiders Qin Feng encountered before. But the only difference between them is that the appearance of this giant spider shows a startling purple-red color, and it seems to know that it is not easy to provoke. And around the giant purple spider, there are countless bones and skeletons piled up like a mountain. Under the bones, there were many decomposed corpses, faintly exuding a stench. Of course, behind the huge evil-eyed giant spider boss, the dream leaf grass has absorbed the nutrients of these decomposed corpses and the nutrients of the fuchsia spider dung. So these dream leaf grasses grow extremely lush. After seeing these dream leaf grasses, Qin Feng directly cast his eyes on the huge purple-red spider. At this moment, he directly cast an exploration technique at the purple spider. In the next moment, the attributes of the spider boss appeared in front of Qin Feng. Fulhu Apostle Nightmare Spider, Boss. Level, 40. Class, Epic. HP, 300000/300000. Attack Power, 6100 to 7300. Defense, 3000. Skills, Summon Race. Evil Aura. Death Nightmare. Summon Evil Spirits. Advanced Curse. Deadly Poisonous Fog. Introduction: it was originally the leader of the spider race, but it was lured by the evil god with a powerful evil force, signed a contract with the evil god, and became its believer. After seeing the attributes of the nightmare spider in front of him, Qin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes. An epic boss monster, this is the first time Qin Feng has encountered it. And most importantly, this nightmare spider is a believer of the evil god. You know, Fulhu is one of the ultimate villain gods. Kill its believers and you will get a mark of evil spirits. Players who are marked with evil spirits will inevitably be targeted by various bosses belonging to the evil spirits in the future version of God's Mansion. However, Qin Feng doesn't have to worry about this. After all, when the God Mansion descends version, he should be fully equipped to contend with the gods. After thinking of this, Qin Feng directly raised the staff in his hand and drove the fire element giant to rush up. At this time, the fire elemental giant rushed directly in front of the nightmare spider. Roar! After the nightmare spider noticed the fire element coming towards him, he suddenly roared and summoned 10 giant evil eye spiders directly. After these 10 evil-eyed spiders appeared, they quickly rushed towards the fire elemental giant. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng directly lost several blizzard skills. In an instant, the blizzard directly caused all giant evil-eyed spiders to be instantly controlled by the frozen effect. At this moment, a system alert sounded in Qin Feng's ear. Hint: you are affected by the advanced curse. The current player has -20 all attributes, -10% health, and -10% magic power, for 120 seconds. Hint: you are under the influence of evil aura. Current movement speed is -20%, attack speed is -20%, defense power is -20%, for 120 seconds. Chapter 44. At this time, after hearing these two system prompts, Qin Feng directly ignored them. The negative state of this attribute has no effect on Qin Feng at all. At the next moment, Qin Feng directly raised the staff in his hand, directly facing the nightmare spider not far away, throwing skills madly. A series of ice-ruling giant spears flew past one after another, and instantly pierced into the body of the nightmare spider. Boom! 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 -8714. -8421. -8522. Level suppression and boss defense reductions directly left Qin Feng's original damage of more than 10,000 to more than 8,000. But for Qin Feng, this point of damage reduction is nothing, a big deal. He loses a few more skills to make up for the damage. At this moment, Qin Feng lost his skills while taking drugs. And Helena behind Qin Feng saw that Qin Feng was outputting to the nightmare spider, and directly took out a crystal blue orb from her space storage ring. The next moment, I saw Helena walk directly in front of Qin Feng and handed the crystal blue gem to Qin Feng and said, "Take it." Qin Feng, who was losing his skills, saw this scene and randomly glanced at the blue gem in front of him. Stone of Mana Source, Gold Grade? Seeing the name of this gem, Qin Feng said directly, "Thank you." After speaking, Qin Feng unceremoniously took the Mana Fountain Stone. Obviously Helena hadn't reacted to it, and this Mana Source Stone came into Qin Feng's hands. After Qin Feng got the stone, a system prompt sounded. "Ding dong, you have triggered the 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained the Stone of Mana Source, Epic." After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng looked directly at the attribute panel of this Mana Fountain Stone. Stone of Mana Source, Epic Grade? Level 1. Class, Epic. The current storage magic power, MP, is 100W/100W. Effect: after using the Mana Fountain Stone, the mana value, MP, stored in the Mana Fountain Stone can be consumed, and the mana value, MP, lost by the player can be restored to its full value instantly. Cooling, 5s. Introduction: a natural stone that can store magic power, from which humans can obtain magic power stored in advance to supplement themselves. Seeing the attributes of the Mana Fountain Stone in front of him, Qin Feng quickly chose to use it. Hint: you used Mana Fountain Stone, Epic, and successfully restored 3295 mana points, MP. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng soon began to take drugs, while waiting for the Mana Fountain Stone to cool down. After the Mana Source Stone had cooled down, Qin Feng used it again to replenish his magic power. At this time, after possessing this Mana Source Stone to replenish magic power, the frequency of Qin Feng's release of skills increased a lot. With the bombardment of ice rulings and blizzard skills, the giant evil eye spiders summoned all around were emptied. At this time, the nightmare spider in front of him suddenly spewed venom towards the fire element and Qin Feng. In an instant, the entire cave was filled with poisonous fog. At this time, Qin Feng directly put a frost armor on himself, and then directly shouted at Helena behind him, "Retreat a little bit and be careful of the poisonous mist." Yet, Helena nodded, and soon crushed a golden talisman before quickly retreating to the outside of the battlefield. After crushing the golden talisman, Qin Feng also had several gain buffs on his body. Hint: your teammate Helena has used Advanced Blessing Talisman, and you have gained buffs, HP plus 5%, Defense Power plus 5%, and Critical Strike Rate plus 5%. Ding dong, you have triggered the 10,000 times reward, and you have successfully obtained the buff effect, HP plus 50,000%, Defense Power plus 50,000%, Critical Strike Rate plus 50,000%, for 30 seconds. Hearing the system prompts in his ears, Qin Feng's blood volume, defense power, and crit rate directly skyrocketed to an extremely terrifying level. At this time, venoms fell on Qin Feng's frost armor, and suddenly numbers popped up. -1. Miss. -1. -1. Miss. Miss. With the terrifying health and defensive power, the nightmare spider in front of you can't even move Qin Feng's frost armor. Frost armor effect: after use, you can get frost armor to protect yourself, and the armor health is your own 200% of the HP. If the armor is broken, it can reduce the enemy's attack speed and movement speed by 50%. At this time, Qin Feng obviously still hasn't recovered. He saw the 350,000% buff bonuses in his own buff column, as if he had discovered a new world. Buff is an extremely important part of the continent of the gods. Players can obtain the corresponding buff bonus in the major dungeons in the middle and late stages of the game, and then go to play the dungeon. Of course, most of the buffs are very short-lived, such as the high-level Blessing Talisman in front of us, which only lasts 30 seconds. However, 30 seconds is enough. Qin Feng can completely rely on the effect of the buff bonus to quickly kill the nightmare spider in front of him. Just after Qin Feng thought of this, he directly began to raise the staff in his hand and furiously output it at the nightmare spider. In front of him, the nightmare spider kept spraying venom and silk. The fire elemental giant summoned by Qin Feng was directly killed after only a moment. But at this time, Qin Feng waved his hand, and another giant fire element giant crawled out of the void and landed in front of the nightmare spider. And then, the fire elemental giant rushed up again and started fighting with the nightmare spider. After the fire elemental giant acted as a flesh tank to share part of the damage, Qin Feng was so comfortable to output behind. Chapter 45. Next, in the face of the nightmare spider's crazy range attack, Qin Feng's frost armor was not broken, so he took away all the last point of the nightmare spider's health. After the blood volume of the nightmare spider was emptied, it wailed in pain, and suddenly fell onto the ground of the cave, splashing dust. At the moment it fell to the ground, a large pile of gold coins and equipment props burst out of its corpse. Seeing this scene, a series of system prompts sounded in Qin Feng's ear. World announcement: the player Sura successfully killed the epic boss Thulhu Disciple Nightmare Spider, boss. Since the player is the first player to kill the epic boss, the player will be rewarded with lucky value plus 10 and gold coins *100. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained 10W lucky points and 100W gold coins. Ding dong, you killed Thulhu Disciple Nightmare Spider, boss, and you are marked with Thulhu mark. Hint: those who have this mark will attract the Thulhu Disciple or the NPC of the Thulhu faction forces 100% hatred value. Until the opponent kills you, the mark will disappear automatically. At this time, at the moment when the world announcement sounded, many players rioted again. Boss Shura is awesome. Is this the beginning of killing level 40 epic monsters? This is too bug. This epic boss monster exists at level 40, can Shura be able to start a single sweep at level 30? It's a bit scary. The reward for the first kill really makes me jealous. It's 10 lucky points. There are 100 gold coins. Too damn envy. I admit I'm sour. Eating lemon. At Shura boss, are you interested in adding a friend? The brothers upstairs think too much, right? You are only level 5, what kind of friends do you add? If you want to add, at least you will be in the top 10 of the world level rankings. Be quiet and level up, go to the main city early, don't stay in novice village, it's boring. At Shura, can you take someone with you? She is a little lowly, and she can act like a baby with a sweet voice. Upstairs is a ladyboy. Identification is complete. At this time, when everyone was talking about it, Qin Feng quickly saw the call from the World Channel. When he saw a lot of people many of them were girls, basically these people asked him to take the other party to upgrade. Seeing these, Qin Feng only found it interesting. But it's impossible to bring a girl with you. How can you improve your strength by picking up a girl? After passing this thought in his mind, Qin Feng walked directly towards the corpse of the nightmare spider. At this time, Qin Feng stepped over the pile of bone-laden corpses and quickly walked to the corpse of the nightmare spider. The next moment, Qin Feng picked up all the things dropped by the nightmare spider. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained gold coins *366W. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained nightmare staff, God level. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Book of Curse, God level. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Nightmare Fang, quest item, *10,000. After seeing what he obtained, Qin Feng directly clicked on inventory and checked the attributes of several items he obtained. Nightmare Staff, God level. Level, 40. Rank, God level. Magic attack power, 6052 to 6470. Equipment additional attributes. 1 Intelligence plus 200. 2 Release spell speed plus 35%. 3 When the skill hits the enemy, there is a 10% chance that it will increase its intelligence by 20% for 30 seconds. 4 When the skill hits the enemy, there is a 10% chance that the enemy will trigger the advanced curse effect for 10 seconds. 5 When the skill hits the enemy, there is a 10% chance that the enemy will enter the chaos state for 10 seconds. Chaos, not controlled by yourself, automatically release the skill or attack the surrounding companions/enemy. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Introduction, the staff containing the evil power of nightmare. Those who master it must be careful not to be swallowed by the evil power. Book of Curses, God level. Level, 30. Rank, God level. Code bonus. 1 Intelligence plus 200. 2 Active skill, Curse of Nightmare. When using the skill, it consumes 100 points of luck for the player, reduces the luck of the enemy by 200 points, and the skill cools down for 24 hours. 3 Active skills Dark Sacrifice. When using the skill, it consumes 50% of the player's HP, reduces the enemy's 99%, and the skill cools down for 24 hours. 4 Active skills Death Curse. When using the skill, the player's level is forced to -1, the enemy's level is forced to -2, and the skill is cooled for 24 hours. Restrictions on the use of the code. 1 Active skills only take effect for players/monsters/NPCs below level 30. 2 Dark Sacrifice active skills cannot take effect on boss level monsters. Durability, 100000/100000. Introduction, this is a book about the power of eternal curse. Nightmare Fang, quest item. Level 1. Rank, unknown. Task guide, give this item to Lord Eileen in the main city of Stormwind, and you will get a generous reward. Introduction, the tooth of the nightmare obtained from the mouth of the nightmare spider, in this tooth of the nightmare, has an extremely powerful evil force. Chapter 46. At this time, after reading the equipment he had obtained in front of him, Qin Feng directly cast his gaze on the nightmare staff, God level. The staff Qin Feng currently wears is the level 10 Arita combat staff, God grade. The nightmare staff in front of him was still much stronger than the Eridar battle staff. After all, the basic magic damage peak of the staff is 6,470 points. Coupled with its additional intelligence plus 200, and when the skill hits the enemy, there is a 10% chance that it will increase its intelligence by 20%. This equipment has a secondary effect. Qin Feng's basic damage should reach 8,000 plus. In addition to these weapon bonuses, the other 2 equipment have a strong trigger effect. Advanced Curse. Needless to say, the skills can directly weaken the enemy's 4-dimensional attributes, blood volume, and defense. In addition, the core control skill of this nightmare staff is that when the skill hits an enemy, there is a 10% chance that the enemy will enter the chaos state for 10 seconds. You know the chaos effect is a kind of control effect, and it is similar to the effects of frozen binding, silence, slow sleep, petrochemical dizziness and other effects. They are all powerful skills that can control the opponent when triggered. Although chaos skills are relatively rubbish among all kinds of strong control skills, it is better to have control than no control. Qin Feng's blizzard has a freezing control effect. After the blizzard is released, the chaos control effect can be triggered again to complete the second stage of control. The same control effect cannot be triggered all the time, and then chaos can be followed by freeze effect, but the frozen control cannot be triggered all the time. After thinking of this, Qin Feng directly put the nightmare staff in front of him into inventory. At this time, Qin Feng's level is still 30, which is not available for the time being, so it can only be placed in the inventory and can only be equipped after being transferred. Next, after Qin Feng read the attributes of the nightmare staff, he set his sights on the Book of Curses, God. I have to say that this book of curses is simply the best among the artifacts. Each of the 3 active skills is ridiculously strong. Just say Nightmare Curse this skill, you can directly consume 100 points of luck for yourself and reduce the luck of enemies by 200 points. Although it is a skill that hurts the enemy 1000 and self-damages 500, for people like Qin Feng with a lot of luck, 100 lucky points are really nothing, just use it. And the second active skill Dark Sacrifice is a blood exchange skill, some tasteless, you can put it aside. At this time, when Qin Feng saw the effect of the third skill Death Curse, he suddenly discovered it seems that this skill is the true god skill. Qin Feng's current card level is at level 30, so he can't gain experience at all. To him, level 1 is nothing at all, anyway, it will be promoted after a guilty attack. After thinking of this, Qin Feng directly clicked on Death Curse. The next moment, a panel popped out. Prompt: please enter the ID of the object you use the skill. After hearing this, Qin Feng directly entered the word Daijun. The next moment, a system prompt sounded suddenly. Hint: do you want to use the skill Death Curse on the player Emperor? This operation cannot be cancelled once it is confirmed, please choose carefully. After hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly clicked OK. The next moment, I saw Qin Feng's level drop by 1 level instantly, reaching level 29. At the same time, a system prompt sounded again. Ding dong, you used Death Curse and successfully forced the player Emperor level to -2, and the current player Emperor level is LV0. At this time, the level of the Emperor who was farming monsters in the novice village dropped directly to level 2, from the original level 2, to level 0 in an instant. After the level dropped to 0, a system prompt sounded slowly in Daijun's ears. Hint: the player Sura used Death Curse on you, and your level is forced to -2. After hearing this system prompt, the Emperor's complexion instantly became ugly. He couldn't understand, isn't it because he wanted to grab the opponent's equipment and didn't succeed? Is it necessary to target yourself this way? At this time, he directly opened the friend panel and applied to add Qin Feng as a friend. But when he added a friend, a prompt popped up suddenly. Reminder: the player Sura is currently in a hostile relationship with you and cannot add the other party as a friend. Reminder: the player Sura used Curse of Nightmare on you, your lucky value is -200, and the current lucky value is -200. After hearing these 2 system prompts, the Emperor only felt a wave of anger in his heart. Good, very good. Emperor Jun gritted his teeth and looked at his level. At this moment, the Emperor directly lifted his long knife and rushed to the pheasant on the side frantically, and instantly hacked the pheasant to death. After hacking these pheasants, the anger in the Emperor's heart was calmed a lot. After the anger subsided, the Emperor only felt that he really shouldn't provoke Shura. If he doesn't provoke the opponent, I am afraid that he has already been leveling in the main city now, why should he be so angry here? But regret has no effect anymore. At this time, he could only continue to bury his head in leveling, and strive to upgrade his level as soon as possible. Obviously, the Emperor still doesn't know what kind of situation he will face in the future. Chapter 47. At the moment, the other end. After Qin Feng released the 2 skills of the Book of Curses, he put the book in the inventory. After that, Qin Feng randomly glanced at the last quest prop, Nightmare Tooth. The quest item of Fang of Nightmare can go to the main city and find the magician Irene to exchange for the item. Qin Feng in the previous life has also obtained this quest item, but generally only 1 or 2 Nightmare Fangs will be obtained. But now Qin Feng has a total of 10,000 Nightmare Fangs, and he should be able to exchange a lot of good things from Irene. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly turned off the inventory in front of him. Then Qin Feng looked at the extremely lush Menjihua. At this time, he walked directly to the side of a dream leaf flower and began to collect it using the collection technique. Ding dong, you successfully collected level 2 medicinal materials Menjihua. The subvocational skill LV9 Gathering Art Proficiency +1. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Dream Leaf Flower *20,000. Ding dong, you successfully triggered the 10,000 times reward, and your secondary professional skill LV9 Gathering Technique Proficiency is +10,000. In this way, Qin Feng collected only once and perfectly assembled all the dream leaf flowers needed for the mission. After the collection, Qin Feng did not continue to collect the remaining Menjai Hua. After all collecting level 2 medicinal materials, it is mandatory to obtain only a little proficiency. It is a waste of time for Qin Feng to rely on this low-level medicinal material brushing proficiency. So at this time, Qin Feng said directly to Helena on the side, "Lena, what's wrong?" Helena asked curiously. "Is there any magic source stone?" Qin Feng asked directly. "You thought it was Chinese cabbage. I finally got this magic source stone from my father," Helena said angrily. Hearing Helena's words, Qin Feng glanced at her and said, "If you don't have it, just keep up with me." After speaking, Qin Feng walked directly towards the entrance of the third floor of the cave. The Wailing Cave has 3 floors. And this last layer is Qin Feng's final destination. He wants to kill the final boss evil 9-headed python on the 3rd floor and obtain dark blood from it. In addition, the snake flower located on the 3rd floor of the Wailing Cave will be collected. At this time, Qin Feng glanced at the mission and quickly walked into the 3rd floor of the Howling Cave. Just stepping into the 3rd floor, there was a disgusting stench facing him. Helena, who followed closely behind Qin Feng, suddenly changed her face. When she saw Qin Feng expressionless, as if she had no sense of smell, she only felt that Qin Feng was really abnormal. "Can't smell this smell? Or he is used to this situation a long time ago." Thinking of this, she quickly took out a scarf from her storage ring and completely covered her face below her nose. At this time, Qin Feng did not care about Helena behind him, but cast his gaze into the distance. Under this disgusting stench, there are countless black giant pythons, which are like branches in the ground, entangled with each other. Occasionally, Qin Feng can still see a lot of giant pythons wriggling, looking as if the scales are turning. It is extremely spectacular. Qin Feng cast an exploration technique directly at one of the giant pythons. In the next moment, the attributes of the python appeared in front of Qin Feng. Evil Python, Elite. Level 45. Class, Gold. HP, 60,000/60,000. Attack Power, 2800 to 3100. Defense, 1000. Skills, Death Coil. Spray Venom. Advanced Bloodthirsty. Advanced Fever. Introduction: this is a giant python controlled by an evil force. While Qin Feng looked at the attributes of these giant pythons, Helena behind Qin Feng also saw the dense black giant pythons. And the moment she saw these giant pythons, she saw her complexion changed, and she quickly hid behind Qin Feng, firmly grasping Qin Feng's clothes and exclaimed, "Menkler giant python." Helena has an inexplicable fear of snakes since she was a child. So when she saw so many giant python creatures, she immediately leaned beside Qin Feng, praying for a sense of security. At this time, when Qin Feng felt the soft touch coming from behind, he turned his head and said to Helena, "What is so scary about these giant pythons?" After speaking, Qin Feng raised his staff and instantly summoned the giant of fire element. Boom! The fire elemental giant crawled out of the void and instantly fell into the giant python pile. In an instant, countless sleeping evil pythons were suddenly awakened. The giant python group in the entire cave rioted in an instant. Hiss! Countless pythons roared in an instant, and then quickly rushed towards the giant of fire element. In the next moment, the fire elemental giant was instantly entangled in his legs by countless giant pythons. There are also many giant pythons spitting venom at the fire elemental giant, and the whole scene looks extremely cruel. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng did not hesitate to raise the staff in his hand and threw a dozen blizzards out. In an instant, a blizzard swept through everything, directly freezing all the pythons in the range. Boom! 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 -8123. -8611. -8612. In an instant, many pythons were instantly killed by the damage of the blizzard. At this time, a golden light appeared on Qin Feng's body. Ding dong, you killed evil python, elite, triggered 10,000 times reward, and you gained 1000 experience points. Ding dong, your level has increased, and the current level is LV 30. After adding up the level that had just been lowered by the curse of death, Qin Feng continued to output to the evil python in front of him. Almost all the experience allocated later fell on Helena behind Qin Feng. After throwing a round of skills, Qin Feng directly used the source of magic power to fill up all his magic power in an instant. Later, I saw that he lost another round of blizzard skills. In this way, after Qin Feng lost 2 rounds of blizzard skills, all the evil pythons in front of him were cleaned up. At the entrance, there are only countless gold coins scattered all over the place, waiting for Qin Feng to pick it up. In addition, among the gold coins, you can still see a few pieces of equipment. After seeing this, Qin Feng directly lifted his foot and walked forward. But at this moment, Helena behind her grabbed Qin Feng. Chapter 48. At this moment, Qin Feng turned his head, only to see Helena's face turned pale. After seeing this, Qin Feng glanced at Helena's health bar and found that the other party's blood volume was full, without any problems. After thinking of this, Qin Feng directly asked Helena, "What's the matter? I can feel there is a huge evil force ahead, so be careful." Helena said in a weak voice. Hearing Helena's words, Qin Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry." After Qin Feng said these words, Helena let go of Qin Feng's clothes. At this time, Qin Feng said directly to Helena, "Wait for me here." "Okay." Helena nodded and said. Upon hearing Helena's words, Qin Feng quickly walked forward holding the staff directly. The next moment, Qin Feng quickly picked up all the things exploded on the ground. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained gold coin *1966W. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained evil giant python heavy armor. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained evil spirit sword. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained evil giant python leg armor. After picking up all the things on the ground, Qin Feng found that there were nearly 2000 gold coins in his inventory. In addition, there are a lot of epic level 45 equipment. Of course, these equipments are all used by fighters, and the level needs to be 45 before they can be worn. So Qin Feng can only put these equipment in inventory for the time being. After cleaning the battlefield, Qin Feng quickly found viper flower on the cave wall beside it. Seeing the black snake flower that resembles the scales of a poisonous snake, Qin Feng walked directly over and began to collect the snake flower with the gathering technique. Just a few seconds. Several system beeps sounded in Qin Feng's ear. Ding dong, you have successfully collected level 2 medicinal material viper flower. Subclass skill LV9 gathering art proficiency +1. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained viper flower *20,000. Ding dong, you successfully triggered the 10,000 times reward, and your secondary professional skill LV9 gathering technique proficiency is +10,000. After obtaining 20,000 snake flowers, Qin Feng stood up directly. Now Qin Feng has only one thing to do, and that is to kill the final boss evil 9-headed giant python in Wailing Cave, and obtain dark blood, quest item, from it. Thinking of this, Qin Feng directly controlled the fire element to open the way and walked toward the depths of the dark cave in front of him. The giant fire element closely followed Qin Feng, and the light of the flame gradually illuminated the cave. As Qin Feng and the fire elemental giant walked into the deepest part of the third layer, Qin Feng suddenly saw a giant python sleeping. This python is almost bigger than all the creatures Qin Feng has seen before. Even Qin Feng's Mount Undead Bone Dragon, in front of this giant python, can only be described as thin and small. One can imagine how huge this giant python is. What is even more bizarre is that this giant python has 9 huge heads, which seem to be mutated. At this time, Qin Feng can be sure that the giant python in front of him should be the boss-level creature he is going to face. After thinking of this, Qin Feng threw an exploration technique directly at the giant python in front of him. In the next moment, the attributes of the 9-headed giant python appeared in front of Qin Feng. Evil 9-headed python, boss. Level 45. Level, God level. HP, 500,000/500,000. Attack power, 9,100 to 10,300. Defense, 5,000. Talent, Power of Thulhu. When attacking, additional 100% real damage is added, and when attacking, there is a 50% chance that the enemy will enter the chaos state, and advanced curse is added for 10 seconds. Skills, Dark Orb Chaos Coming Death Grip Death Coil Spray Venom Advanced Bloodthirsty Advanced Fanaticism. Introduction, one of the mounts cultivated by the Thulhu, possessing some of the power of the Thulhu. At this time, after seeing the properties panel of this evil 9-headed python, Qin Feng felt that it was a bit troublesome. This evil 9-headed python is actually a god-level boss, and most importantly, it also possesses an extremely terrifying talent for the power of the evil god. You know, this Thulhu power talent is an additional 100% real damage. And when attacking, there is a 50% chance that the enemy will enter the chaos state, and attach advanced curse for 10 seconds. This kind of control and weakening effect is still very disgusting. Even Qin Feng can't be controlled by this evil hydra, otherwise basically, as long as the evil 9-headed python comes with a few skills, it will be taken away. At this time, just when Qin Feng thought of this, he directly summoned his Mount Undead Bone Dragon. In any case, give yourself a little more frankness. At the moment the Undead Bone Dragon appeared, a roar of the dragon suddenly echoed in the howling cave. Roar! At the moment the Undead Bone Dragon roared, the evil 9-headed python not far in front of Qin Feng suddenly opened 9 pairs of eyes. Chapter 49. As soon as the evil 9-headed python opened its eyes, a terrifying dark aura suddenly burst out from the inside of the howling cave. In an instant, the heads of 9 pythons were lifted up. And the 9 pairs of hideous pupils looked at Qin Feng, who had summoned the Undead Bone Dragon not far away. At this moment, when he saw that it was a human magician who disturbed its sleep, he suddenly said coldly, "Insignificant human beings, are you ready to meet death?" After hearing the words of the evil 9-headed python, Qin Feng rolled his eyes and directly drove the fire elemental giant on the side to rush up. Roar! The fire element giant roared, and instantly collided with the evil 9-headed python. In an instant, the evil 9-headed python directly spit out dark magic orbs one after another, instantly hitting the fire elemental giant. Boom! 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 -21,111. -21,223. -21,441. A series of damage numbers rose from the top of the fire elemental giant's head, and in an instant, the fire elemental giant's blood volume was directly emptied. At this time, Qin Feng's ear suddenly sounded a system prompt. Hint: your fire elemental giant has been killed. Hearing this system prompt, Qin Feng directly raised the staff, and instantly summoned a giant of fire element. After summoning the giant of the fire element, Qin Feng lost more than a dozen blizzard skills to the evil 9-headed python. In an instant, the evil 9-headed python in front of him was directly frozen. After seeing this scene, the fire elemental giant rushed directly to start output. And Qin Feng kept throwing the ice ruling behind. Boom! Boom. Boom. Minus 6,221. Minus 6,311. Minus 6,244. The high amount of boss defense reduction and level suppression directly reduced the original damage output of 10,000 plus to 6,000 plus. At this time, Qin Feng continued to lose skills after seeing the output number. After his mana bottomed out, Qin Feng once again used the magic fountain stone. After regaining a wave of blood, the evil nine-headed python in front of him was also released from the frozen state. But after the evil hydra lifted the frozen state, I saw the evil hydra suddenly start throwing skills at the fire elemental giant. Chaos coming, death grip, death coil, spray, venom, advanced bloodthirsty, advanced fanaticism. One skill after another fell on the fire elemental giant in front of Qin Feng, and just for a moment, a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ear again. Ding dong, your fire elemental giant has been killed. After hearing this, Qin Feng directly raised his hand and summoned a giant of fire element. After the fire elemental giant appeared, he continued to carry it in front of Qin Feng and acted as a meat shield. Qin Feng cleverly used the giant fire element to block the evil hydra and prevent the opponent from approaching him. The advantage of this way of jamming is that although Qin Feng has the highest hatred of the evil hydra in front of him because the opponent's position is stuck by an obstacle, the system will determine the obstacle in front of him at the first time. It is the first kill target. In this way, as long as the fire elemental giant does not die, the evil hydra in front of you can hit Qin Feng with its large-scale attack skills, and don't even want to encounter Qin Feng. At this time, Qin Feng was holding the fire elemental giant stuck in his position, while throwing the ice verdict towards the evil nine-headed python in front of him. Boom. 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 Minus 6,421. Minus 6,211. Minus 6,244. A series of damage figures floated from the top of the evil nine-headed python's head. At this time, the evil nine-headed python under attack stared at Qin Feng angrily and shouted, "You unsuccessfully angered me." After finishing speaking, he saw another round of dark magic ball bombing, directly killing the fire element giant in front of Qin Feng. But just after the fire elemental giant was killed, another fire elemental giant was summoned, and it happened to be stuck in front of the evil hydra. At this time, the evil nine-headed python only felt that it was extremely suffocated. The weak group of magicians in the far distance can be killed as long as they lose a few skills. But by the way, the fire elemental giant in front of him blocked himself every time, making it impossible to get close to the magician in the distance. It's disgusting to death. At this moment, just as the nine-headed python's heart was suffocated, one after another ice verdict pierced its body instantly. In just a moment, the blood volume of the nine-headed python dropped a lot. After being attacked, the evil nine-headed python roared and rushed directly towards Qin Feng. But at this time, the fire elemental giant turned around, and instantly got stuck in front of it. Seeing this damn fire elemental giant, the evil nine-headed python roared, and instantly burst out several terrifying skills and tore it to pieces directly. Viewed in the next moment, another giant fire element crawled out of the void, and instantly fell in front of the evil nine-headed python. At this time, the evil nine-headed python was completely autistic, and madly attacked the fire elemental giant in front of him. After seeing this scene, Qin Feng directly raised the staff in his hand and entered a state of ruthless output. After only 3 short minutes, the blood volume of the evil nine-headed python in front of him had fallen below 90%. In other words, Qin Feng has already hit 45 WN damage in just 1 minute. This kind of terrifying damage figure can only be produced by Qin Feng. At this time, after Qin Feng saw the evil nine-headed python's blood volume drop to 10%, he immediately cheered up. Because generally, after the blood volume of a boss-level monster drops to 10%, there will be a chance to advance or mutate. Once advanced or mutation occurs, it will be even more difficult. But for Qin Feng, this is a good thing. After all, advanced or mutated boss monsters will explode more top quality things. At this moment, just when Qin Feng thought of this, the evil nine-headed python in front of him suddenly burst out with terrifying evil auras. In an instant, a system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ear. Hint: evil nine-headed python, boss, has an unknown mutation, please be careful. Hint: evil nine-headed python, boss, the damage will be increased by 100%, please be careful. Chapter 50. At this time, when Qin Feng heard these two system prompts, the evil nine-headed python in front of him had completely changed. Qin Feng raised his head, only to see a shadowy shadow emerging from behind the evil nine-headed python. The phantom exudes a frightening evil atmosphere, and it looks extremely strange. When Qin Feng saw this phantom, he knew that the master of the phantom in front of him was the evil god. It's just a ghost. If the evil god descends, Qin Feng really can't beat it, but a ghost can only cause the evil nine-headed python to mutate, and it can't pose the slightest threat to Qin Feng. Thinking of this, Qin Feng continued to output to the evil nine-headed python in front of him. The evil nine-headed python suddenly roared at this time, and then wrapped in infinite evil power and suddenly tore the fire element giant to pieces. The next moment, I saw the evil nine-headed python instantly use the skill Chaos Coming. Ding dong, you were attacked by the Chaos Coming skill, which triggered the chaos effect for 6 seconds. The moment he heard this system prompt, Qin Feng directly used the purification effect of the star badge. Just kidding, after being controlled for 6 seconds, it was basically enough for this evil nine-headed python to kill itself. Qin Feng did not expect that after the evil nine-headed python was mutated, even the skill range was doubled. So Qin Feng was hit by the opponent's range skills for a while. At this time, after Qin Feng used the purification effect of the star emblem, a golden light suddenly emerged from Qin Feng's body, instantly dispelling the effect of chaos. After the chaotic effect was dispelled, Qin Feng's ear suddenly sounded a system alert. Ding dong, you used the purification effect of star emblem and successfully dispelled the chaos state. The effect of the current equipment skill is cooling down. Hearing this, Qin Feng directly raised his hand to summon the fire element giant, once again blocking the front of the evil nine-headed python. The evil nine-headed python was already on the verge of rampaging. The moment I saw the giant of the fire element, I started to throw skills crazy. Regardless of the ending, the fire giant must die. At this time, seeing the evil nine-headed python attacking the fire elemental giant frantically, Qin Feng also raised his staff, and began to keep throwing skills at the evil nine-headed python in front of him. The verdict of ice fell one after another. Boom! 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 -6231. -6211. -6251. Next, after Qin Feng lost the decision of 10 shots of ice, the blood of the evil nine-headed python in front of him was instantly emptied. Before death, I saw the evil nine-headed python wailing, "Death is just the beginning." When the voice fell to the ground, the evil nine-headed python in front of him fell to the ground, bursting out a large number of objects in an instant, and the dead could no longer die. With the death of the evil nine-headed python, a series of system prompts also rang in Qin Feng's ears. World announcement: the player Sura successfully killed the god-level boss evil nine-headed python, boss. Since the player is the player who killed the god-level boss for the first time, the player is specially rewarded rare item gift box, god level, and lucky value +20. Ding dong, you killed evil nine-headed python, boss. You were marked by Thulhu mark. The current Thulhu mark number is 2. Hint: the current Thulhu camp NPC has learned the player information, the player in the wild. You will be attacked by NPCs from the Thulhu camp at any time, please pay attention to players. Ding dong, you killed evil nine-headed python, boss. Since you can no longer gain experience points, your Mount Undead Bone Dragon successfully gained 500,000 experience points. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward, and you have obtained rare item gift pack, holy level 1, lucky value plus 20W. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward, and your pet undead bone dragon successfully gained 5 billion experience points. Ding dong, your mount undead bone dragon level has increased. The current level is LV20. Ding dong, your mount undead bone dragon level has increased. The current level is LV21. Ding dong, your mount undead bone dragon level has increased. Current level is LV30. Reminder: because of the player's current level limit, pets cannot continue to increase their level. At this moment, when he heard the world announcement, all players were fried. Oh my god, what's the situation? God level boss? This fucking kills the god level boss just after killing the epic level boss? It's not so fast to make a plane, right? A bit too strong. It's really awesome. The current Shura boss should be invincible, right? Even level 45 god level bosses can kill. Although there are already a dozen or more players above level 10 in the world level rankings, the 30th level of the Shura boss directly crushed the 2nd place and the 20th level. It is too ruthless. It's just that the battle strength ranking has not appeared, otherwise you can see the battle strength gap with Shura. At this time, when many players were talking about it, Qin Feng directly chose to ignore it. The next moment, he quickly walked to the body of the evil 9-headed python and began to pick up the fallen items. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained 160 million gold coins. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Mount Elevation Orb, holy level 1. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Pet Random Gift Box, holy level 1st tier. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Guild Token, holy level 1st tier. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Dark Fallen Mage Robe, holy level 1. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Dark Fallen Mage Boots, holy tier 1. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Dark Fallen Mage's Shoulders, holy level 1. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Dark Fallen Mage's Leggings, holy level 1. Ding dong, you have triggered 10,000 times reward and successfully obtained Dark Fallen Mage's Hat, holy level 1.